his wife was killed because he's a good man. He's such a good man
Oh, that's
that
horrible.
right?
That's true, but that's horrible. Yes.
He's such a good man that that's why his wife was killed because he wouldn't sign the
You wouldn't.
Provasic,
Oh no,
right?
that's terrible. I never
Right?
thought of that. That's horrible. Oh no. Oh.
And so there it does sort of actually very very subtly, but it does sort of start to get to that religious allegory aspect where it's like he's a Jesus figure. He's pure. He has the beard at the beginning, you know. He's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
pure, and his pureness leads to this sacrifice that's like the world of humankind cannot accept how good he is, and he's punished for his goodness, you know? And through that, his goodness remains. He's never corrupted. This is a man who is incorruptible,
It's true.
even,
Yes.
right? And so he's
Yes.
almost existing on this kind of higher level.
He is a Jesus character.
A little bit,
He is.
right? A little bit.
They don't chase clout, they just chase the lore. Dig scenes that the mainstream ignores, where light fights dark in a fabled war. Yeah, the truth gets told when the movie's born. I'm the break in the flicker, the cut in the edit, the blade through the credits, a frame they embedded. Light in the distance, persistence poetic. The dark is a prison, I brighten with aesthetic. No stunt doubles, I tumble through trap fights. The scripts in my soul, I control when my track spikes. Whisper in a reel, I reveal with the black light. The dark is a canvas that I carve with the flashlight. Call it a war cry, a cinematic spark, a puzzle in the shadows, a code of the art. It's Andrew and Greg and the legacy embarks. Our voices ignite and we light up the dark.
Remember last time I mentioned Smooth, who did our theme song? He finished an actual album. He released his EP. It's called In New York, Our Nature is People. He released it on Spotify, and I listened to it. So the last episode, I said I hadn't listened to it yet.
Right.
So I wanted to do a little housekeeping catch up here and tell you that I have now since listened to the album, and it's amazing.
Oh.
I love his album. Okay, so I've listened to it like multiple times, and he was in Sky. So because he was in Sky and we have a little relationship, and I texted him, I was like, dude, I love the album. He said, hey, will you make a music video for me?
Right.
So now he and I are going to work on a video. So now I'm going to direct a music video for Smooth. So that's going to be coming out as well.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm so excited for that one. I already have ideas. And actually, I don't know if I can actually like break this news a little bit, but it's like it's not just going to be a music video. Because I listened to the whole album.
You're going to complicate it. I get it. You're basically going to turn this into Thriller by the end.
Yeah, exactly. I want to do Michael Jackson's Thriller for Smooth.
You're going to John Landis this thing.
That's right. Because when I listened to the album, it's so cohesive. It's short. It's an EP. It's only 21 minutes long. But it's so cohesive and well done. I thought you can't separate out one song. So I listened to it and I had this vision come to me of a visual album. I'm like, this needs to be a 21-minute long video that's the whole EP. And so I pitched him that idea and he said, dude, I love that idea. Let's do it. Let's do 21 minutes.
And people will be getting updates over the next 3 years as you put that together.
Yeah, he wants to shoot it very quickly, so it's going to be fast turnaround.
I think that is really going to be good for you. I think that is gonna you're gonna need to have Smooth behind you going, all right, let's kick this into high gear. Let's go.
Yeah.
Because you'll sit there planning this one for 6 months or something. You're like, come on, get into it. Let's do it.
Yeah, so I'm really excited about that. I have a bunch of ideas already. His album is amazing. I listened to it and I'm like, it tells a story. It's like, I feel like the ideas aren't coming from me. Like I listened to the record and I'm like, oh my God, I see what he's doing. He's creating like a whole story across the record. And so I feel like my job is to bring that story out.
Right.
And so that's what I'm going to do. So it's a really, really exciting project.
It's almost like you have the general outline of the script is kind of already written and you're going like, okay, now how do I elevate this visually? Because it already has music.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, so I'll give you updates as we go through that. I don't know if you want them, but you're gonna
I
get
look
them.
forward to it.
All right. So for people who like our theme song, check out Smooth EP on Spotify. It's called In New York, Our Nature is People, and he spells his name Smuth.
And above the U, there's the U umlaut.
We talked about that before, you remember?
Yes.
The umlaut, the two dots.
Yes.
That's right.
So before we get into the fugitive, I gotta hear what happened with Kevin Smith. I have to hear it.
Yeah, so okay. I went to the SModcastle opening night and then afterwards was a Q&A with Kevin in person. I wondered if I would have a chance to meet him. Now, I'll just tell you right up front, I did not meet him personally. I did not meet him face to face. I wanted to see if I could, squeeze in like a little brief face to face. Just wanted to shake his hand, tell him thank you for accepting my film to catch people up from our Clerks episode. My short film Sky was accepted to the SModcastle Film Festival, which is Kevin Smith's film festival. Yeah. And I remember when I heard about his festival, I thought, oh gosh, I wonder if I could, get one of my movies into his festival. So yeah, so that was just awesome. I got the notification, hey, Sky got into the SModcastle Film Festival, and I was just like over the moon excited. And which is very cool. It's like a full circle moment for me because I grew up, of course, loving his films and Clerks, of course, was a huge inspiration, and so to have my film accepted into his film festival was like a little mini fulfilling of a life dream. So I went to the opening night event. I got there like right on time and they started playing movies. And for whatever reason, I just didn't feel like sitting in the theater and just sitting and watching movies. I just wasn't in the mood, right? I think I was a little distracted. I was thinking like, gosh, I wonder if I'll be able to meet Kevin. Like, what would I say? And I thought like at this point in my career, like I made one short film, like I'm still just at the bottom, very much so at the bottom, right? And I feel like I'm just lucky to be there. And so I just thought maybe I would just say, hey, just thank you for accepting Sky into your festival. So I wondered if that would be an opportunity. So I think that was kind of like swirling around in my head. Maybe I had some nervous energy or whatever. So I just decided to step out of the theater and I walked around the town a little bit. I thought, okay, I got like 2 hours because they're playing a feature film. And so I had quite a while until the Q&A started. So I thought, okay, well, what could I do? So I quickly Googled on my map, hey, I'm at the SModcastle Cinema in Atlantic Highlands, New Jersey. I wonder where the Quick Stop is. I'm like, is that nearby? Like, could I just drive there? And sure enough, it was a 4-minute drive from the theater. So I just hopped back in my car and I drove to the Quick Stop grocery.
And that's when I started to receive photos, which were unbelievably fantastic. You were like a 7-year-old child, so
Yeah.
excited. You were giving the outside shots, the different angles, inside. You literally have the final shot of Clerks 2, with the milk, over there on that area.
Yeah.
Like it was, and then dancing outside. Like I was, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
fantastic to see that. I was like, this is. I was so jealous at that point. I was not jealous of the drive or how late you were going to be getting back home, but I was just like, fuck.
Yeah, yeah, I quickly took shots of the outside, like, in the movie, like, the establishing shots, like, I took, like, a straight-on angle, and, I would highly recommend people go listen to our Clerks episode, because we talk about that, how he shoots the quick stop from, like, a parallel angle where it's, like, kind of flat, and I think he does that on purpose, and then in
Yeah,
Clerks
and then
3
in
yeah, go
Clerks
go
3, you
ahead, go
gave that's
ahead.
the one you sent me. You sent me my Clerks 3 where I was like, I
Yeah.
want to talk about that shot.
In Clerks 3, he then shoots it from a three-quarter angle. So he gives it depth. So he kind of changes it. And I think that's part of the evolution of the series. So I did both, where I sent you both photographs. And then I went inside because then I'm like realizing I'm on the outside and I'm like, oh, this is so cool. Like it's the quick stop. It looks exactly like Clerks. And then I like realized, wait, this is an actual store. I can go
It's
inside,
not a movie set.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So I went inside and I was like, ding, like the bell, jingles. And I walk in and I'm like, I look around, I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. It's the Quick Stop.
And no one was there, right? It looked like no one was there.
Yeah, the store was empty. There was a guy behind the counter. It was weird because I'm like, I look behind the counter and it's, the whoever the owner or the person who works there.
It's not Dante.
Yeah, and I was like, "Where's Randall?" I'm like, it's like
Yeah.
it felt so real. It was like, and again, it's just a testament to like how good his movies are and his characters because it's like it felt like Dante and Randall should be there.
Did the guy behind the counter know that you were a film weirdo? Like, could he just tell right away?
I think he could tell because I walked around the store like taking pictures from different angles.
Yeah, you're either a psychopath or you're about to like break into the place and you're just
Yeah,
scouting location. I mean, he
yeah,
must have people
exactly.
just come in there with, Jay and Silent Bob shirt. I mean, you also were wearing a Superman t-shirt with a blazer over it. I mean,
That's right.
there's
Yeah,
something
yeah.
this guy's up to something.
Yeah, I wanted to get in the mode of like Kevin Smith's SModcastle Film Festival, so I wore my Superman shirt with a jacket over it. And then, funnily enough, Kevin, when I finally saw him, he was wearing a t-shirt with a blazer over it. That's like his new look that he does every time now. So we kind of matched actually, which was funny.
No more trench coats and stuff.
But yeah, I went in and I bought something. I bought a Twix bar. I wanted to buy something at the Quick Stop.
You should have said pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pack of cigarettes.
Let's see what he hands you. What brand do they give you?
Yeah. So it was weird. I walked up to the counter and it's like, I mean, it's the counter, it's the exact counter. It's like still looks identical and just really surreal. I felt like I was inside the movie. It was great.
Was the video store anything or what was that?
You know what? They have a sign out there now that says the SModcastle Podcast Studio.
So he might do his podcast there.
Yes, I think he converted the interior of what used to be RST Video into a podcast studio.
That is fucking awesome.
Yeah. So I bought my item, I went back out and I texted you some pictures and then you said, "Hey, take a picture of you standing outside like Jay and Silent Bob." And I was by myself, so I couldn't quite get a good angle, so I put the camera, I put my phone down on the sidewalk and I kind of angled it and I have this like kind of far away shot, but it's like similar to the shot in Clerks. And then I went and I did a little Jay dance.
It was fucking great.
And then I sent you the video.
It was so great. It was so great.
So yeah, I had a lot of fun with it. So that's what I did while I was waiting for the festival. So that was awesome. It was really surreal. I just didn't want to leave. I went over there and I was just sitting outside, right outside where RST Video used to be, and I was like, gosh, I feel like I should go back to the festival, but there's like a magic there.
Yeah.
You can just feel it. It's like there's just this energy there of like something special happened in this place. Like somebody did something important here.
This means something.
This means something. So it has a magic in the air, and I just wanted to stay there. So I just kind of hung out. I texted you a little bit. And I was texting my wife as well. She couldn't make it, so I was there by myself. And so I just kind of hung out in the area. It's in a really nice area, by the way. It's like in a suburban neighborhood. You wouldn't expect that either. So that was cool to get some context. It's like
Right.
I'm driving through like a suburban neighborhood, and then it's like all of a sudden there's just kind of a break in the houses, and then boom, the Quick Stop
Weird.
is just like right there.
And then there's the Quick Stop.
And then there's the Quick Stop with the magic. So yeah, it was amazing. So that was awesome. And so then I went back to the festival. I went into the hall. I just walked around the theater. And the SModcastle Cinema, by the way, is also amazing. It's one of the coolest theaters I've ever seen because it's small, but Kevin Smith's movie posters are all over the walls. So you go down every hallway, it just has Kevin Smith posters. And it has this really like old movie house quality, like kind of like vintage cinema vibe. So it really is like a throwback and it just has an amazing energy in the theater. So I was just walking around the halls, just looking at the posters. I sent you some pictures of the posters. And right after I got done texting you, my legs were kind of tired from walking around now. So I decided to sit on the floor outside of the theater. Okay. And I was just like, playing on my phone, whatever, trying to kill time. And all of a sudden I hear a voice say, "What time does the Q&A start?" And I look up and it's Kevin Smith. He walked right by me, and we met eyes. I kinda nodded. I immediately, of course, he's instantly recognizable, so I immediately recognized him. You know, he looked right at me because we're by the way, we're the only 2 people in the hallway. I'm sitting on the floor, which was weird. You know, it wasn't necessarily the best way to, like, meet one of your heroes. You're sitting down on the ground, and he, like, walks past you. But I looked him in the eye, he looked at me, and I just kinda nodded, and he nodded at me, and he walked by, and I thought, "Well, that was surreal. It happened so fast," you know? And, he goes to the end of the hall, and so then he walks past me again. He comes back down the hall, and again, I look up, and I look at him again, and he looks at me again, and we nodded at each other again,
He's like,
yeah.
the guy with the Superman shirt still on the floor.
Yeah, he's like, "There's this really tall guy wearing a Superman shirt sitting on the floor of my, cinema, and he's not watching the movie that we're playing."
What is wrong with this guy?
Yeah, and I felt a little awkward because 'cause I'm like, I'm sitting on the ground and I'm not watching the movie. And so, I wondered, like, "Oh, I wonder if I could stop him," I thought, "No, maybe I should, stop and say, 'Hey, Kevin,'" But what happened is he walked past me, and he stops at the end of the hall, and he's with another guy, and I could tell they were, like, setting up the Q&A, they're talking.
He was getting in the mode of, okay, what's gonna be happening?
He's in the mode, yeah, and I know what that's like.
It's yeah, pick your spots.
That's right, and I kinda recognized, this is my moment. If there were ever a moment that I could go up to him and just have a one-on-one and introduce myself, this would be the moment because he was standing, 10 feet away from me at the end of the hall, but I'm sitting on the ground still, so I'm like I stood up and I kinda looked over, and I thought, "I wonder if I should go up and introduce myself, like, this is my chance." And right when that thought went through my head, he walks off, it's so fast, it's like those moments go by so quickly. He walked off, and now he's gone.
He saw out of the corner of his eye, the tall
Yeah.
guy finally stood up and he goes, "Yeah, he's gonna come over. I'm out."
Yeah, so it wasn't meant to be, so yeah, I had that one moment where he's standing at the end of the hall. I could have gone up, I could have been the guy to be like, "Hey, so I don't wanna interrupt, but, let me introduce myself." I could have been that guy, but I'm like, "You know what? I'm gonna be Mr. Cool, maybe too cool." So cool that I'm, like, frozen, and I don't do anything, so I let the moment go by. Yeah, so then the movie ended, and I went into the theater, so they do the Q&A. Q&A was fantastic. I hadn't seen the film, but the Q&A was with Logic, the rapper. And Logic has written and directed a movie, and he actually self-financed it. It's very similar to Clerks. It's a movie called Paradise Records, and it's about 2 guys who work at a record store,
Oh, that's cool.
and they're friends with each other. Yeah, and so it's very inspired by Clerks.
Like an Empire Records almost, as well, or not Empire Records. What's that movie from the night? There's a John Cusack movie that took place in a record store.
Oh, yeah, High Fidelity.
High Fidelity, maybe
Yeah.
it's reminding me of someone.
Logic, likened the film, he called it like a hybrid between Clerks and that movie Airheads with Adam Sandler and
Mm.
Brendan Fraser. Yeah.
Yeah, they break into a recording studio and yeah,
Yeah.
that was
Yeah, because what happens in, Logic's film is they end up pulling a heist, so it's like it has this crime element to it.
nice.
And so Kevin hosted the Q&A. Logic was really the focus of the Q&A because it was his film. But Kevin did answer a few questions, here and there, and Kevin was a big part of it. So Q&A was fantastic. It was very inspiring because Logic had been trying to get this movie made for 10 years, he said. And, the financing kept falling through, and he eventually decided, "You know what? I'm just gonna spend my own money."
I'm gonna do the Kevin Smith way.
Exactly, and so he did it, and so, like, he made his dream happen. I don't know if people know this about Logic, but he's a huge, like, cinephile, huge movie lover, and he talked, a lot in the Q&A about his love of movies, and he's always admired movie directors, and he's always wanted to be a movie director. And so he finally made his dreams come true on that end, right? And so, it was really inspiring Q&A because it was like one of those evenings where you just have that feeling of like, yeah, man, you have to seize, your own life. You have to make your own dreams come true. And so they talked a lot about, of course, how Kevin did that, and now Logic has followed in his footsteps. So it was really cool. It was actually, what it was like is it was really like the Evening with videos.
That's cool.
People came up and there was a long line of people who all wanted to ask questions. So some of the people asked Kevin a question, some of the people asked Logic a question. So, I could have also gone up and met Kevin that way because, that then you can meet Kevin. If you go up on stage and you ask a question, you interact with Kevin a little bit. But I didn't feel like doing that. I don't know. My style is just like I want to, introduce myself as a fellow filmmaker. I feel like that's like really my dream, and that's the way I see my life. So I'm like trying to create the image of the way I see my life.
Not a fanboy sitting there ready to get on a line with a microphone.
Yeah. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I don't know. I just
you had the Rupert Pupkin fantasy of, just you're out at dinner with him and he's like, Andrew, I really need you to direct my next movie I'm writing. And I just can't. I can't. I'm too busy now. I have so many things to do.
Yeah, exactly. I did have one little moment in the Q&A that I'll mention just as a fun little aside. Logic was trying to tell the crowd about how being famous, being like rich and famous doesn't really solve your problems, He was like it was a very inspirational Q&A. And he was trying to make a point about how, you have to find happiness inside of yourself, that it doesn't come from the outside, it comes from within. And he quoted the saying, he goes, somebody said, I wish everybody could be rich and famous so they realize it's not the answer to their problems. And he goes, I can't remember who said that. And then I knew who said that. And so the whole theater was quiet and I shouted out, Jim Carrey.
Yes. I was literally going to say that. Yes.
Yeah, I shouted out, Jim Carrey. And Kevin looked right at me and he pointed and I was like, and I shouted again. I'm like, Jim Carrey. And Kevin was like, hey. And I gave a little.
It's the hallway guy.
Yeah, exactly. And I gave another little nod. So, I had a little interaction with him, but it wasn't
That's
like
a great
full
moment.
meeting. Yeah, it was nice. It was fun. So, yeah, I helped Logic out there a little bit with that answer. But
that's great.
Yeah. So it was great. It was like a memorable night. So I very much kind of hung back, kind of like in the shadows still a little bit. I'm just like back there.
You're like Batman.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, lurking in the shadows. And yeah, it was a great Q&A. So after the Q&A ended, Kevin just bolted out of there. I mean, I've never seen him move that fast.
I can imagine he was there for a couple hours and then he knows, like, if I stand here, it's going to turn into there's going to be a queue of people and stories and yeah.
So, yeah, so I feel like, my time will come. I think my moment will come. I'm sure I'll meet Kevin eventually. And, my film
now
screens...
you know where he records his podcast, so...
My film screens, by the way, tomorrow. So I haven't done my actual film screening. So I went to the opening night event. Now Sky screens tomorrow night at the SModcastle Cinema. I'm going to drive back there. I'm going to do the screening. And then I'll have my own little brief Q&A. It won't be like 3 hours long like Logic, but it'll probably just be one question. But I'll get my one question and I'll have my little moment in Cinema 4. By the way, the Cinema 4 where Sky is screening, they were screening Superman in that theater.
Oh, so the same projector and the same screen where Superman hit the walls. Now the light from your film, you're gonna light up the dark, and you're going to. That is great.
Yeah, and of course, if anybody's listened to our previous episodes, they know what Superman means to me. So, and I know you know. So, to me, that was special. I was like, okay, what are the odds of that? There were lots of movies screening there, but Superman was on the screen that Sky is going to screen on. So, I thought that was a cool little sign as well. So, I like to see the signs of the universe. So, I saw a little sign there of like, all right, Andrew, you know what? You're on the right track. Like
that's pretty good.
Just these cool little connections. So, I said on our Clerks episode, I want to make a feature film. And I think that when I make my feature film, I think then I can meet Kevin and, it'll be a little more of an equal relationship, I feel like. So that's what I'm waiting for. So I don't think he's going to be at the actual screening. I doubt he will.
But you don't know.
I don't know. So we'll see. So I'll give you future update on that. But yeah, it was a great night though. It was really, really cool. And it was awesome to see him in person. I mean, to feel like I was in the crowd, at like an evening with Kevin Smith event, that was awesome.
That's huge.
And he's just like he's so charismatic. I mean, he just has this larger than life personality. Like when he walked by in the hall, you could just feel like he's like a living cartoon character. He has
Right.
so much charisma. It was really cool. I mean, it was like very memorable experience. I'm so glad I went. So now if I ever meet him like officially, I can tell him that. I can be like, "Hey, do you ever remember the guy at the 4th annual SModcastle Film Festival who was sitting on the floor wearing the Superman shirt?"
And then later
You
yelled
know?
out Jim Carrey.
Yeah. Yeah, that was me. So so we'll see. Hopefully that'll happen. So I still have that open-ended life dream of meeting Kevin Smith, but I got a brief little moment. So yeah, that was cool.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so the next episode, I can catch you up on the actual screening of Sky, and I'll tell you how that went. So it's ongoing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, awesome.
I love how our podcast, I feel like this is like, it's like the subplot. It's like the B plot. It's like we talk about the movie and then we always have little like updates about our life.
Yeah.
So that's it. That's my 2 orders of business pre-Fugitive.
All right.
Yeah.
So The Fugitive. Let's get into this.
Yeah. I love the backstory of why we picked The Fugitive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we have to tell that.
I love that. I love this little like back and forth that we're doing because what happened is I was talking to my parents and I happened to mention how Greg had been such a nice guy. And when his mom requested a movie, he immediately changed the schedule and he put his mom's request as the very next movie. Right. And that was The Incredible Shrinking Man, which was, no pun intended, incredible pick by your mom. So your mom really knows what she's talking about.
Oh yeah.
I had never seen the movie before, so for me that was like a amazing discovery. I mentioned that to my parents. I said, "Oh, Greg was so nice that, he immediately inserted his mom's pick into the schedule."
And they said, why don't we have such a nice child? What is wrong with our child?
That's right. So you're making me look bad, Greg. Yeah, so my parents both said, "Well, we have requests. We have 2 picks." And so they both gave me their picks. So my dad said his favorite movie is The Fugitive.
Got good taste.
So my dad said, "When are you going to talk about The Fugitive? I want that one on the list." And so just this past week, my dad had a heart procedure done and he was having a little health issue.
Right.
Which I actually realize is kind of funny because The Fugitive is about a surgeon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good.
So, right? It's kind of
That's good.
Yeah, it's a weird connection.
And he is a heart surgeon in that sequence. I believe that with the guys opening up and all that stuff. And I think Provasic had to do with lowering blood pressure and all that shit.
Yeah, which is really weird because my dad had heart surgery like this past week. And so you, as a almost like better son than me, said, "Well, I'm gonna switch." You said, "I'm gonna switch my pick for Andrew's dad. I'm picking The Fugitive as my next pick." Because my dad has been listening to the podcast.
And it had already been on the list, right? I had put it on the list sometime deep down, right?
Yeah. I think you had picked it.
So we swapped it from later.
Yeah, and when my dad listened to our podcast, I'll tell this. He said to me, he goes, he's like, "Andrew, I really love your podcast." He goes, "You're great, of course, but I really love your podcast partner."
Oh my gosh.
So my dad likes you more than me on the podcast.
Your dad's got to show you some love over there. He it's a given that you're good. He's like, yeah, obviously you're great. But he's like, it surprises me that you have a competent friend who understands film as well.
Yeah. He goes, "You're great. I don't, but I don't know who your friend is, but he's amazing. He's incredible."
Oh, shut up. And was this while you were in the hospital? He's holding your hand. The surgeon's about to come in. He's like, that kid's really. This is his last words to you.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So I don't know if you needed to win more points with my dad, but now you've picked his favorite movie and you've actually switched out Weekend at Bernie's, your next pick. You've switched it out for The Fugitive. So,
and for anyone to know,
yeah.
I really have been wanting to talk about Weekend at Bernie's.
That was a huge switch.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've earned major brownie points with my dad. I'm
so
sure.
where's your? How do I get some more points here with your mom? Because you're not going to change anything for the rest of the year here. Mom is in what, 2029? Where have you put her pick?
Yeah, I'm so rigid.
Because Hamlet would be great to talk about.
Yeah, my mom's pick was Vertigo. Alfred
Oh,
Hitchcock's
right, it was
Vertigo.
We were gonna do something with Hamlet potentially in the future, but Vertigo was her pick this time. Yes.
Yeah, my mom is a English scholar. She has a PhD in English literature, and she has studied the play Hamlet quite a bit, and she's currently writing a novel based on Hamlet, inspired by Hamlet. It's a murder mystery, but it uses Hamlet as a kind of inspirational jumping off point, and so the characters are kind of like loose reflections of all the characters in Hamlet.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's a phenomenal story. She's told me the story. I'm so excited for her to finish the book. So she's working on that right now. So she's an expert in Hamlet. And so we said, I love the 1996 Kenneth Branagh Hamlet because it's a 4-hour. It's the only movie of Hamlet that's actually the full play. The Laurence Olivier version from like 1948 won Best Picture, but it's cut down version. Then I think there was
it's all truncated, yeah.
Yeah, then there was an early 90s one with Mel Gibson that's like 2 hours long, but this is a 4-hour long play. And so Kenneth Branagh said, I'm doing the whole play. I'm not cutting anything. And so he did this massive 70 millimeter production of Hamlet with like the greatest cast you've ever seen. It's like Julie Christie, Jared Jacobi, Branagh plays Hamlet, Kate Winslet's in there, Robin Williams, Billy Crystal. I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
I used to love it. Our English teacher in high school, I always really liked her because she would play, she was the English teacher, but she'd play movies like that to get us into it. And I'd already seen it, but anytime you can watch a movie in class was just, it's the greatest. I don't have to sit here bored and fucking looking at words and shit.
That's right.
But I love that. And we just had the shorthand of just referring to him as Kenny B. It was just like, oh, okay, what's the other Kenny B movie we're going to be watching this week?
Yeah. Yeah, Branagh did a whole string of Shakespeare adaptations, but my favorite one is Hamlet. And so we said, if I pick Hamlet for the podcast, I'm going to ask my mom to be a guest on that episode and we can all talk about Hamlet together.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, that would be really cool. So she doesn't know that, by the way. This is like, if she hears this.
Oh, well, now.
Yeah, she doesn't even know that.
Now she will.
I was going to ask her, hey, would you be willing to do this? But now I've said it on the podcast, so she might hear it here first. So we'll see what she says to that. Yeah, I'm putting it out there. I'm putting pressure on her, Mom.
Well, now you'll know if she listens to this podcast or not. You'll definitely know.
I think my dad's definitely going to listen to it.
For me, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. For you, not for me.
He's heard everything you have to say.
No, you're right. Exactly. Yeah. He's heard me talk about movies for 40 years.
He's gotten a little sick of it.
Yeah. He's like, I know every opinion Andrew has ever had on movies. I need to hear Greg's opinions now. I need something new.
Oh, that's too good.
So I'm sure my dad's going to love you. But as a cool trade, okay, my next pick, because I loved your mom's pick of The Incredible Shrinking Man so much, because I loved that movie so much, your mom had a second pick. And I have now selected that as my pick. So I thought it was cool that we're doing like a little trade-off where you pick one of my parents' picks and then I pick one of your parents' picks.
Yeah, and then we'll just end up they'll end up deciding to just trade children at that point, because my mom will be like, this. He's already asked you so many questions about Andrew. She's just going to slowly adopt you, and I'll slowly be pushed to yours.
Yeah, exactly. So that's No Country for Old Men, by the way. That's your mom's next pick.
Oh, it's fantastic! So, I can't wait. Yeah, that's going to be so good.
So that's next week. That's the very next week. But this week, my dad's favorite movie, The Fugitive.
Finally getting to it. Here we go, Dad. The Fugitive.
Yeah, if you got through all of that, congratulations. Now we're going to talk about your favorite movie.
Okay.
Yeah, I rewatched it this week. I watched it on Monday. Today's Friday. And here's what happened to me. I'll tell you just a quick little fun story is that I watched it on Monday and then we had such a great viewing of it. Of course, the great movie. It's always, by the way, one of my favorite movies as well. My dad's all-time favorite movie. It's one of my favorites. Not my all-time favorite, but I've always loved the movie ever since I was a kid. I've rewatched it like so many times over the years. So watched it with Hazel and she loved it. We had such a great viewing of it that we felt like, let's watch more movies this week because we watched it early. We watched it on Monday. Usually I try to watch the movie like the day before the podcast. This time it was like 4 days before. So I had all this space in between. So Hazel said, gosh, I had such a great experience watching The Fugitive with you. Let's watch another movie tonight. So we ended up watching 2 other movies this week. We watched The Usual Suspects.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that was an interesting.
And did we screw up? Was that not on our list at that time?
It wasn't on the list yet. And then,
I can't believe that. We went all the way out to 2036 with picking 52 movies a year and somehow did not get The Usual Suspects on our list until over a decade. That's going to be bumped up.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one because I had an unusual viewing experience of that, and I won't spoil it, but I was really into it at the beginning, and then I think you can tell from my tone.
Oh, wow. This is going to be good.
I wasn't as into it as it went. So that's something we'll get there. But that's
going to be good.
It wasn't 100% just an overwhelmingly positive experience.
But what's interesting? If we don't do this till 2036, you're going to have to view the movie again before we do the podcast. And you're going to go in remembering that lull that you had. And it might be a different movie that you watch.
That's very true. So I'm curious to see how I'll feel then. But then after I got home from the SModcastle event, we watched Silence of the Lambs.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's a good one. But here's the thing. Even after those 2 movies that are pretty memorable, so we watched 3 90s classics. And by the end of that run, the movie that is still in my head is The Fugitive. I gotta say, I actually, as good as those other 2 movies are, particularly Silence of the Lambs, I mean, it's like really one of the greatest movies ever made.
Your dad is finally happy that we're back into The Fugitive.
We're
finally talking about it again because we started just talking Usual Suspects. He's sitting there listening to this thing, going like, "Where is this an April Fool's joke?" Like I clicked on a podcast that it was going to be talking about, my favorite movie.
But the reason I tell that story is just to say how good The Fugitive is. The fact that you compare it to those other 2 90s classics, the movie I'm still thinking about a week later is The Fugitive. That's the one that has really stuck in my head. And I think there's a few reasons for that, and we can get into that, but I had a phenomenal viewing experience this week of The Fugitive.
So good.
So I'll kick it to you. So now, did you rewatch The Fugitive? Now, The Fugitive, I think the reason that you switched your pick, it wasn't just for my dad. It's also because this is one of your all-time favorite movies too.
Oh yeah, I as I told you, the movie lives rent free in my head. I know almost every line of the movie, back to back. Like forget about it. It's
For all the listeners at home, Greg has been sending me impressions of lines from the film.
If I want to watch The Fugitive, I just close my eyes and it's always there.
Are you suggesting that I killed my wife? Are you saying that I crushed her skull and then I shot her? How dare you! When I came home, there was a man in my house. I fought with this man. He had a mechanical arm. You find this man. You find this man.
Always interesting when we find leg irons with no legs in them.
Care to revise your statement?
What?
Would you like to change your bullshit story, sir?
He might have got out.
Your fugitive's name is Dr. Richard Kimble. Go get him. My, we are thirsty today, aren't we?
I didn't kill my wife.
I don't care. I don't bargain. Play that back. I want to hear the sound of an elevated train.
I knew that was an elevated train.
Oh yeah, big dog, you're never wrong.
Richard, I'm in the middle of a speech.
You almost got away with it, didn't you?
My friend Richard Kimble is not feeling well, obviously.
You switched the samples. You switched the samples after Lentz died. Did you kill Lentz too? He falsified his research so that our DU-90 could be approved and Devil and McGregor could give you Provasic.
I thought you didn't care.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then today you were going, did you rewatch it? I'm like, no, it lives rent free in my head. And then I started, but I was doing work and I had phone calls. So I started, I watched like the opening, I don't know, 2.5 minutes, and then it got distracted and then did not happen. And I was like, no, it didn't watch it. This is one that I didn't rewatch it right now. I did watch the opening and I sent you a screenshot so you wouldn't have a panic attack. And
just to appease me. You're like, look, it's the credits. See, I'm watching it.
Look, I'm doing it. And then you felt really good for the next 2 hours, and now you're going to have a freak out. You're going to be, it's not going to work. But,
well, it's going to be similar to like Jaws. Like the first few movies that we picked, you didn't rewatch them because they were movies that are just like beloved favorites of yours. Like Jaws, you've seen like 100 times. And so you didn't need to rewatch it. So we had a great conversation about that. I couldn't tell.
We did. We proved that if I don't rewatch it, and I watched it, 3,000 times on VHS tapes, and then recorded it into little audio cassette tapes, and then listened to those in my headphones instead of doing, paying attention in class. I know the film.
Yeah. See, I'm not used to that. I think one thing I'm learning about you is actually how well you know some of these movies. I'm actually like really impressed by that because to me, I'm not like that.
Yeah, when you decide to donate your entire childhood to just putting in VHS tape after VHS tape after VHS tape after VHS, and just over and over rewind. Like the most annoying part was having to rewind because that's this is going to be like 8 minutes of nothing.
Yeah,
I got to put on Ricky Lake while the tape, rewinds over here. And I was always looking at that as like, it's not like, oh, the kid's in front of the TV, this is a bad thing. I was watching movies and studying them and studying like all the aspects. I was looking at the shots, looking at the progressions, looking at the acting, looking at the lighting, looking at that. So it's like, it's not like some kids can watch something, and just be like mind numb or they're just, whatever they're watching. Like, I started realizing, in college that other people watch movies differently. Like, I'd be watching something with a girlfriend and she's just talking about the outfits and she's literally just staring at the movie for fashion. And I was like,
oh yeah,
have you noticed this, or this, like any of the other things that are going on here? It's like, no, but I can tell you all their outfits. I'm like, oh, people watch different movies. They watch the same movie, but in their brain, it's a different film that they are watching.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're not noticing the terrible acting in this at all? That's not distracting you? You're like, no, the outfits are great. I'm just like, oh, I didn't realize that. I mean, costume design is something at the Academy Awards. So there's people that's the way they love watching things and getting into it. But anyway, your father's going to blow his head off. The Fugitive. We're talking about The Fugitive, and let's just get into the opening because I think when we start talking about the movie, I think we'll just be into the movie.
Yeah.
So the opening of this movie, just to mention the opening of it, I'm always reminded of Shawshank Redemption. I don't think they did the same thing or not, but I know that the opening of Shawshank Redemption was the one where they had a whole courtroom scene, and then they had the Andy Dufresne sitting outside of the house, and in the edit of that, they decided in the edit to say, we're going to intercut this.
That's right.
And did they do that because of The Fugitive that came out the year before in 1993? Don't know, but The Fugitive works fantastic from the opening of this movie. As soon as it starts, it's literally 40 minutes of just nonstop. Like, you are into every aspect of this movie. You set up this character right away. You set up his job, what he does for a living. He even set up, the Provasic aspect of just like, oh, that's that thing. You set up all the kind of characters that are in that, and you set up his wife really well because you get introduced to the wife and then she's gone right away. But you feel a connection between the two of them really well, especially when he's like, what he does so well in that movie is, I think it's one of Ford's best acted roles that he has done. And he even said specifically himself in one interview that I saw of him, he goes, "You'll not hear me say this often, about one of his films." He goes, "But that's a damn good movie." And it's like to hear Ford actually say that, because he's always like throwing little jokes and quips and things under the bus. He was very proud of that film. And while it was in editing, he even had a thing where the director came to show him a sequence, and he showed him, the Ford finger sequence. "When I came home, there was a man in my house. I fought with this man. He had a mechanical arm. You find this man." And that "you find this man" with the finger point was, he watched that scene cut together. Ford watched that scene and he hugged the director and he said, "You get it. Like, you're telling this story and you're getting across what is, what we're doing here." Because he was very involved with even the scripting. He would bring other actors in and they would like redo scenes. He had tremendous control on this. He was able to, because they wanted to sign him to do the movie, and then he said no. And then they came back to him a little bit later, and it was like, okay, yeah, maybe we'll do this. And he had in his contract he could pick the director of the film.
Okay.
And I believe the producer at the same time wanted Andrew Davis, because Under Siege had just come out. And then about the same time or something like that, I think Ford ended up calling in and saying, "I saw this movie Under Siege. I want that guy as the director." And obviously, Andrew Davis worked with Tommy Lee Jones in Under Siege.
That's
So
right.
they were attached. So he brought him over and goes, "You're going to be my Samuel Gerard." And his same weird directing style that he did in Under Siege, where I think he kind of noticed, like, Steven Seagal's not a great actor. He's not going to hold up this film here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Tommy Lee Jones go rogue.
Yeah.
And Tommy Lee Jones is like, just takes over that role and becomes a huge, he becomes his own Joker in that movie, like aspects of stuff that he's doing. And that's what Andrew Davis allowed Tommy Lee Jones to do. That's why all of those scenes, and this is kind of the most important thing about this movie to me, is that whenever they cut away from Ford and they cut to Tommy Lee Jones, it's not in the stupid way of where you go, "Oh, here's a filler scene. Now we get to see what the cops are doing." Like, those scenes in movies when they're bad, like The Bourne Identity does them all the time. They just cut to the computer people and they're like, he's running. And you're just like, I don't care about any of you computer people. You're just a filler to tell us something that you think we don't know about the plot, and you move it forward. Almost all of the scenes with Tommy Lee Jones and his whole crew, because they're just a unit. They're a great unit. All of those scenes are so entertaining, and almost every single one of them was completely ad-libbed on the day. Tommy Lee Jones would get with them, and they go, "All right, what are we doing? How are we going to make this scene better?" And specifically the one where he goes, "Noah, what are you doing?" And he goes, "I'm thinking." He goes, "Thinking. Well, think me up a cup of coffee and a chocolate donut with some of those little sprinkles on it while you're thinking."
Yeah.
It's that scene was in the script. He goes, "I need some coffee." And then Noah goes, "Yes, sir." That's what was written on the page. And that's just one example of what happened. Like, think about how funny the entirety of that. It's a little, like, 20-second little scene that happens when the guy did a Peter Pan right off this bridge right here. Number one, all ad-libbed. They came up with that. That's not in the script. And then the whole sequence after that, where they're just lost. Like, that would be a scene that's just cut out in a movie today. They go, trim the fat, cut that out. It's so entertaining that the U.S. Marshals, sorry, I said cops before, but the U.S. Marshals are marching around completely lost, going, "Well, how the fuck do we get out of this fucking thing?" You know what I mean? It just builds those little characters sequence. And then there's a fantastic, like, one shot of him walking down the thing. Anyway, I'll stop talking for a bit here.
Yeah. I just want to say, great point about Shawshank Redemption. Very similar. I mean, and that's one thing I always loved about this movie, is that it runs you through, this flashback structure. It starts with the murder of the wife. Kimble is essentially arrested. He's questioned. He's convicted. He's put in prison. And then it also gives you flashbacks to the party the night of the murder, and this is all before the credits are even over. It's like within 8 or 10 minutes, you have like an entire first act of a movie.
And to my recollection, that was one of the first to kind of be doing that, with making a credit sequence not just be like, okay, we're going to have the credits now, or we're going to have the opening credits just over dialogue or whatever. Like, I don't remember another one that did like a montage like that, or at least did it so popular in such a popular film, because this film was huge, like, when it came out. Like, it had, it was a TV show, and then, they took that brand and they went through a bunch of scripts to try to get this right. They had some terrible ideas.
Yeah, this was during that run in the 90s where Hollywood was actually remaking like TV shows from the 60s. They did it with Mission Impossible, very famously and successfully, but this was a TV show. I've never seen the show. I'm too young for that.
I'd seen some reruns of certain episodes when I was young, but never, like, they're all out of context and no idea.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, and so then it was adapted like into this amazing single film.
That was one of Ford's things that he said. He goes, there needs to be, because the whole thing with like chasing the one-armed man or whatever, I mean, there's some sort of hack in that it kept going and it kept going, and he would solve other mysteries or something like that along the way. I mean, they made four seasons or something out of it. But he had insisted on this. He goes, this movie needs to have an ending. And I think the eventual writer who did this as well, even though obviously the script got changed a lot, had that same thing of like, no, this needs to be one cohesive story. We're not going to go down sidetracks. It's going to be Richard Kimble, the one-armed man. It's going to be resolved at the end of this, because people were waiting for all those other seasons. When is it going to be resolved? When is it going to be resolved? And I looked it up. They said the last episode of the TV series had, like, at the time, it was something like 60 million people had watched it or something like that, which is like not broken until MASH or something. It was like, it was back when there was less things on TV, so people would sit around. Now everyone's fractionated, but
yeah, I totally agree with you. It's one of those movies that you can't turn off. It starts and it's like you have to watch the whole thing. It's just like you want to see it all resolve. There's so many interesting threads, and they're all going to tie together and pay off, and it's like you just have to see that happen. Like, I think Hazel and I started playing it pretty late at night, but we just couldn't turn it off. We're like, we have to finish this movie. It's a murder mystery. That's actually what it is. I think that's why it's so good, is because even though you kind of, in a way, know who the killer is, or at least it's like a murder mystery that's not a murder mystery.
But it's not him, and I think that's the biggest point of that movie. They're not teetering on, ooh, hey, audience, did he do it? No, you need to feel for this guy, and you need to feel for his loss that he went through, and now he's wrongfully accused. And you don't see him fighting back, but and then just go book him, and then he doesn't fucking say a goddamn thing until after the fucking train crash. You know what I mean? Like, you just seen this innocent guy be like, oh my god, his life was destroyed, and now he's going into the pits of hell for the rest of his life, just because he like the gavel coming down and his shake on that thing, like, that's the moment it became real to him, and he's just like this guy's still in shock for months of like, my wife was horribly murdered. And everyone's saying, I did it. Like, dude, imagine that. It's so bad. You feel Ford in that.
Yeah, and you're right. That opening sequence, I agree about Harrison Ford. Like, I actually thought that watching it this time, I thought, this is a phenomenal performance that he's giving here.
I think Presumed Innocent is maybe the only other movie where I think his acting might be better. The Alan J. Pakula film. I think that's the only one that would rival this. Even Frantic, good, very good, very good.
Yeah.
I can't say enough about Ford within this. Under good direction, like when given that space, and especially during this time period, him hitting drama was great.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Tommy Lee Jones won the Oscar for this for Best Supporting Actor, but as I was watching it, I was thinking, yeah, but Ford, though, is also so good.
So good.
Like, he's just as good. It's the two of them. It's this two-hander between the two of them. And yeah, they're both incredible.
And the great thing about that movie, you love both of them, by the end. So they're hating each other the whole movie. Gerard starts coming around. Gerard doesn't hate. He's just a bulldog that has his, here's my mission, to get this guy. And then he starts, questioning little by little. But even at the point where he's kind of questioning, he's still trying to shoot through the glass at him. You know what I mean? He's like, I'm gonna fucking get you no matter what. This is my job. I'm a caged animal, and my job is to run after you and kill you. And I have a funny story about that scene later that I'll tell you about.
Yeah, and by the way, so this movie came out in 1993.
Yeah.
The very next year, 1994, was Shawshank Redemption, which had almost the identical opening. Okay, now I looked up. You had mentioned this to me before, and I thought this was a great point, that we wondered if Shawshank had been influenced by this movie.
What did you find?
And we said, were they made by the same studio? The Fugitive was made by Warner Brothers. Shawshank Redemption was released through Castle Rock Entertainment, which, guess what, is a subsidiary of Warner Brothers.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
So perhaps
I can definitely see a trickle-down effect of going, you know what really worked well last year?
Yeah.
And also, maybe, I was going to say Jan de Bont, so not him. Why did I think of Speed? Because again, 1994, my brain will go to that. But Darabont, I mean, there's no way Darabont didn't see and love the opening of The Fugitive, and probably his editor did as well. And if they go, hey, this opening's not working, it's a little whatever, let's experiment.
Yeah.
But the funny part, this movie, Michael Chapman, DP on this, right?
Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. Confirm that, because I remember an interview with him where he did not get along with the director, and he tried to get off of this movie after they were working together. He was literally saying, I haven't cashed my checks. Like, there's an interview of him saying that I haven't cashed my checks. Like, I'll just get me off of this picture. But he was contractually obligated. They're like, no, you have to continue this.
Wow, that's crazy.
The Taxi Driver has a connection to fucking Fugitive.
Right. Michael Chapman, same cinematographer as Taxi Driver, also Raging Bull, and many, many other films. And then, I didn't know he was the DP for this. So
yeah, and he hated it. I mean, I don't know if he hated the film, but he hated the process of filming it. I can see certain aspects of that. I can kind of get. He's probably, Raging Bull, you get to sit there. I get my lighting. I get everything perfect. And this, aspect of directing, hey, we're making up scenes on the day. I could see him not liking the unstructured aspect of certain things there and just going like, well, I'd like to set some lights. Like, no, it's fine. It's cloudy. It looks good. Let's just go. I could see, and we're steady camming here. We're doing whatever. Like, and he's just like, what is happening? You're coming up with scenes like there's no the scene of them getting lost. It's not like a scripted, hey, this is in the script. It's like, hey, this is funny. They're go. Hey, Michael, yeah, get the camera. We're gonna just do this. What is going on? Like, I can see his structure not being something that would work well within this.
Okay, that's interesting.
But sometimes you make some of your best work because the cinematography is not distracting in any way whatsoever. It doesn't brag about itself, and it's just well-shot movie that lets the storyline and the characters come to the forefront.
Yeah, the movie looks great. I was thinking while watching it, it's one of those movies where you think they don't make them like this anymore,
They don't.
Yeah, I wanted to say about the one-armed man thing, the mystery, because I said it was like a murder mystery. And I think what works so well about that is they show you the flashbacks. Like, you see him struggle with the guy with the arm, and you see the prosthetic arm. So the movie essentially tells you he's telling the truth. But then it becomes a question of like, well, who is this one-armed man? And it's almost more like not really who is the murderer, but why, right? It's really like, that's the question, is like, why did this happen? And also the suspense of, will he be able to win his innocence? Like, will he be able to overturn this wrongful conviction?
Yeah, 100% on that. And the interesting part is the audience doesn't really even get to have a breath to ask that question to themselves until 40 minutes into the movie. Like, the scene that happens that I always found the most boring as a child was when it ends. He runs up to the tree, and then he falls down and he goes to sleep, and then it's like a flashback. I enjoy it, now. But as a kid, I was just adrenaline rush for the first 40 minutes of this movie, and it's just heightened fear and everything, and then he's doing little nice things along the way. You know, he's got a puncture in the upper gastric area. How does he know that? From looking at his face. Like, it's just a nice little, hey, I'm still a doctor, I'm still a good guy, and we're moving on. And now I'm doing the dumbest thing ever, which you steal an ambulance, and you start, oh yeah, they're never gonna find you in an ambulance.
Right. Yeah, it's so good.
He does. Besides that, maybe I wouldn't say dumbest thing ever, because that is something that you can flip the switch and, go fast and do whatever. But it's every little move in that is so like smart and done well. Like, I've got to run, I've got to get into a new outfit. It's very cool, I think, just character wise, for where does he feel most comfortable, because he needs to fix himself. He's a surgeon. He goes back to a hospital. Then he knows exactly how to blend in.
Yeah.
And then he uses, like, a doctor, you just kind of figure, hey, this guy's pretty smart. And he is really smart. He's like, okay, I'm going to shave. I'm going to dye my hair. I'm going to do all this stuff. And then, when confronted with, a police officer, one of the first times, because it happens so many times in the movie, one of the first times the police officer is walking by and he goes, oh, shit. And he's like, hey, doc, have you heard that this guy, 5A? And he faces it in such a smart way, where he's just like, everything except the beard, pal. And then
Right.
the guy gets, they do the perfect thing, which they do throughout the movie, that little thing of like, doc, and then he does like, zip up your fly, and he puts the bagel in his mouth or whatever. He's like, thanks. And it's a little extra thing to the audience, because it's the Hitchcock building suspense everywhere throughout the movie. And it
Yeah.
doesn't let you go away. He sees cops wherever he goes. Even when he rents the apartment on the second floor, there's some pederast up there doing whatever, and cops are running in then at that point. And that was like intercut with, oh my God, is this going to be Gerard? Like, every aspect of that. When he's getting into the elevator, like, a cop comes in and he like puts his head down, and then like 5 other cops come around him, and you see
Right.
him like smile, and he's doing that, like, it's almost the audience. It's like such a little release for that audience there, going like, yeah, we can't believe it either, like, because we're so in it with you.
Yeah. Yeah, he's such a cool character.
He's a superhero in a certain way.
Kind of, yeah, he is, because he's saving, even though he's on the run for, murder, falsely convicted, but he's
And he's
on
trying
the
to save
run for his
himself.
life. He's trying to save
Yeah.
himself, but along the way, he's still saving other people, and yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah. The kid with the thing, he gets in the elevator with him, and Julianne Moore, says like, he's like, how's the kid? Saved his life.
Right.
And you're just like, oh, he does good wherever he goes.
Yeah, it's true, it's true. He's like this angel character. He's like looking over you,
Yeah, he's still a doctor at heart who, you
Yeah.
get this little piece
Yeah.
of gold in it. And Gerard goes from, I don't care, into, that great
Right.
ending scene with them,
Yeah,
which we can go
yeah.
into it later, but
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he wins over Gerard. He's like what you wish all doctors were,
Yeah.
It's like this is like the perfect doctor.
I had a pediatrician, Dr. Wanaka, who kind of looked a little bit like him too. I also thought my dad looked like Indiana Jones when I was growing up too. I think I just like anybody, I just like put Ford on them, and I'm like, oh, if I like you,
Yeah.
you're a version of Harrison Ford.
What's funny is Hazel was watching the movie with me. She goes, "He kind of looks like Greg." She thought you looked like Harrison Ford.
Well, I'll take that as a
Hey.
compliment any day.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll start looking like him more as soon as I get rid of this fucking 40-year-old baby face.
Yeah, you got the beard. You got you got the look.
Speaking of the beard within this, so the studio started, asking for dailies.
Okay.
And as soon as they came, they were shooting the beginning of the movie, and they just saw a beard, and they go, we did not pay for this. Audiences did not pay for and they were like, oh, good. Well, we haven't shot the transition yet anyway. I don't know if he was always going to shave there, or if the studio forced that. But as soon as they saw the openings that they were filming, they were like, get the beard off of him. You know what I mean? Like, this is not, we didn't pay for Harrison Ford to have a fucking beard, especially back in the 90s, every superhero, this, that, whatever. I mean, think about none of them have beards.
Yeah. You said Hitchcock before, and I thought Harrison Ford in the movie reminds me of like Cary Grant in North by Northwest. It's the power of a movie star, right? Hitchcock said about Cary Grant, he said, I don't have to get you to like the character. I just cast Cary Grant. That's the power of a movie star. And I think that's the power of Harrison Ford in this movie.
No, that's brilliant. You torture Indiana Jones.
Right.
We're gonna love him because it's 1993. Who doesn't love Harrison Ford?
Yeah.
We all love Harrison Ford. It's 1993. Even now, it's 2025. We still all love Harrison Ford.
Yeah. He's one of the all-time movie stars.
He's huge. Dude, it's fucking Han Solo. It's fucking Indiana Jones. Anything he's fucking in. I mean, Robert Zemeckis, you put him in the bathtub. What are we doing here? I don't know. But it's Harrison Ford. I love Harrison Ford.
What is it? Is that What Lies Beneath?
Yeah. I saw it one time in the theater, and I went. Harrison Ford's not my bad guy. Don't do that to me.
Right,
Don't. You betrayed who he was. You took my childhood hero, and now he's drowning his wife like a psychopath. I go, not for me. Not for me. If it wasn't Harrison Ford, maybe it works.
Ooh.
Not my Harrison Ford.
Yeah. Ooh, that's like a play on The Fugitive. In this one, he actually does try to kill his wife.
Yeah, in that one, in that one, he does try to kill us. Exactly.
Yeah.
Harrison Ford to me is always the good guy, even when he's Han Solo, whatever. He's the good. I think he kind of knows that because I think he is that guy in person. He went out there and he fucking, on a helicopter, went out there and saved a fucking kid on a fucking side of a fucking mountain, and he fucking doesn't want to, he doesn't want to have to go out there and fucking do interviews about it and whatever the fuck. Like, he is a good person, so he's playing the character of being a good person, and he does that well. I don't want to see Harrison Ford play a fucking, you rub the lotion on his skin. I don't want to see that. That's not my Harrison Ford. My Harrison Ford is a really good person who is a really good person in real life, and he's a really good person in the movies that he plays. And he can be wrongfully convicted or doing this or that, and he can have certain conflicting aspects to him that make him, a little bit seedy. But my Harrison Ford doesn't drown his wife and sit there staring at her going, you're like this. I'm glad they experimented. And the audience also said, yeah, we like Forrest Gump and we like Harrison Ford, but we don't like the Forrest Gump director using Harrison Ford to fucking murder his wife, who, is, what's her name from fucking Wolf and, why am I forgetting her name? She's fucking... gorgeous woman.
Michelle Pfeiffer.
I'm sorry, Michelle. No one wants to see Harrison Ford kill Michelle Pfeiffer, directed by Forrest Gump director. We don't want to see that. Don't do it. And I think they got it. It's not like they did it over and over. They go, okay, we tried, and we go, good. We ran the experiment. No one wants to see it. Can we get Harrison Ford back to being a good guy? Can we get Michelle Pfeiffer back to not dying? Can we get you back on the track of Forrest Gump?
Okay. So we talked about how the credits, are still going, and there's like so much story that's happening, and the credits are still going. And really, I think once the credits stop, the real opening big scene of the film is the escape and the train crash.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure you remember growing up in the 90s, because you and I are two 90s kids. That train crash sequence was so famous in the 90s. Yes. That was considered like one of the greatest action sequences of all time.
And I'll tell you, it was a marketing ploy. And this is very interesting because it was big when this movie came out. What they kept saying was, we did everything real. We did the train real. We did this, and they did. They had a train, and it was a big train, and it went and it did the whole thing. But in one of the shots, one of the main shots, it derailed from the track too early. And they had always planned to do miniatures, which they did flawlessly within this as well. Also, the shot of him running and jumping off is actually a rear screen projection shot that's done great. By then, he'd already torn his ACL, which we can go into. A small story about that. That's why he's limping throughout the majority of the film. But they did shoot, and the miniature guys had in their contracts, they weren't allowed to say that they had worked on this. They were not allowed to talk about that because the studio wanted to build up. This was real. It was a big thing, which again, they did. They shot a big train doing its thing, but they also shot miniature shots and intercut them flawlessly. Like it's perfectly done. It's the great movie magic. And especially that shot of Harrison Ford jumping. Now that specific one, of it hitting, I believe, is the miniature shot. And you see him in the yellow suit jumping, and he's like, CGI matted in or green screen or whatever the hell. Either way, that looks great.
Right. Yeah.
So again, the marketing company had said while they were in production, because they had a hard drop date, they go, we need to start advertising this film. And they said, we need a teaser. What are we going to do for the teaser?
Oh.
So when after the crash had happened, which is the greatest, every hen house, outhouse, doghouse in this area, that scene they shot specifically for the teaser. It was from an earlier draft of the script, and they go, marketing is saying that we need to have a thing right here. And there actually is online a partial take of him of Tommy Lee Jones doing that performance, not into it. It's not, listen up, ladies and gentlemen, our fugitive has been on the run for 90 minutes, bearing on even ground. Like, he's not into it. He's going, listen up, ladies and gentlemen, our fugitive has been on the run for 90 minutes. Like, it's like a take one where you go like, okay, Tommy, you're commanding. Let's get you into this. Like, there's let's go. And there's a take of it. But what they did was they shot that scene just for the teaser, and him going take 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, whatever it was. Listen up, ladies and gentlemen. And it's so powerful. It wasn't in the final shooting script, but it had been in the previous script. And the director goes, fine, to appease them, they need something. Let's have them do this. And he fucking murdered it. And you go, oh my God, you're fucking killing it. And then they needed to intercut within that. The teaser is that scene intercut with Harrison Ford in the yellow jumpsuit running through the woods. So they went and they shot a bunch of Harrison Ford running through the woods. Okay. And when he was running through the woods over uneven ground, he fucking tore his ACL in that sequence for the fucking teaser that they wanted to do. And I'm sure they were going to use those shots in the movie no matter what. He's got that weird, he does this with his arm for whatever fucking reason as he's running through. Nobody will understand what I'm doing here, but if people in the movie will know this weird thing when he's running. And I love the fact that I think a lot of this movie, and I love what's so good about it, is the fact of, I'm going to go on a rant here. I really do like the director within this going, this is a big thing of going, if you cast it right, you've done your job. And if you have really talented people there who actually give a fuck about what's going on, the rushed script in this case that was put together, and they did a really good job on their thing. But knowing that is imperfect, and knowing on the day, hey, do I trust my actors enough to go, guys, listen, do you give a shit enough? Make this scene better. Do it, and I'll shoot the scene. It's a Larry David way of going, why is Curb Your Enthusiasm interesting? Because I know the beginning, and I know the end. I know where we need to get at this scene. This is where the scene starts. Here's the motivation. Here's the end. Yes, somebody sat down and they wrote their thing. Can we make this better right now? And I know that's could be very like, we're screaming around, no, I wrote my precious words, my this and that. Fine, sure, yes, there's a time and there's a place. But within this movie, they did not follow that. And they went rogue. And they trusted the actors. And the director sat there going like, okay, what can you come up with? What's better than this? Let's tear this apart today. Do it. Show me what you got. I wouldn't even be involved in you doing that. Show me what you got. And Harrison Ford got to that part where he would pull the actors away and do that on his own. And Tommy Lee Jones was doing his thing on his own. So when I forget the actress's name, there's another actress within the film who wasn't famous at the time, but she's very known now. She's the blonde-haired woman named Kathy in the movie. It was Kathy, you're a beaut. Like, what's that actress's name?
Yeah, you're talking about Jane Lynch.
Yes, Jane Lynch. She wasn't a famous person at the time.
That's
Julianne Moore was not a famous person at the time. But Jane Lynch has a very interesting interview that's online of her going, Harrison Ford would pull me into his trailer prior to a scene and go, we're going to rewrite this scene. What can we do better in this scene? And that's the type of freedom that was given within this movie that I think
is the most unique thing about this film. This is not actors showing up to say lines. This is actors that the director gave enough freedom there, and you can see it. You can see it from the cinematographer going, I didn't like this structure. I didn't like what was going on, but I didn't get to finish that end of the story. Michael Chapman said, I didn't like that, but I was also nominated for Best Cinematography. And The Fugitive was nominated for 7 other Academy Awards, including Best Picture. It was nominated for all of those. Tommy Lee Jones is the only one who won, but it was nominated for 7 Academy Awards. And a movie like this, in this type of genre in 1993, that is a feat that is not been accomplished.
Yeah, this was the year of Schindler's List. So
you weren't gonna win. You weren't gonna win. You were going to take home the little man. You were not going to take home the little golden man.
So since you brought that up, let me ask you, because I had thrown this out to you before. I had said that Tommy Lee Jones won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, and that was the same year as Ralph Fiennes in Schindler's List. Now, Ralph Fiennes has since never won an Oscar. And when you look back at his career, you think, gosh, Schindler's List, I mean, that was the role.
Was he nominated for English Patient? I think
he was probably nominated for English
Patient.
Nominated. Yeah, but watching this performance back by Tommy Lee Jones, I'm taking nothing away from the performance.
I get it.
But I have to wonder. I'll ask you a question. Do you think that was the right decision?
I'm gonna go silent for a second. I'm really gonna think about that.
Because I will say, while you think, in 1993, I know that
how can I think if you talk? I can't do it. I can't. I have to process what you're saying. I'm trying to go into a Zen mode state of. You asked me the deepest question, because Schindler's List is, I think, the most important Steven Spielberg movie he's ever made. I think the acting done by... Now, I'm just going to think out loud. If I sat and thought for 10 seconds silently, I could give you an answer, and it would just come out as an answer. But I would process all of these thoughts that I'm having right now. That would normally, that would take a human being 10 minutes, which probably this rant is going to be that long. I think the right decision was made. I think the right decision was made. I think
wow.
Ralph Fiennes went to a place that Ralph Fiennes is not. He went to a very horrific type of thing, and he made that person. He not judged that person. He treated that type of person as a real character, as opposed to treating that person as an evil person. Ooh. I think what Tommy Lee Jones did here, fantastic. If Ralph Fiennes wasn't up, Tommy Lee Jones in any year would still win.
This is tough. It's like Sophie's Choice. You're choosing between your two babies.
It's Sophie's Choice. It's Sophie's Choice. I love the fact, and I think it was right, and I love the fact that Tommy Lee Jones wins. I get it. I love it. The Fugitive needed to win something that year, and if it's going to win something, it needs to win that specific role. It was great. The speech, when he goes up there to give it, he has a bald head, and he goes, and he literally first says, like, I don't have a bald head. Obviously it's for a role, it's something that's going on. He most passionately, from what I remember from that, like, kisses his wife or like on her face, and I would never take that award away from him. He deserves to win that role.
Okay, yeah.
I've liked him from what's the Sissy Spacek movie that he was first in? The very first Sissy Spacek movie, the Coal Miner's Daughter. Yeah. And I go, that guy's fucking amazing. I know he's really an edgy type of person that certain people get along with and don't, and I've seen very, specific things about him being whatever. If Schindler's List did not have a good light shined upon it, that it did not already have, like, hey, this is an important film, people need to see this, and Ralph Fiennes got enough praise. So I'll take back my answer and I'll say this. Schindler's List was already getting enough praise.
Yeah.
I'm glad that The Fugitive got one little gold man. And if it was going to go to something, I'm glad it went to Tommy Lee Jones.
I would have loved for it to go to Harrison Ford because he doesn't have a little gold man.
Yeah. I think for me, I think it's a testament to just how great of a character he created. That I don't know if we had quite seen, a FBI agent, a marshal like that. It's kind of a cliched character, Oh, it's the cop hunting the fugitive. Like, okay, it's been in a lot of movies. And I feel like Tommy Lee Jones, he just created this freshness to it.
Elevated.
He did. He elevated it. He did it in a way where it was like almost like a boredom or like a frustration of just like, I'm the best at this. Like, I'm the only one who's really that great at this. Everyone else doesn't know what they're doing. It's almost like a little bit annoying to him,
It's no, you nailed it there. It's annoying to him because I think that's what he did. He put himself into the role. He's a person that looks annoyed in any interview I've ever seen him do.
Yeah.
He literally, and the director gave him that leeway to go, be you. Be you. How would you be as Samuel Gerard? I'm going to be fucking annoyed. Yeah. Why isn't this kid doing this? What? We're fucking getting the little fucking sprinkles on top. What are you fucking thinking? Like, fucking do this fucking shit. Do that fucking shit. And you said a point. You said a very specific thing there, and I'm forgetting the word right now. But you go, the character he created. I very specifically think that you're 1,000% right in that because the director allowed him the creativity to go, hey, you could change your lines, do this. They created that. It's not just him. That group of like the fucking 4 or 5 of them that are in that group, they succinctly got put together and got to say, hey, what is this each day? What is this scene going to be? How are we going to elevate this scene? How can we make it better? How can we do this? Yeah. And I think that is so much better. And this is going to be controversial. Sorry. But one writer can sit in their room and make a certain movie. And that's fine. And that's great. And if you're making a Kubrick movie, sure, it needs to come from a singular vision and this and that and whatever, and that's your thing. And Wendy, I'm going to rip it up and nobody changes my script, sure, whatever. Even though fucking Kubrick's changing his script God knows how many times. But I'm more talking Aaron Sorkin, whatever. You have certain dialogue, Tarantino, you have certain things, this and that. This type of movie is made for a different reason from a different audience. And I like the way that this director approached this specific movie of giving that, because that's a challenge. And it's a very interesting it becomes a very interesting type of art piece to go, hey, you want to say a movie is a collaboration of a bunch of people? Well, this really is. And it's really going, okay, elevate the scene on the day, make it better. Show me what you got. We're either going to shoot the script or show me something better. And that's why those actors got into it. And that's why Tommy Lee Jones got so into it that the director had to go, yeah, you're kind of forgetting the fact that this should be this. You still need to be steering the ship. Hey, guys, I'll give you the leeway. Make it better. If you make it better, we're thumbs up in that. That's going to be good. That's what we're shooting on today. But if you start going off course, you got to trust me because I'm still the captain of the ship. And I think this was a big, almost like film school experience with like a giant fucking budget. Because I don't know any other movie that is this big on this level that has gone that off script when it comes to dialogue within sequences. Every goddamn sequence with Gerard and the other ones, his whole group, is not in the fucking script.
Yeah. I didn't know they did that. The only other movie that comes to mind is Iron Man. The first Iron Man movie, they didn't have a script and they started shooting and they would do the exact same thing where they would just write it on the day. They'd be up at 3:00 in the morning writing.
I remember them talking about that and they go, we go into John's trailer and we sit there and we figure it out. And I think that one specifically works because John is an actor. And I think he gets it from that point. And he's a great director, but he's originally an actor and he knows, I still know how to guide the ship, but I know how to make things a little bit better. And I'm sure the studio was fucking terrified.
Yeah. And very similarly, there you have Robert Downey Jr., who's an incredible dramatic actor, but he's also hilarious. And I think the same is true with Tommy Lee Jones, that he's actually underrated in how funny he is. He's hysterical.
100%. Yeah.
Right? So he's a brilliant dramatic actor and also a brilliant comedian.
Fantastic.
One of my favorite moments with Gerard in The Fugitive is after Kimble jumps off the dam and then they're trying to find the body and he calls in the search crew and he said, the other police officer says, what are you talking about? The guy's fish food, right? And Gerard, I don't know the line. Do you know the line?
Gerard said, "Well, go get your pole and ate him," or it says something really quick like that, which makes no sense to me,
Right.
even in my memory. Well, go catch a pole and ate him. Like it's. I was like, is this some Southern expression that I kind of don't remember right? And there's two more. There's actually one more beat to that I'm not saying. He's like, well, fine. Then they go catch a pole and ate him. It's something like that. I'm not remembering it perfectly.
That's right. Oh wow. Okay, I'm looking at it. The other guy, the cop says the guy's fish food. And Gerard says, okay, get a cane pole.
Cane pole.
Catch the fish that ate him.
Catch the fish that ate him.
Get a cane pole and catch the fish that ate him.
Okay, so I remember the cadence, because I never understood what he said, because it doesn't, if you listen back to it, he goes, okay, go get a banana. Like, it's one of those delivered in a weird way, but yeah, I remember the cadence.
He says it so fast, but like, I thought of that moment because I thought that just shows it's like the determination of this guy. Like everybody else wants to take the lazy road, right? They want to say, oh, he's probably dead. Like just forget about it. They don't want to be troubled. And Gerard is like, he's like the Stanley Kubrick of U.S. Marshals.
Yes.
Right? He's like, no, you're going to show me a body. I will not rest until I know
Napoleon.
for a fact. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. It's it. It's like, yeah, okay, great. That's what you're giving me as your hypothesis. Prove it.
Right. So it's like he's on another level. And I think that's the quality Tommy Lee Jones took that character to, where it's like he's smarter than everybody. He's more determined. He's so good at his job that it's like he's just frustrated with everybody else. It's like he refuses.
And the next cut from my memory, I don't know if I'm right, but I think from my memory, when he goes, go catch a bull and eat him. It's basically that guy going, he's dead, and he's going, great, prove it. The next shot is of Richard Kimble coming up on the shore with the fucking thing way in the background, and he climbs up, and then he fucking weirdly just puts mud in his own eye. Like that's always been a weird like little moment. I like moments like that where they leave things in that are just weird. Because it's like something Harrison Ford did. He crawled up like out of the ooze up under the thing and then had this weird moment where he just did something and put it on his eye. And other people or an editor might go like, oh, that looks weird. That looks like a mistake. Let me like cut this out. But they linger in certain moments. And they used to do this in the 90s. And they don't do it now. And I don't like that. Because this movie, as you saw from Hazel watching it, she was hooked. She was in. They didn't need to do other tricks and other things throughout there. You can just make a movie interesting and still linger on those certain moments of Gerard with his group walking around lost.
Yeah.
I said it before, I'll say it again. They would have cut that scene today. They would have gone, this movie's getting to fucking 2 hours. Like fucking, it's 2 hours and 10 minutes. We got to cut some shit. We got to get more views, more fucking, if we cut out 20 minutes of this movie, we could fucking show it 2 more times in a fucking theater.
Yeah. Yeah, Gerard and Kimble, they're both determined. They're both like on this other level. They're both smarter than everybody, and they both will not rest until they achieve their goal. And it's like,
I absolutely will not stop until you are dead. They're both Terminators.
Yeah. And there is something just like so dynamic and appealing about that.
The funny part about that is they don't know it, but they're both after, if they're both after justice, they're both after the same man, the same entity. They just don't know it. Gerard is distracted going, I'm after Kimble, but you're really not after Kimble in the end.
That's very interesting.
When you actually give a shit, he's like, my job is to get Kimble, but that's his character arc throughout the piece is going, wait, my job is to get Kimble. I'm getting Kimble. I'm getting closer to Kimble, but wait, now I'm seeing it from Kimble's lens.
Right.
And my real job should not be to get Kimble.
Right.
My real job is, hold on, I become an actual useful detective within this thing. I'm not just a dog on a leash anymore.
Right.
My real job is I'm now becoming useful to society. I'm now becoming useful in the world. And I'm going, there's something deeper than just getting the man.
Yeah.
There's something deeper than that. And
Yeah.
I'm becoming part of the justice system.
Yeah.
Like,
It's getting the truth. It's not getting the man. Yeah, it's getting the truth.
Yes. He's becoming the Justice League.
Yeah. Yeah, and I that's a great arc too. I think that's part of the character as well, is the arc of, he says I don't care, and then over the course of the film he starts to investigate, and it's like what those Chicago cops couldn't do, Gerard is going to do their job for them.
And he realizes that he can. I think he
Yeah.
realizes that he can in that. And that's
Yeah.
an interesting thing of just like he likes the dog being the dog and doing the fight, getting the man and moving on to the next. But he starts to realize that he actually likes, hold on, I can be a Sherlock within this. It's not just a Sherlock to find the person, but wait a minute, the story is deeper, and who am I really after here?
Yeah.
So this is a great thing. The studio also requested, and this is interesting, like it seems like back then, the studios, yes, they're still organized, but it seemed less organized. And I think there was an interesting room for more creativity within certain aspects of that. It was like, oh, you're getting notes from the studio to do this and do that. And, we're doing whatever. It seems like now everything gets ironed out a little bit more. Like the reason they shot this in Chicago, because they had such quick amount of time in pre-production where they didn't even have a finalized script. But hey, Ford finally signed on. Okay, we've got Tommy Lee Jones. Boom. We now know who the director is going to be. We got to get this thing done. Okay, where is this going to take place? We have almost no time. The director had shot like, I don't know, 3 or something films in the past in Chicago, and he knew the area well. So he goes, oh, I know hospitals. I know this. I know that. I know waterfall, or dam, it had everything down where they get, even though they shot the train sequence somewhere else because that's the only place they got a train.
Okay.
But they were throwing this thing together quickly, and they had a release date that they were building to. So they almost had the pressure on them like Kimble had the pressure on them. It's we got to get this thing out. We got to go. And they hadn't finalized the scripts, and then, oh, quick, throw this together, do this. And then the studio gave notes to say he needs to have a love interest in the thing, which is why Julianne Moore was originally picked for that role.
Oh, wow.
Now, that would have been horrible.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
For the reason that they ended up saying back to the studio, the director finally stood up and said back to the studio, we just watched this guy have a loving relationship with his wife.
Yeah.
And now you want for the second half of the movie him to be on the run with Julianne Moore doing whatever. You're going to lose every audience member who cares about his wife. His whole thing is about his wife. And why are we dragging this Willie Scott around through the rest of this? No offense to that. It didn't mean to even say that. I'm just
I gotcha.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kate Capshaw. You're fantastic. I love you in that movie. I don't mean to say that.
Yeah, that would have been terrible.
But yeah, that would have been a horrible thing. And the studio finally backed off when it was explained to them the reasoning why that wouldn't work.
That would have lost people. Yeah, because the relationship with his wife. I mean, there's an element of this movie that's so tragic, because even though by the end of the film, yes, everything's resolved, but as the credits rolled, I just kept thinking,
where is he now?
Yeah, it's still so sad. So there's this like incredible heart at the center, which is like he, and they do a great job at the beginning in that opening montage where they're doing the flashbacks, and him and his wife, you get these brief glimpses where, she says, gosh, you look great in a tux. And there's this romance,
and he says to her in the car, he's like, oh, you look beautiful tonight, or like, I'm misremembering that exactly, but I think, yeah, you look beautiful.
Well, then she says, I'll wait. He gets a call to
I'll wait up for you,
surgery, and she says, I'll wait up for you, and then they're gonna make love that night, right? So
that's like, an echo. I'll wait up for you. I'll wait up for you. The editing echo of it is great.
Yeah.
Again, still haven't watched it in months. It's in the head. I know them all.
They love each other, and like she's at the party and she makes some joke about like, I was just on my last anecdote. It's like she's fun and she's beautiful.
I was down to my last joke.
Yeah, I was down to my last joke. Yeah, and it's like they're on the same page, and it's like they're they're a team, you can tell, and they have this amazing connection.
They're a team just in that short little brief thing. He points at her and he goes, "You come here. Like I'm stealing
Yeah.
her." And he controls the little situation that's happening there too. He also goes like, "Guys, back off now," like making a little thing out of
Right,
that. And then
all
he
the
goes,
men.
"You come here."
It shows that she's very desirable. It's like all the men are kind of around her, and yeah, and he has to
Yeah.
kinda pull her away. He's like, "Hey, guys, that's my wife,"
Yeah. It's so great.
Yeah, yeah, so there's this great, like, tragedy at the center of it, and so, yeah, you care through the whole movie, and it's almost like, yes, you wanna see him acquitted, or what's the word, you wanna see him, earn his innocence and, convince everybody that, of course, he's not this murderer. But there's also this kind of echo of the wife throughout the whole movie where it's almost like you want the justice for her as well. Like, you
Right.
wanna see the people pay for their crimes, It's like because they took her life, and there's this incredible tragedy.
And it was horrifically shown. Like
Right.
her with like brain damage, hemorrhaging going on, and she's trying to call out to her husband, and she's just going, Richard, Richard,
I know.
he's
Yeah.
trying to kill me." Like you could see the blood like rushing out of her brain, not operating correctly. And that actress, first of all, that's one of the greatest like death aspects to it. Love the editing with going into the negative that goes into her.
Yeah.
Love the hand with the glove on that comes down with a little hand and just
Yeah.
presses the off button.
Yeah. It's terrifying. It's like it's bone chilling.
It's like, oh my God, like it's this person who did this is a horror menace.
Yeah. The movie has almost like a horror movie element like that. It
Yeah.
starts I noticed I tried to watch the opening bit again today, and I turned it on, and immediately the first thing in the movie is almost like a jump scare. They put the title on the screen and the music goes bang.
Yeah.
Yes, and it gives you and when we watched it, Hazel and I when we watched it together, she actually jumped, just opening credit and the music comes in with that bang, and she was like, "Huh." And it's like it starts on this horror movie tone where it's a murder
Right.
that's taking
Yeah.
place. And the movie's like very scary actually. It has like this real darkness going on. And yet it also has, the lightness, like you said, the Tommy Lee Jones, the jokes, the think me up a chocolate donut with those sprinkles, you know?
It keeps you it moves you up and down the whole time. Your
Yeah.
emotions are not there. You don't get bored. You're never sitting there going like, "Oh, the next thing that's gonna happen is this is gonna be, they were cutting to this scene." Like, that never happens
Yeah.
throughout the whole movie. It's so rare to have that. Like, every aspect about that, when they're talking the whole elevated train sequence, like, that's just a fantastic sequence between them, and they're just bickering back and forth. Again, a lot of it ad-libbed, a lot of those, little things that are placed within there. But
Yeah.
it's so, like, you feel almost in who's the director of, the 9/11 movie that feels really real? I think it's Flight 93 or whatever, and you're just watching it from the like, air traffic controller type thing, and it's shot all handheld, and that has a very, like, documentary feel to it. Like, some of the scenes within this, with the Gerard thing, they're not shot like a documentary, but it has the feel where you're just like, "Oh, this is so natural, I'm not even questioning it." And only when you
Yeah.
start to actually think about it, you go, "This is so fucking naturalistic." Like, Joey Pants is sitting there, every time they cut to a close-up, the other lady who's in there in the group with them, you're just like, "Oh, I'm in on this team." Like, I'm with them, and I'm going, "Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, let's find him. Let's get there." Like, it does a good job of that too, because you kind of want everyone to succeed. You're not sitting there screaming at Gerard and them the whole time going like, "No, he's not guilty." Like, you're not. You're sitting there and you're going, "We like watching people solve problems, and they're trying to solve a problem." And it's a great line that he actually says, "Well, I am trying to solve a problem or puzzle, and I just found
Yeah.
a big piece." And then puts the phone down, and wait a minute, he didn't hang up. Like,
Yeah.
I love the fact of sorry, ranting, going too far, but I love the fact of like they first see each other the first time on that staircase. Richard, and he looks up, and they
Yeah.
both have that moment of okay. Now we have a face to the name. We've both seen each other eye to eye. We know what's going on here.
Yeah.
Then they run downstairs and they have the whole thing. And he'd already torn the ACL. I do have to get into that story. But that scene is an interesting story behind Tommy Lee Jones pulling out a gun and shooting. And he goes, my character, Gerard, would never do this in a public place. He would never pull out his gun and do this. And he had a weird stance to it. And he just said, I'm not doing this. And they said, you know, you have to do it, blah, 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 blah. He stormed off and he went and locked himself in his trailer. And then I think it was the director who finally had to come to him. Like, you know, I've locked myself in my trailer. Very baby, you know, move there. But also, it's kind of going to happen on set too if you let people be, which is great. I love this aspect. But if you let everyone be so, hey, we can go off book, you know, they're used to it. Every scene is off book. This is, you know, I now have ownership over the writing and what my character does and things. You know, you're going to get that aspect to it. So that's, you know, you've let out the creativity of Tommy Lee Jones, who's now totally into this character. You know, I don't bargain. You know, he's that guy. Yeah. So when you tell him, hey, you have to do this thing, and he goes, I don't want to do that thing. I don't like that. It did a really good job of whoever said it. I can't remember who it was, but whoever went to him and goes, listen, let me tell you what the audience is going to see in the context of the film. They're going to have seen you break into a house and shoot a black man in his head. And then a few minutes later, you're not even going to pull your gun out for a white dude. And then they said he went back in and he just fucking take emptied fucking clips like a fucking lunatic into the fucking thing. He was just like, okay, yeah, I got it. I forgot the narrative thread of the storyline in the audience's eyes of what's happening right now. And yes, you are correct. Fine, I'll fucking do it.
That's great. Yeah.
And that's kind of the director's job, is to remind certain things. If people start going a little bit off into a certain way, you're going, hey, listen, remember, this is what the audience is going to see. This is the emotion they're having at this time. This is why they're caught up within this. You know, you have to remember that narrative thread. It's highly important. And I think that movie does it so well. Like, there's almost no there is no thing I can look at that I would go, oh, I'd change that in this film. I really don't have anything.
Yeah, that's part of what makes a great director. That's the unseen. That's what audiences don't ever think about. When you're watching a movie, you're just watching the finished product. But what you don't realize is that so much of being a great director is the behind the scenes, the managing. You're the general and you have to manage and you have to problem solve. And you have actors who are like that, who say, I'm not going to do that. And it's a critical part of the film. And you're about to lead into your big chase sequence through the St. Patrick's Day parade, and you want that gun to fire, and you want to see the bullets shatter that bulletproof glass, and you want to see, you know,
that great shot into Tommy Lee Jones looking like, oh, fuck. He has that moment when he sees, oh, it is bulletproof. You know,
that's right.
Like, it's a great cut of that. Like his close-ups in this movie that give that, like, the actors are giving such a great performance that when he cuts to a close-up like that, it so sticks out at you.
Yeah. There was something I wanted to say about the part that you had mentioned about when he wakes up, when so he's in the woods, and you said when you were a kid that you were bored.
When I was a kid, my bored scene.
Yeah. I actually loved that moment when he had like a vision. It was like a flash of the one-armed man. Now this is after he jumps off of the dam. Right
after they throw a fake dummy body off of the edge of the dam.
I have to say, even to this day, it's still
I know
noticeable.
it's noticeable. It's because it's only noticeable for two reasons, and I don't want to, you know, go away from what you're saying, but we have to talk about that. It's because the one shot when he has his hands behind his head and he dives off, he dives head first, and it looks so good, and you go, oh my god, he actually dove off this fucking thing, and he had his hands behind his head, and his head is going first, and then you cut to a shot where the legs are spreading out like, wee, I'm a scarecrow.
Yes, the legs are spreading.
You throw the scarecrow out, and it's not head first, and it's not whatever, and a human being, when they fall, would honestly, even if you wouldn't dive head first, you'd jump out, and then you'd start flailing your arms, and you would have this, which, by the way, fuck the technology. The greatest way that was ever done was Temple of Doom, which is on our list, and we're going to talk about. The mechanical people that flung their arms and legs. They had a bunch of mechanical things that did that. And you look at that and you're like, oh, those are the Kali Ma Shakti gay people just falling down, but they're flailing and it looks so real. It's the one shot that you can't change it now. I get it. But if you were gonna Lucas it, it's the one to at least just either hold the headshot or cut to it underwater of bang or just do something. It's the one pan down shot. I know we said before there's every shot is perfect, but it's the only one where you go, ooh, you made me suspend disbelief like 38 minutes into this movie. And you go, no, okay, it's that. But it was 93, and you immediately get distracted. I'm going to shut up now.
Yeah. I wonder why they couldn't make a body shape with the arms in whatever position, and why can't you like weight the head area so when you throw it, it falls with the weight at the bottom and it kind of keeps its shape. I'm a little confused as to why you wouldn't be able to do that.
It might have been second unit. I don't know. The day looked the same. It was cloudy or whatnot, but I'm sure it wasn't like, you know, you got Harrison Ford on set and you got Tommy Lee Jones on set. You got all these people here. How many times are you going to take the body and throw it off? Or like, I don't think they had 20 bodies and they're like, we're going to throw them off one at a time and see which one does best. They probably threw one off and they're like, yeah, we got the shot. Moving on. We got to get out of here. We only have a certain amount of time to film at the dam, you know, where we could throw things off. And they're just like, I think, I mean, there's probably not a giant monitor with video playback. They're shooting on 35 in 1993. They're moving quick. Cinematographer's looking through there, and we also know cinematographer didn't give a fuck. He's like, all right, Michael Chapman, I panned down.
That was why.
Yep, got it. It was in focus, and I moved with it. I filmed what you had. Did it look good? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Legs spread. I'm looking in through the camera with one eye. Sure, we got it.
By the way, you're right that the shot of Harrison Ford, I'm assuming it's Harrison Ford, or maybe it's a stunt double.
It's got to be an effect shot. There's no way that
how did
that
they
person
do that?
jumped off
That's
that.
what I wanted to ask you. How did you think they did that?
I actually don't know. I've never looked into that.
That looks phenomenal.
It looks gorgeous. And it's kind of the only thing you need, which I'm saying. You should have that shot, then you should have Tommy Lee Jones' reaction, then you should have an underwater shot of just slam. Like, we could cut out the weird scarecrow. Like, that's the only thing.
Yeah. You know what they even could have done is cut out to the wide with just no body at all. Just cut to the water because maybe he's like in the water, right? Like maybe he's hidden into the water. Do it where it's like a cut and you're like, where is he? And then cut under the water and he crashes in. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
I could see that. Okay. Anything but scarecrow. It's the only shot. I said before it was perfect. It's the only shot where you go,
one.
Okay, it's the one, but the movie is better than the shot. You go, got it. We understand.
Yeah.
We know deep down Harrison Ford did not jump off the fucking thing. He does a great shot, the close up of him, hands behind him, and then Tommy Lee Jones, and the falling of that one shot, the bird's eye view of the falling is so good. And I think that might be the only reason that the shot of the scarecrow, I'm just going to keep calling it that. That might be the reason that stands out, because the behind the scenes bird's eye of the falling, you're just like, oh my, to this day and age, that was 1993. That holds up. I don't see the special effect. I don't know how they did it. I know it was green screen, this and that, whatever. Definitely somebody didn't jump off because they shot the train sequence with fucking 13 cameras and like 3 of them were destroyed within the train, doing its thing. If a guy actually jumped off this thing, they would have shot it with fucking 13 cameras. Like they're fucking, Howard Hughes going, I had 12 cameras, I ain't 13 cameras. Like, I mean, you had 13 cameras for the fucking train scene.
Yeah.
If a real guy jumped off that, you would have had more than the one bird's eye.
What I will say about that dam jump scene, though, in terms of the story, is that I love that this is a moment that is like make or break. This is like a do or die moment. Yes, it's a leap of faith. That's a great way to put it. This is the moment where he's actually been caught. He's cornered.
Yes,
like
it's over.
Yeah. And Gerard says, Richard, do you want to get shot? Right. And you do a better impression. That's kind of cute.
That was actually good. I would say that the timing on it was perfect. Richard, do you want to get shot?
Yeah, I love the way he says shot. I mean, and So, and I think he says, put your hands on the ground. And so it's like, okay.
He has him drop like the gun that's in his hand.
Yeah, put the gun
thrown
put
down.
the gun down. Yeah,
and
put the gun on the ground.
I always found it so interesting that Ford is in that shot. He's standing on the edge of that. They maybe built a platform in case he fell, but the water is rushing out and we can see what's happening. That might have been a fake build out set or whatever, and it might just be a small step down on the other side, but they build that so well where you're looking at that going, I feel the way that you feel now, and you're like, oh, Tom Cruise is on the side of a plane. Like, you're just like, wow, Harrison Ford is in danger. And what it does show about Gerard, which I kind of understand about Tommy Lee Jones and the other thing, that's an easy moment for him to go, a man has a gun in his hand and he's right there doing fucking whatever the fuck. I could just shoot him right now. And he doesn't in that. And he goes, put it down, and he sees the confusion on Ford's face, and Ford doesn't point the gun at him. Ford just has this in his hand going, what's happening? And he put it down. Oh, I've thrown it down. I don't know what's happening right now. Where am I? I don't know how to deal with myself here.
Yeah.
And Gerard is not shooting him, which points out he is a good man.
Right. And you see it on Harrison Ford's face, on Kimble's face. You see, like, he's calculating, like he's
there's no
analyzing, right, what are my options? And he's trying, it's like you can see it running through his head, going back to how good the performance is by Harrison Ford. And so he puts his hands at the back of his head and he turns around. And he's thinking, right? You can see he's thinking, and it's like
he calculates that.
And I thought of it as like it's a choice basically between death or death. It's like let him capture you and you're going back to prison, you're going to get the electric chair, leap, and you very well could die in the waterfall.
Do you want me to maybe blow your mind right now? Because this is 4 years earlier. It's 1989. It is Steven Spielberg. It is you just said the word leap. It is the leap from the lion's head that he will prove his worth. It is the thing that he does to get to the Holy Grail. He has to put out his foot and he has to step into the abyss and he has to fall and then realizes, oh, there is a bridge here. It was just an invisible bridge. It's that same character moment thing of going, I'm facing death. I'm about to fall into the abyss. Oh my God, I was saved. And in 1989, it was saved by the fact that there's an invisible bridge and they do great VFX of that. In this one, it was the only way out, but he took the leap from the lion's head. He looked back and goes, there's going back to jail. And I will never be able to prove my innocence. Or I can keep going forward and I can make this jump and I might die. But there is a better chance of me proving my innocence if I go that direction, and I will take that leap of faith.
Yeah, that was beautifully said. I could not say that better myself. I love that.
Oh, I impressed you? Yes. I impressed Andrew.
And it's because of that I interpreted it like he's then rewarded for that. Because the very next thing that happens is he gets this like vision, almost like a dream. He's in this unconscious state and he gets this flash vision of the one-armed man. And let me tell you a cool little story. So the opening of the film, of course, is Richard Kimble's on the run. He's really just running. And the plot is just don't get caught. Like, that's it, right? Avoid the U.S. Marshals. Well, Hazel, who we did see the movie once before, but the great thing about watching movies with her is she forgets movies very quickly. So this was the second time she's seen it. She didn't really remember it that well. So I love watching with her because I get like the reaction of somebody who doesn't know the film. And so after he took that leap, she said to me, okay, but he's on the run now, but what's he going to do now? Like, he can't just run forever. Like, what's he going to do? And I turned to her and I said, aha, just wait. Because the very next scene, he gets that flash vision. He's in this dream state. It's like an unconscious state. And he has this flash of the one-armed man. And it's like the universe is essentially rewarding him or guiding him somehow. It's like his subconscious, or it's like a vision, whatever, from the cosmos. And he's basically shown this vision of the one-armed man. And I think he's I saw it as like he's essentially being rewarded or like guided. He's basically being like told what to do, or he has like the idea of what to do next, but it's in like this unconscious state.
I agree with that. Now, when he says, I came home and there was a man in my house, I fought with this man.
Right.
So I think of it less as a vision and more of a, now I've had the moment to remember. And he wakes up, I've covered in the leaves, and he has the, oh my God, I've had this moment. Now, the most effective cut, and I didn't say my best shot in the movie, but the most effective cut in this film, and maybe the most effective cut in all of the 90s, I would actually put this out there, is that sequence when he goes up against the tree and then he falls down and he's so exhausted, and we are as an audience. It's been 2 minutes or 40 minutes of just nonstop. And like, you can't run any further. You jumped off. You thought you were going to die. You've survived. You've gotten away. I need to get in the middle of the woods. They're going to have the fucking people with the fucking helicopters looking for you and this and that. And you have a dream sequence about making love with your dead wife. He's kissing her. He's hugging her. And it's basically shot like, the sex scene in the original Terminator in 1984. The cut that I'm talking about is him passionately kissing his wife. He's over top of her. She has her hand against his chest, and they're kissing so softly with each other. And the next snap cut, fucking jump cut, is to him breathing into her dead body with blood all over her face, and he's a doctor trying to resuscitate and trying to keep her alive. Yeah. And that cut is so fucking gut punching, and they keep that until 42 minutes in. You've known what he's been doing the whole time, but they're like, now I'm going to show you his pain. I'm going to show you how nice it was and how beautiful it was and how great their sex life was and their connection between the two of them. And now I'm going to bring you to the depths of hell in a split second, in one frame, in 1/24th of a second. You're now seeing this man back looking different than we've seen him in the last 20 minutes. He's now bearded again. It's him in the past. He's wearing the tux. There's blood everywhere. And he's doing everything he can as a doctor to resuscitate this person. And we know it's not going to happen. And that is the most gut-wrenching, hardship-felt, fuck you jump cut that you can give to an audience to go, hey, remember what's at stake here. Remember what we've put this guy through. I just put him through 40 minutes of torture and you saw it. But here's what you didn't see. You didn't see this moment, and I'm going to fucking remind you of it. It's horrible.
Yeah, I remember that, actually, yeah. As you were talking, I'm like, I know which cut you're talking about. Yeah.
It's fucking brutal.
My point was just that it's like he has the vision, and then it's like the idea. I think you're right. It is a memory, but it's also like, it's like it's like his subconscious. It's like guiding him. It's like, what do I do next? And the idea comes into his head, and he wakes up, and it's almost like, yes, it's a memory, but it's also like a new idea of like, oh, I know what I should do. I should go find the one-armed man. I should do what the police couldn't do.
You're 100% right. You're 100%. And you brought this up earlier by going, he could just run and escape and go to another country and start a new life. But that dream sequence, I get now as an older person, it's the one going, don't forget, this is what happened. You need to find justice here. You need to find who did this, and you need to do it for your wife. Not just for you, but it's for your wife.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Good point. Yeah. You know what I realized actually about another connection to Shawshank Redemption? One of the things that's so cool about the Shawshank Redemption is how this character is wrongfully imprisoned, but he's a lawyer. So he has special knowledge that gives him an advantage in this situation.
That's very good connection. Very good connection.
We like watching smart people in movies for some reason. Human beings like watching smart people. We like watching Rain Man. We like watching somebody else who's smart. It's a nice escape from us being so
dumb. And we love going to the movies to watch smart people do smart things. Like, oh, A Beautiful Mind. Oh, Benedict Cumberbatch. Every movie he's in, he's fucking genius. We like Matt Damon. Oh, he's a janitor, but he's brilliant. Like, we like that escape to being into, like, you get to ride through that character, you know, and you're like, oh, yeah, how you like them apples? You know, whatever the fuck.
That's right.
We also like movies that are, you know, just go along in the humdrum life, and we can be Eastern European with our films. But we really like watching, for some reason, I think there's a genre of like smart people solving problems, because human beings like solving problems. And that's what this movie does. It sets up a problem that you're going, there's no way out of this. When that gavel comes down, you go, it's over. His life's over. No way out of this. And then, little chance of fate, crazy people with a fucking toothbrush stab somebody. 2 people get stabbed in the upper gastric. Oh no, sorry, no, he's the guy who gets stabbed in the upper gastric area. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, there's that great moment where Dr. Charles Nichols, who ends up being the real villain.
We haven't even talked about him yet.
Right.
Yes.
There's the great moment where, you know, he's being interviewed by Gerard, and they say, well, what about us? We're pretty smart guys, you know, and he says about Richard, he goes, yeah, but Richard's smarter.
Yeah, technically the line is he as smart as you? And he just looks, and he has like a pen or something in his hand as he's doing it, and he just looks up and he goes, smarter.
That's right, yeah.
He just has one line, smarter.
And then they do a cut into the montage sequence of Richard like creating the fake IDs, and it's like it shows his intelligence.
I want to talk about that montage sequence. Sorry. I want to talk about so many things with the future. I'm sorry.
You do,
I'm sorry.
I can tell. Yeah, go ahead.
I love that sequence because they make like Rocky can make a montage about an action sequence, right? But they made a fantastic montage about a guy doing paperwork. You know, it's a montage of him getting pictures printed of himself and the flash, then talking, then this. Then he has this whole sequence where, hey, I have to pretend I'm the janitor, go into this place, move the blinds so the lady with the headphones doesn't know what's going on. And he's just printing out documents.
Yeah.
But it's a high tension montage sequence that's going on just because the music that's being built behind this, which is fantastic. And it's the only thing that in 1993, like after you see that movie, when I saw it in theaters and I was obsessed, the only thing that you could do is just buy the CD of the music. And the CD of the music is just all instrumental, you know, and I used to just listen to it all the time. I used to make little Yes, and I used to make little short films. I have all these little short films that have the Fugitive music throughout them because I was just, you know, obsessed little psychopath.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a great 90s score. I thought that was hilarious when that music kicked in. I was like, all right, we're in a 90s thriller. Like, here we go.
It's great. I think it still holds up to this day.
Yeah.
I love it. Like, to me, it's so timeless. I'd put it in a movie now if I'm doing a montage sequence. So I'm like, if people didn't know it, maybe they've forgotten about it enough where I can actually use it.
But you're right. People love smart characters, and Hazel loves smart characters. She loves, you mentioned Benedict Cumberbatch. Hazel's favorite character is Sherlock Holmes. And when we were watching The Fugitive, she turned to me with like admiration, and she's like, he's so smart, you know, and like she loved that. And I think that's what you're talking about is it's a montage of paperwork, but it's not paperwork because it's him having to work
solving the problem.
Yes, it's like all these logistics of like, well, how do I do this little thing? And how do I do that little thing? How do I fake an ID? How do I get past this? It's all these little mini thresholds that he has to pass through. It's like a series of tests. It's almost like a maze, right? It's almost like The Shining. It's like you have to get out of the maze. And how do you figure out your way out of the maze? And that's what the entire movie is.
Yeah. I definitely 100%. I said paperwork. I get that. But what I'm saying is it's a guy sitting in front of a computer.
No, but I know what you mean. I agree.
And it's a great montage, you know, of tension of that. And it's like, if you see that in the script and you're like, okay, guy sits in front of a computer. What are the shots? I mean, shot on him, shot on keyboard, shot on close-up, shot on this. And you're just like, okay, this could be boring for an audience, but the way it does it and that music builds and everything happens, and you have so much invested in him at that point. They've done the work up until then that sequence is, you know, oh my God, are we going to get him? Are we going to get to the one-armed man? He's doing it. And every scene builds tension, like him having to do the thing with the thing, him pretending to speak
the
Spanish to
blinds.
do, you know, whatever the fuck to somebody else at a different point. Like all those little things, it's always, is he going to get caught? And they're cutting out to certain people, like the guy in the shower singing when he's stealing his little thing. He could get caught there. The woman out there going, what's going on? Julianne Moore, biggest one, where you're sitting there going like, stay right here, you know? And then it's like every aspect, he's always in tension of about to being caught, and they never let that go. You always have even when he's like trying to cross the street and the cop car goes whoop, you know, and you're just like, oh my God, like he's jump scaring you and making you feel tension throughout the entirety of the film, and it never lets up, which is why the ending, when finally Gerard comes over to him, you know, it is going like, I know what happened, Richard. He had the key to your apartment. Like you start feeling relief, even though other tension is building. He could be shot at any point by fucking Nichols there. So it's like, when Gerard is just like, you know, I need the rest. It's like, dude, the audience needs the rest. The audience has been dying for hours.
It's true, yeah. It's this high wire act, and it just holds the tension. You're right, because he's a fugitive on the run, and it's like the city's swarming with cops. You know, he could be caught at any moment. So there's just constant tension, and it never lets up. And every single thing that he does becomes so fascinating because he puts himself in greater jeopardy. This is one of my favorite things about the movie that I'll mention, is that I love that it has this structure where he goes back into the lion's den. You know, it's like he could run away to Nebraska and hide out on a farm if he wanted to, right?
100%, yeah.
But no, he wants to prove his innocence.
Our boy came home. Like he's here. That's the sound of an elevated train.
That's right. So it's like, you know,
Son
Luke
of a
Skywalker,
bitch, our boy came home.
That's right. Luke Skywalker has to go into the Death Star, you know, to rescue Princess Leia, right? He's got to go into the belly of the beast. And that's what Dr. Richard Kimble has to do. He has to go back into the heart of the city, to a place that's swarming with cops, where people know what he looks like. His face is on every newspaper. He's on the news. He's on the television. And, you know, he could be caught at any moment. So the danger level is just like at 10 at all times. And it's just like, it just makes for, I mean, they say edge of your seat, right? It makes for like an edge of your seat movie experience for 2 hours straight. It's like, there's very few movies that are like that, actually.
Information vital to the survival of our rebellion is embedded in the memory systems of this ARB-2 unit. Please help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. This is just, my brain just does that. As soon as you said that, I just go, okay, there, I'm over there now.
Anyway.
I'm over there now.
Okay.
Back to The Fugitive somehow.
I'll say one thing about the structure that I love is that you had briefly mentioned the scene that you thought was boring as a kid, when he's asleep and he gets the vision of the one-armed man. And this is something I noticed. This is something I noticed this time about the movie, is I loved that it had this idea of like, he's smart, but he's also such a good man. You know, he's a good person. So it's like he's clever, but he's also good. And when you put those two things together, you get this superhero. You know, like obviously the scene where he does save that kid, like you said, with Julianne Moore, right? Where she's like, why would
he takes him to the other room, and he has that touching moment when he's like, bye, Joel. Like, you know, and your music lifts there and his hands lifting off, and he's like, he's so happy. I feel in that moment so well that think about the past like 8-9 months, maybe a year of his life has been going through the court system. And then he was like, my life is over. I'm out of jail. And he'd given up. Like, you could just see that in him when he's sitting there on the bus. You know, he's just like, this is my life. I'm done. You get it from the gavel hit. Like, nobody believes me. They're never going to believe me. Everything's gone. But that moment with like Joel, and then he gets a small moment with the puncture in the upper gastric. But with Joel, he's like, I helped a kid, and music rises, and he looks off, and he's just like, I was able to do it. And you see the joy in that fact of him being able to do that thing. And you're just like, you're so happy for the fucking guy.
Yeah. And I love that they waited for the payoff where, you know, Julianne Moore questions him and she's very upset. And it's the threat of like, she's going to turn him in. And then there's a scene in between. And then Gerard asks her, you know, what happened to the kid? And she says, saved his life.
So good.
So it's like they wait, and it's like you wait for that payoff, and you're like, wow,
Yeah.
he is a superhero.
Yeah.
You know, and I love the moment in the scene with the train at the very beginning, the train escape that we talked about, where there's the other prisoner.
Yeah, and he has to toss him out. Yeah.
And yeah, he saves he saves the prison guard's life. I think it's the guard. But then there's the other prisoner who I think the movie kind of frames him as like he's an actual bad person. You know, he's like a real.
Oh yeah, he's like, fuck. Now I'm actually forgetting the line. He's like, "Fuck you, Doc." Like he says something. You're on your own, Doc. I forget the line, but he's just jumping out the back of the room. He's like, "Copeland, help me with this man!" And he's screaming at him to help him, and he's just like, "Nope, I'm on my own."
Yeah, and the guy leaves. Yeah, and the guy leaves.
Yeah.
And it's the guy who Gerard later shoots.
Yes, right in the head.
That's right. And so
he was going to kill one of my kids. What can I tell you?
That's right. And so in that train sequence, there's a great moment where, you know, that guy says, just don't go the direction I'm going, right? And then Kimble says, hey, and the guy turns around and Kimble says,
be good. Yeah, dude. It's so good.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't care which way you're going. You know, he's literally just going like, don't come my way because I'm on my own. And he's got that little, when he goes, be good, he's got that look on his face like, yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. And since this is my dad's pick and my dad's favorite movie, I'll give my dad a shout out. My dad used to say that to me every time he would leave for work in the morning.
No, that's so good. Does he know that you know that he said it because of The Fugitive? Or
I don't know if it's because of The Fugitive, but every time my dad would leave for work, you know, he'd say, bye, I love you. And then he'd say, okay, be good.
Dude, it's his favorite movie. I'm sure, as all favorite movies do, they make an impression on people. Did he say it to you before 1993 or only after? This is the way to know.
It's a good question. Yeah, it might be after. I think it was after The Fugitive.
Dude, that line made an impression on him.
Yeah. But it is. I'm now actually just realizing it now through this conversation of how great of a character this is, this Harrison Ford, Richard Kimble character. You know, of course, you have Han Solo, you have Indiana Jones. Harrison Ford is associated with iconic characters. And, you know, this movie, obviously, it's not a franchise. It doesn't have a sequel, but it's just one movie, but it's one great movie. And this character, Dr. Richard Kimble, I'm now realizing, like, just what a fantastic character.
It's so good because it's also like I'll say the term and then I'll talk about it. Wrongfully accused. Like it's this guy was thrown into the bottom of Dante's Inferno, but now he needs to, in a weird way, redeem himself, but not himself. He needs to redeem his image in the eyes of the way that everyone looks at him because he's an innocent man. The entire time. He's completely innocent. But everyone on the planet thinks he's guilty. So he has to prove that innocence. So, like, if you set that character up, which they do so well, anybody is going to be sympathetic to that. Anyone has always been like, wait, you stole the cookie? And you're like, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. And everyone's, no, you definitely did. And you're just like, fuck, now I've got to prove that I didn't.
Yeah. And the number one guy who he needs to prove his innocence to, kind of like the eyes of the audience, is Gerard. Because when Gerard has that famous line when he said, you know, Kimble says, I didn't kill my wife.
I don't care. Yeah.
I don't care. That idea of I don't care whether you're innocent or guilty, that's not my job. My job is to just bring you in.
Right.
You know, I don't care. And so it's almost like that's beside the point. And Kimble's work throughout the entire rest of the movie is to get him to care.
Win him over. Yes.
Yes.
And that's why he says to him at the end, I thought you didn't care. And he's just like, and it's a great line that he just throws back, I don't, you know, but it's like, that's also such a guy moment. You know, the two of them having that moment, it's just like, that's what guys do to each other when it's just like, okay, we're going to make up now, or now we're going to be on the same page after being adversaries. It's just like you have a little laugh and there doesn't need to be anything else said. Like that is a silent car ride on the way back when it does the 90s crane up at the end of the movie and they're driving. You're not picturing them sitting there going, oh, okay, so this one time when this happened, it's just no. They both get it, and they're like, "There's no more to say. I'm now on your side. I'm gonna make sure that you get out of this." Like it's done.
They're two men. They're two masculine men. They're two men of few words. You know, they both speak through action. You know,
That's really a good way of putting that. Yes.
Yeah, and so they have that moment together, and you're right. It's like you don't need that many words. You just need one sentence, and it's like
And it's a
it
joke.
says everything.
I thought you didn't care. I don't. You
Yeah.
know, it's just it's and the laugh makes it. And it's like, it's one guy saying to another guy, I was wrong. I'm glad that you didn't do this. This is awesome. Like everything that could be said is said within just those little few words that if you look at them written on a piece of paper make no sense. I thought you didn't care. I don't. And then you're just like, well, what the fuck? It's all in the performance. It's all in the tone.
Yeah. You know what I thought at that moment? I loved this, is that at that moment at the end of the film, I realized that that's the connection between them, is that they are two good men. They're two men who
Yes.
both have good hearts. That even though one of them is hunting the other one and he says he doesn't care, but we kind of actually know he does. And Gerard is framed like he's a great US Marshal. You know, he's great. He's the best at his job, right?
Right. Yeah.
And like he always gets his man. He's that character. But he does it because it's the right thing to do. You know he'd never be corrupt. He's a good man.
Oh yeah. No. He would never be corrupt.
Exactly, exactly. And so the film is full of bad people. The film is full of corrupt people. Like the movie starts with even the prison guard lying and saying, "Oh yeah, I saved my partner in the crash. He would have done the same for me." And he's full of it because he didn't do that, right? And now he's just lying about himself. And it's like the movie
You
shows
care to revise your statement? Huh? You want to change
Yeah.
your bullshit story, sir. He might have got out.
Yeah. And then, of course, the entire mystery of the film turns out to be that, not only does like a working class guy lie and is like a cheater, but people at the top, the elites, are corrupt. They'll murder you or they'll murder your wife or your family in order to make more money, right? To put more
Yeah.
money in their pockets. And that's what the movie's about. It's about all of these corrupt people, all these bad people. And this is why the movie stuck with me through Usual Suspects, through Silence of the Lambs, through these other great films. The Fugitive stuck in my head because what I realized it's a movie about goodness prevailing. It's a movie about the strength of being a good person and how that rewards you.
Superman. It's Superman.
Yes, I love that. And so I realized that Kimble and Gerard are two good people.
Yes.
And they have this connection.
They're on different railroad tracks because they've been
Yes.
given different information. And they both think that they're operating honestly the whole time. We know that Kimble is operating on the very good path. And we hope that Gerard is smart enough, which he ends up eventually is, smart enough to put the pieces together, which they have the great shot of him in the movie when he's playing with in one of the montages. He's playing with like the cuff links or the things that Kimble had gotten out of that he held up at the beginning, going like, oh, whoop, whoop, there. When I see leg irons with no legs in them. There's a shot where he's sitting there and he's just thinking. And he's just thinking as he's playing with them.
Yes, I know the shot you're talking about.
You know the shot, and it lasts like 3 or 4 seconds, but it's a really powerful shot. This movie allows you to watch other people solve problems and think. And it has shots of just that within montages with that great music just going over it. And they're trying to put it together. And we, the audience, already know. We know. So the whole movie is the Hitchcock bomb theory. The whole movie. It's not just a sequence where the bomb is under the table and the audience is told about it. We're told right from the beginning, Richard Kimble did not do this. Now you get to see two different sides of this story. And we're sitting there the whole time going like, we know. So you feel you're on Richard's side, but they make Tommy Lee Jones and his group so likable that you're sitting there going like, no, Tommy, you guys got to get this thing. But you also love Tommy and them throughout it, even though they're not getting it at first.
Yeah.
And everyone is likable in it.
Yeah.
They're relatable.
Yes. Yeah, likable and relatable both. And I love that they both succeed. That's the thing, is you have these two good men who are actually pitted against each other. And it's like, which one's going to win? And the answer is, in the end, they both win.
Yes.
Kimble earns his freedom and his innocence. He solves the case, and Gerard gets his man. Gerard brings Kimble in. It's just that by that point, Gerard has also solved the case, and they've realized that these Chicago cops either got it wrong or, by the way, are just flat out corrupt.
Right.
Which, by the way, I thought that was an element, because at the beginning, they do this like Kafka-esque, scene where they just don't believe him. They're like, this one-armed man, like, yeah, whatever, right?
Yeah. When he goes, book him. What book him?
Yeah,
over
you're like,
what? Just because
what?
you didn't like his performance?
Yeah.
Like you were just like, oh, he pointed and he said he didn't do it. Turn to the left. Book him.
I know,
Like,
seriously.
okay, what the fuck? Like, there's no evidence right there.
I actually thought that. I was like, he gives this amazing speech. He says, "How dare you? Right?" And he's like so emotional. It's so heartfelt and genuine. And then the cop just says, "Book him." It's like, wait, what? You guys didn't even investigate.
It's great because it is the wrongfully accused. And I did bring it up that before. People have to remember how popular this movie was, that they made an entire shoot off of fucking Naked Gun with Leslie Nielsen wrongfully accused. And the whole movie is just a parody on fucking The Fugitive. The bus crash, everything. It's just like that movie was so big, they go, oh, we got to parody it. Like that's your movie's fucking effective and has made it when it does that.
It was that your interpretation? Do you think, because I interpreted it like these cops are doing such a terrible job, they must just be corrupt.
All right, so I'll say this.
Because if this pharmaceutical company was that powerful and rich, they
No.
I thought they just paid off the police department.
No. I don't think it's that deep. I think it's much more fractionate. I think it's in Chicago. They're way behind on a billion cases that they have going on.
Okay, so you took it more genuine.
It's going to be so easy to go, the doctor killed his wife. So. The audience will buy it. This makes sense. Let's book him. Okay, I need to get this thing off the thing. The courts will handle this. This is now moving on. We're done with the case because we can't. What one-armed man are we going to start looking for? They're not going to do the Richard Kimble work to go into all of that, and they can't let the doctor go because it's probably been a big thing. There was a giant break-in. This woman got killed. It's in the news, and they're like, many times it is the husband. So they're just like, they'll buy it, move on, book them, courts figure it out. I think they're in that way, even though the two little guys at the end, it's funny where they're just like, they're trying to get back into it. Those two little guys are there, and they're just like, no, it's our thing.
Yeah, they're terrible cops.
You had your chance, or whatever the fuck they say in there.
I interpreted it more in a dark
nefarious
way, where I think that they're corrupt. I think that they've been paid off to frame Kimble deliberately.
It's interesting. It could be there. The movie never shows that or hints at it, but it could be.
Right.
I think you might be smarter than the film. Within looking for that connection, but it could be there. It could be there.
This actually leads me to, I don't know if it's my favorite thing about the film, but I thought if there was anything about the film that was like really delving in and kind of getting deep in there, I was just struck this time watching it of just how powerful it was to have an entire movie that really is about the corruption in the pharmaceutical industry.
Devlin, McGregor, and Provasic, the whole...
Yeah, because you're talking about a mainstream Hollywood movie that says, look at what these pharmaceutical companies are doing behind the scenes. We're going to show you a glimpse into a world that you've never seen before. I think that we all would love to live in a world where, we just trust these giant corporations, that they all are creating products that have our best interest at heart. But the truth is that that's not the case. And this movie, that's what this movie's about. This movie shows you that. This movie's like, look at what these giant corporations are willing to do.
Yeah, they'll go to the end of the earth, and one doctor friend will turn against his other friend. You never give up, Richard. You never give up. Like it money and power corrupted that friendship. They probably were friends at one point in time. But when this one thing didn't work out, he's going, well, I'm big successful doctor. He probably had a little power struggle type thing. Richard's a better surgeon than me, whatever. You can read whatever you want to do, but he goes, this is the way I'm going to get over on him. And okay, just had to be there. Okay, well, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah. There's actually a personal connection that I have to this element of the film. My aunt, my mom's sister, died because of a medication that she was on. And here's what happened. Okay, get this. Okay, this is a true story. My aunt was a diabetic. Now, she was also had depression. So she was on an antidepressant. It was called
Provasic.
yeah, similar to Provasic. It was called Zyprexa, which is kind of like the same letters just rearranged, okay?
It is, but it also sounds Zyprexa sounds like depressing.
Yeah, that was a bipolar medication manufactured by Eli Lilly. Okay, and guess what happened? My aunt's
sorry, I need to know who Eli Lilly is.
Eli Lilly is a pharmaceutical company.
Oh, got it. That's the Devlin McGregor whatever thing.
Yeah, similar to Devlin McGregor. Okay, so now my aunt had diabetes, and her diabetes was going out of control, and she went to the doctor, and the doctor couldn't figure out what it was. So the doctor called Eli Lilly and said, "We have a patient whose diabetes is, you know, a little bit unusual, and she's also on this antidepressant called Zyprexa. Is there anything about Zyprexa that would alter
has a
her
negative
diabetes?"
connotation?
That's right.
Yeah, with there's a mixed.
And Eli Lilly said to the doctor, "No, Zyprexa is totally fine, totally safe for this patient to take." Well, it turns out, guess what happened next? My aunt died. And do you know what they found out? Eli Lilly knew that Zyprexa caused, get this, caused diabetes in people who didn't have diabetes. And for patients who did have diabetes, it exacerbated their diabetes and made it worse. And they knew that, and it was actually proved.
This is horrific. Yeah, this is horrific.
It was proved that they knew that for decades. And my grandmother, my mom's mom, this was her daughter, she then joined a class action lawsuit, and they won, and they got a settlement from Eli Lilly.
Yeah, but what did they really win? You know what I mean? It's like there's no coming back from that. It's not a small claims court or oh, this guy stole my property, I can get money back. No, a life was ended, and you'll never get it back.
Right.
It's fucking, that sucks.
That's right. And that's what's so tragic, is that I have an article right here. Here's the headline. Eli Lilly and Company agrees to pay $1.415 billion to resolve allegations of off-label promotion of Zyprexa.
I like agrees. They agree to, it's not they admit guilt. It's they, yeah, fine. We agree to shake these people off of our shoulders who are bothering us right now.
That's right.
They said they did wrong. It's never that.
That's right.
To resolve allegations does not mean we were wrong. They will never say we were wrong. It's very funny. And when I say they, I mean a large corporation. A large corporation is not allowed to say we were wrong. So they speak in ChatGPT corporate speak.
Yeah. So Eli Lilly knew that this drug was harming patients, and they let it be out there, and they deliberately lied. The reason they lost the lawsuit is because the doctor called them and said, I just asked them directly, and they said, no, it's totally fine. So they lied, and then they paid $1.4 billion, and to them, it means nothing because they made more money on the drug than the $1.4 billion.
Of course, yeah. They go, oh, we made $6 billion, we lost 1.4. That's just
exactly.
I wish we didn't, but we still made 4.5 or whatever the fuck.
So that's and I talked to my mom earlier because I had to ask her the details of that story. So I called up my mom. I was like, hey, refresh me on the details of that. And she said to me, she's like, yeah, my mom won some money from the settlement, but my mom is now almost 70 years old, and she said, I don't have my sister anymore.
Right, exactly. It doesn't matter. The settlement doesn't matter, and there was not an admission of guilt by the title that you've just read me here. I have not looked in this case. I know nothing, but the title of that has no admission of sadness, guilt, sincerity, or I'm sorry. There's none of that in there.
Well, yeah, because if there was that, they probably wouldn't have done it in the first place. But So I
That's
thought that was
true.
I just thought that you know, watching the movie this time around, I thought, you know, I always loved that about this movie. Even back in the 90s, even when I was a kid, you know, you would hear stories of this kind of corruption. And even back then, I loved that aspect of the movie. I love this is a big budget Hollywood movie. It's fun. You know, it's got these great lines, it's got the humor, it's got Tommy Lee Jones, but at the heart, it's a movie that shows you the corruption that can occur and, you know, for people to be aware of that. And so I really, really respect.
And you get to see it
Yeah.
through and feel it by the end.
Yeah.
When he walks into that you know, that the same room John Mulaney did that you sent me the video, but he walks into that same
the
ballroom there, and he has you switch the samples.
That's
Switch the samples after
Yeah.
Lens time. Did you kill Lens too? Like that whole thing.
Yeah.
We finally feel he put all the pieces together, and it's betrayal of a friend. We haven't talked about that. This is a guy who's, Richard, Richard, here's some money. What do you need? What can I do? And then even when the cops come, he goes, I would always take Richard's side. He's smarter than you, this and that. I would help him. I gave him a couple bucks, whatever he's gonna. Would you help me? If he asked me to, I would help him. He didn't ask me to help him, you know? That guy that is set up so well in our eyes, because when we see him, he looks like, Richard, oh my God, what do you need? And we just go, okay, that's a buddy helping him out. Okay, that's a friend. And he's like, he literally calls him pal. He goes, thanks, pal. And you're just like, oh, they've got a good connection. This guy's on his side. When the cops come, he doesn't go in any way whatsoever, oh yeah, I think Richard, he goes, Richard is innocent. I know he's innocent. He did not do this, blah, blah, blah. He has that stance. Richard's innocent. He's smarter than me. He's this and that. You guys are stupid. Richard's the best. But we don't see the snake in the grass. And when you see Richard finally get that and he walks in that room and he's looking at him, the greatest shot is when his friend knows the game is up, he takes his glasses off. And it's done so quickly. He grabs to his face and he reaches up and he takes his glasses off and he goes, oh no. He's now seeing. That's like the metaphor of the glasses coming off at that moment. He now sees, oh no, my gig is up. I see Richard because Richard sees me. And that's when he tries to make a little jokes and then slink out of the place and just walk away. And Richard's going, no, no, no. If you think I killed my wife, I'll show you what killing somebody is. I will go to the level because there's nothing left for me. I now know in his head, he's going, you killed my wife. You are the one responsible for killing my wife. You might not have done it because you don't have one arm and you're not that guy, but you're the guy behind the guy. And you were my friend.
Yeah.
This is the biggest betrayal. This is E2 Brute. This is fucking, it's over.
Yeah. It's Judas. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. It's Brutus. It's Judas. Yeah, it's the betrayal of your fellow human, right? The person you thought was your friend. And it's the greatest betrayal.
And who makes him kind of not kill him? Gerard.
Right. Yeah.
Gerard comes in at the 9th hour there.
I love, dude, even in this movie, this like 90s thriller, I teared up when Kimble.
Oh, no, big time. Yeah.
Well, but it was when Kimble saves Gerard at the very, very end when he hits Charles in the leg with the pipe.
Yep.
And Gerard turns around and you realize, oh my God, Kimble just saved Gerard's life.
Kimble saved Gerard's life, and and Gerard immediately has the gun right at Kimble. And there's about like a second or 2 seconds where you're going, oh my God, he's now again pointing at Kimble, and there is no protective glass. And he very quickly takes it down, which is good.
Yeah.
They don't hold that moment and have him walk 10 paces or whatever. He's just going, I'm assessing the situation. Okay, it's you. I'm put it down because the cards have already been given up at that point. He's said, you know, he's giving the monologue. Richard, I know he had the key access to your place. He had the key. Like he's literally pleading with him, just going like, I get it, man. I get it.
Yeah.
But if he didn't enter that room and he wasn't there, Kimble would have actually become the killer.
What do you mean?
I'm saying if Gerard had not entered into that little laundry room that they were in, Kimble actually would have killed the Judas. He would have killed his friend.
Oh, you think so? Okay. Yeah.
At least bashed him over the head enough to maybe drag him to the cops. I don't know.
That's
but I think the rage of that and entering that room and going like, he finally has an outlet to a person who was a friend that betrayed him. He could have taken that pipe.
Oh, so that's interesting. In a way, Gerard almost like
In a way,
saves
Gerard
Kimble.
saves him, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I see. It's like they save each other.
He gets to save another person, which is Gerard, but he also saves himself by not having to kill that guy because Gerard is there.
Okay. I love that. Yeah, I just loved how Kimble is saving people throughout the entire movie, and then in that last moment, he actually saves Gerard. It's like the main guy who's been hunting him the whole movie, it leads him to the point where he saves that guy's life too, and it's just like, wow.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's just gorgeous. It's gorgeous and gorgeosity at its best. It's a cool thing, because it all comes out in that performance at the end that we didn't say too much about. But when he's in that laundry room weird area there, and he's screaming out to Richard, like, he's basically just like, I know you. I know what you went through. I know everything about this. I know that fucking Dr. Nichols did this. I know that this is that. And you get to see that close-up of Richard going, somebody finally sees me.
Yeah.
Somebody gets me. They understand me. And he's giving up his position, Gerard is. Like, he's not doing it in a way, like, now everyone knows where he's from. You're in that part of the room and you're screaming. But he's doing that to speak, knowing that two people are in this room trying to kill each other. And he's going, Richard, I'm on your side. I get it. I see it. I understand all of it. And you're my friend.
Yeah. And that tension that's just been, held like a tightrope for the whole movie finally starts to ease up, and you start to feel that relief. And you're right, like the look on Harrison Ford's face, on Kimble's face. Yeah. Yeah.
I do find the funniest thing within that sequence is Joey Pants getting hit in the head with the fucking rhubarb or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah. It's just, the music builds, and then you hear the whoosh sound of this thing coming of
oh man.
And it's like that is the only thing within that scene that is like pure comedy. Like, that is out of a Jim Carrey movie when that happens. Yeah. But it works well because it just does it, and it goes, well, we got to get this character out of this scene. Boom, gone. Moving on. Okay, we're back to Tommy Lee Jones. Yep, he's out. He's taken off the chessboard. And they do show the shot of him at the end, going, okay, he's okay. Don't worry.
But you know what? I actually loved that moment, because I realized that's the moment where Nichols is brought down to the point of, like, he's now physically gonna kill people. Like, it's like he's being lowered even lower down.
Right. It's not just that he's going to kill Richard and throw him down the elevator shaft. He's going to kill anyone.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like, his desperation is just coming out. Yeah.
All bets are off.
Yeah. You had mentioned to me that the one you said it's a perfect movie.
It's pretty damn close. It's pretty damn close. I mean, maybe Scarecrow. That might be the only thing. Maybe Scarecrow.
That's what I was going to say. You said the dummy jumping off the dam. Maybe that could have been better. Okay, I have one suggestion for the very end of the film. I watched the film and I thought, I agree with you. Pretty much a perfect movie. The only thing I felt...
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, hold on a second. Because I think you're gonna be right. And I don't know if I want to hear what you have to say, because it might affect all future viewings of The Fugitive. I think this is going to be deep. I think, and I'm just saying, I'm going to hear it.
It's actually not deep. It's actually pretty simple.
Yeah, but you understand, like I told you, this film runs rent-free in my head every day. I can watch this film anytime I want. I close my eyes, I hear every line, I know everything about this film. If you say what you're about to say, and I see a little bump in the ripple, now you will be the little annoying thing that goes, but this movie could be good. We could talk about Texas Chainsaw Massacre all day, and you could like rip it apart and say you don't like it or this and that or any other movie. But if you say something about The Fugitive, this won't go away. It will be hard in my mind palace to get Andrew out of that scene. Now, do you think it's going to be that bad for me, or do you think it's going to be okay? You know me. Kind of okay. Do you think I'm going to be okay?
I think you'll be okay. I really don't think so, because it doesn't bother me that much, but I just wanted to mention it because the movie is so close to perfect.
We're gonna see how well you know me. Okay, let's go.
Maybe it is perfect. Well, I'm gonna throw it out, and I'll phrase it more as a question. Like, let's see what you think. Okay, this can be. This is like a. This is.
It's not definitive. It's not a definitive.
It's not. No, not at all.
Here we go.
Well, I just felt like at the end, the movie wraps up so beautifully, right? And we talked about how it has this like emotional ending, and everything.
Talking about them in the car or them upstairs before they come down.
Both. Yeah, I mean. Kimble saves Gerard's life. Then there's that beautiful moment they have in the car. I thought you don't care. I don't. Here's my question to you. The only thing I was thinking at that moment, I had this little nagging voice in my head that said, but what happened to Dr. Charles Nichols? He got hit in the leg with the pipe, and then...
Oh, he's getting arrested. Oh, no, yeah, no. I have that whole thing in my head. Yeah, he's getting arrested. I don't have the hang-up that you have of the big corporation is going to back that guy and whatever. Like, he's done. He's the patsy that's there that's going to be arrested, and he's going to be fine. Like, not fine. He's going to go to jail.
Okay, so that's what I wanted.
He switched the role with Dr. Richard Kimble. Now he's going to jail.
Right. I wanted to see that. I thought we just went through this whole movie where our lead hero has been arrested and accused of this crime, and at the end they bring him out, and yes, the reporters are asking questions like, did he do it? Does this mean he's innocent? And you kind of get the idea that the tide has turned, that things are now in favor of Dr. Kimble, and his name will be cleared. But I wanted that moment where if Dr. Charles Nichols is still alive and he's been hit in the leg, I wanted them to pull him out in handcuffs, and I want to see him captured. What do you think about that?
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. You don't ruin the movie for me. Great. I'm glad about that. I'm glad about that. Because I'll remind you of two things.
Okay.
He wasn't just hit in the leg. There was two hits to him. He was hit in the back of the leg, and he had and then there's a close up on Richard Kimble's face where he winds up again. And he has a pipe that's fucking like 50 fucking pounds, and he smashes him in the back as hard as you can. We get two Casey Jones at-bats where he hits the fuck out of him. He breaks his back, and he's a doctor. He goes, what am I going to do? I'm going to stabilize your legs, and now I'm going to break your back. And for his brain, he's going, I'm separating the thorax of the blah, blah, blah from the blah, blah, blah in your back, as a surgeon would do with a baseball bat. But he did it with a fucking 50-pound pipe, and you hear the pipe hit the ground. That sound of the pipe hitting the ground, it lets you know how heavy that thing is. That man, number one, will never walk again the same way as another Shawshank Redemption, reference right there. Boggs never walked this again. He will have that to him. We don't get him seen thrown in the back of the car, but what we do get to see thrown in the back of the car is the one-armed man. So the one-armed man,
true. Yes, you're right.
They give you that because they gave you two things. They gave you, we're hitting Kimble, or Kimble is hitting Dr. Charles Nichols, and he hits him twice. They make a point of that. Then you go one-armed man, back of car. Then you get to see Joey Pants, and he's okay. They're bringing him out in the stretcher, but he's going to be okay. So they're closing all of those things. If they then at that point, first of all, the Dr. Charles Nichols, after being hit like that, cannot be put in the back of a cop car. They'd be putting him in an ambulance. And it's like, all right, we already got it. Richard Kimble hit him twice with Casey Jones's bat, but it was metal. We got it. He's down for the count. His little hands fall down. He's got a little gun in his hand. He's done. So I feel that.
Okay, you know what? Actually, you're right. They bring out the one-armed man. I was actually just playing it on mute while you were talking there, and just kind of like commentary track. And I think you're actually right.
Funny.
You're right.
It was, and
great.
It was playing in my brain as you were playing it back. I'm seeing it.
You know what? You make a good point, because the one-armed man is actually the killer. And so they do bring him out in handcuffs, and they put him in the cop car, and he's actually bleeding. And the police, the reporters make reference to it. They're like, is that the one-armed man? And so it's interesting because Kimble knows what Nichols did. But that's probably harder to prove. You probably couldn't just arrest him on sight.
What I feel good about, and this will give you solace, I feel good about,
Yeah,
if justice is not done through the court system of bringing Dr. Charles Nichols to justice, Kimble will finish the job. He's now going to be a free man. He's lost his wife, everything else he had. His apartment was cleaned out. He's got to find a new place. I'm sure he has some money somewhere. They'll figure it out. But you've already seen as scrappy as he can be to finish his job. If he goes, oh, the court system didn't get Dr. Charles Nichols away, he's going to be like, oh, I've already experienced knowing what it's like to not have a life, and I don't have a life now. He's not looking for a new girlfriend. He's not doing anything else. Probably he's not going to go back and be a vascular surgeon after this. Like, if he has any savings left, he's just going to probably try to live a solitary life. But he cannot live in a world where Dr. Charles Nichols is okay. He will become a psychopath and go put Dr. Charles Nichols in the bottom of a well and go, it rubs the lotion on his skin or else it gets the hose again. He's going to get his comeuppance. Like, Dr. Charles Nichols in that world is not going to be okay.
Well, I have to say, there is the comeuppance that is satisfying of that ballroom scene where Kimble does come in and he embarrasses Nichols in front of everybody. He ruins the guy's reputation.
And that's the worst thing that you could do to somebody like that. Yes.
It's not just the embarrassment, but it's essentially an entire career assassination because he's saying he falsified his research, right? For this Provasic. Yeah. So everybody now knows.
Very good impression.
Oh, there you go. So I tried a little harder.
Very good. It was very good.
And that is, I mean, that his career is over. Right, like you can assume, and that scene is just so satisfying. Yeah.
So that to him, to Dr. Charles Nichols, everything is his career. Everything is getting above. He stepped upon his friend. Yeah. He went everywhere, and in that moment, that's why the taking off of the glasses is that moment of him going like, if you still have it open, rewatch. It's the quickest taking off of the glasses, and it's so important.
Okay,
it's so important because it's the final time where the facade is let down. Everything up until then, he's going, Richard had making his speech, and he goes, you falsified your Richard. Glasses are off, and it's the moment where he goes, the jig is up.
It's on the line. You almost got away with it, didn't you?
You almost got away.
Yeah, and he takes the glasses off.
Yeah. And he takes them off. And that's why he sits there and he's fucking hitting Richard going, you never give up. You never give up. Like he couldn't be like, he's basically going, you couldn't leave well enough alone. It's like, no, of course I wouldn't. My fucking wife died.
That's great.
Why would I never give up? But he has disdain when he's saying you never give up. It's not like you never give up just because this thing and the wife happened. It seems like there is a competition, at least in Dr. Charles Nichols' head, prior to that. Because when the opening line, when he's doing the heart surgery, the only time you see the heart surgery actually happening at the beginning of the movie, he has that like, well, that's that new fucking whatever drug they're really pushing out there. He's throwing that under the rug. Yes. Dr. Charles Nichols has probably been working him for a bit, going, hey, Richard, there's this new thing. Get on board with this. Do this, whatever. I can use you in some sort of fucking whatever thing I'm doing. Because he's not saying in that scene like, oh, I love this Provasic thing that they're doing. He's going, that's that new thing they're pushing. That's fucking whatever. Yeah. And I mean, you could look at that in two ways. Is going like, well, they're pushing that thing. That's going to make me be able to do less heart surgery. But it doesn't seem that way. And it doesn't seem that way with the Harrison Ford character of Richard Kimble within this at all.
Yeah. You know what? I just realized that line that we referenced earlier where he says, is he as smart as you? And Nichols says smarter. That actually...
You remembered it this time. Exactly. Yeah, look at you.
That does actually speak to a kind of a subtle insecurity where Nichols is like jealous, right? He's
big
resentful.
Time.
Yeah, and there might even be
and Gerard is his therapist at that point because that's an open and honest moment for him to go smarter. He's giving that to them in like a therapy session type way, going like, is he smarter than you? And he thinks about that before he says smarter. He thinks about it and he smiles and then he goes, motherfucker. Yeah, he's smarter. But he also has that disdain of going, yeah, but I got one over on him, didn't I? So he knows that aspect to it.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah. There's like layers to that. And there might be another even more subtle element of like, he's smarter than me, but he's also a better man. Like he's also a better person. You know, it's like he's somebody, he won't sell himself out. And so there's this like,
and there's got to be a disdain within that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's really
You think you're better than me on all those levels, don't you?
Right.
But look who won in the end. You're being fleed by the police, and I've gotten away. And the moment that he knows it's over is in that conference when those glasses come off. And he goes, because at that point it's done. And that's why they turn into 2001: A Space Odyssey. They turn into monkeys picking up bones and hitting each other. And they fall down the elevator shaft, and they go from being the highest echelon of whatever. It's not the highest. I mean, astronauts may be higher or whatever. But doctor is pretty much considered within our society, especially in 1993, like, hey, you've gone through school. You've done this. You're a heart surgeon. You are highly educated. You're the highest level of this. And by the end of that movie, they are monkeys throwing shit at each other, and they turn back into cavemen.
Yeah. Well, because they're not just doctors, they're surgeons at Chicago Memorial Hospital, you know, an elite urban, you know, hospital. So you're talking about probably one of the best hospitals in America.
They're less than the top 1% of specialized.
Yeah. And I don't know if they're like on the board of Devlin McGregor, but they have like connections where this guy's, you know, giving a speech at the conference on behalf of this new drug.
Oh, he's getting paid $1 million to fucking, hey, come put your name on fucking Provasic over here.
That's right. Yeah. So incredibly.
Give this. You've already thumbsed up it. Now you're getting the money for the speech. You know what I mean? Now you're getting paid the $1 million or $5 million today to give the speech. And that's how we've paid you under the table. And Richard, I'm giving a speech.
Yeah.
Richard, I'm making my money right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I think it's so satisfying, is because it's in front of like all the elites, and they keep cutting away to people whispering, you know.
The hush and the thing of the whole crowd is great sound design. And he still introduces him. Then he's like, oh, my friend, you know, and Dr. Richard Kimble.
Right, my friend, like, Dr. Richard Kimble. He's still trying to put on the air of like,
right,
you know,
now I can control this situation. Everything will be fine. Richard just needs to be pacified. I've done it before, and this and that. And when that moment of the glass is off, he goes, the jig is up. It's done. I will walk away and now get away from these people and turn into a caveman. And my life is over. And I will now trade my life for yours. I will now finally be able to dominate over you in all the aspects that I think that I couldn't, or I think that I wasn't good enough. I will now beat you into submission and kill you myself.
Yeah, there is this interesting element of like the civilized, the civilization.
Right. You can't do it in front of society.
Yeah, because there's a great moment in that scene where Nichols walks off. He says, talk to me over to the side. Like, don't embarrass me in front of everybody, right? And then they walk off to the side, and Nichols reaches out and touches Kimble's shoulder, and Kimble like pushes his hand away. And there's a gasp in the audience. Like, it's like in front of everybody. It's like, now it's getting physical. Now civilized society is starting to crumble away, and the animal instinct, just that the laws of the jungle are coming back again. So that's an interesting idea of like the like de-evolution, you know, where then they're just two men with, you know, a bone or a pipe, and they're just trying to murder each other.
And it's a great subtle thing when you point out the fact that he's ushering him on, like, let's do this on the side. And Ford has that little moment of physical, okay, you want to go to the side? Like, he gives a little like,
right,
oh,
he does
let's go. But he doesn't give up. That's when he keeps going, you switch the samples. And he keeps
doing it.
He goes, I have a performance to let these people know. Prior to us taking this behind the doors, I want them to hear it, because this is my audience. The jury didn't listen to me. No one else listened to me about I not kill my wife, because the argument is no longer, did I kill my wife or not? That's not why he's doing this argument. He's going, you switch the samples. I want to let everyone know here that our DU-90 this is bullshit. This didn't happen here. He's not going, I'm innocent. He's going, you're guilty. And it's a different argument. He wants it in front of an audience. And then when you go behind the closed doors, now we'll become monkeys.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really good.
That's really good. And then we also both saw the screenshot of the gold ballroom and that Kubrick aspect of that is very never was apparent to me in any sort of way prior to looking at it through our psychopathic eyes, and then what could this be saying?
Yeah, just the kind of vague connection to that ballroom and yeah, I mean, talking about a movie that has, religious kind of subtle allegorical undertones going on. The Shining, has that hellish kind of thing going on as well. So the idea of that ballroom where Kimble finally confronts Nichols being a kind of parallel to the gold ballroom in The Shining is just an interesting connection.
He's walking in there to a sea of a bunch of dead people. We're all dead inside. We're all ghosts. I'm coming here to confront you. I'm going crazy, but it's
when you sent me the screenshot, when it's Kimble standing up and everybody's sitting and Kimble walks in and he's just standing there just silently and he's just staring at Nichols and Nichols stops. It's so unnerving just seeing it, just a man standing there silently, but it's so unnerving. I said it was like seeing a ghost. It was like Nichols is like rattled and he stops talking. And he's like, Richard, and he's like surprised. And you said everyone in that ballroom is like they're dead. And it's like Kimble's the only one who's truly alive.
Right.
In this whole place. And he's standing and he's very noticeable.
That's brilliant. Now, also, the production design, look at this over here, out of focus. I've never noticed this before now. It is Harrison Ford with the beard and him printed out in a photo that's behind them. So he has him in his office.
Right. Interesting. In a black and white photo.
And right next to that is a color photo of him and like sitting in front of a fucking Ferrari or whatever.
A photo of himself, like a glamour shot of himself.
A glamour shot of himself that sits behind him at his desk. So there's the two dichotomies of the Judas and the friendship that I've betrayed of my friend in black and white. And right next to that, here's me and in this the perils of success or the heightened Patrick Bateman version of success.
And to really read into it even deeper, the photo of him and Kimble is behind the photo of himself with the car, and the Kimble photo's in black and white. Now, what did I say in the Clerks episode? I said black and white is associated with death. And so it's like the friendship is dead. He's trying to kill Kimble. He hopes Kimble will die. And also the significance of being behind. The color photo of himself that's with a car is very materialistic, and that's more important to him. That's the one that's in the forefront.
We're either geniuses or we need to be in straight. It's binary. There's no middle ground here. We're either on that level or we're just throwaway key. Like it's because I'm buying everything that you're saying.
I mean, yeah, that's the genius of movies. This is why they say
an art form. You could look. Yeah, it's art at 24 frames a second. You get to look at it, and you get to look at every single aspect because everything was a decision that was made. Everything about that frame that we're looking at right now, him sitting there, him playing with the glasses that we've talked about, the importance of the glasses, him sitting there in the doctor's outfit. He's got, we haven't read into it yet, but over here he's got different pipes. And what does that mean? Pipes mean smoking, which means devil, which could mean
smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
There's fire. Yeah, we can go there. And then we have
the picture frames on the other side, perfectly framed in the way that you're talking about, with the different depths of those. Yeah. It's genius or straitjackets. There's no middle ground.
Yeah, I like the significance of the glasses that you're actually picking up on, because it's this idea of the vision. It's like, what do you see?
What lens are you looking through?
Yeah. And it's like when he's lying to is he lying? I guess he's sort of lying to Gerard, right? He's playing games with Gerard.
He is playing.
That's the other thing.
He's
that,
like a cat in that sequence where he goes, because he's going. They're asking, is Richard Kimble smarter than you? And he's playing the game of going, I'm smarter than the person asking the question to me. And he's going, tee hee hee.
I agree. That's the other part of it, is there's also this kind of subtle undertone of like, I am smarter than you. It's almost like he's talking about himself. I'm smarter.
Yes. And it's the same thing that happens the second time he comes around, and he asks him more questions, and he's like, I've told you, I've never seen this man in my life. Like, he's like, I'm done with you.
Yeah.
You are below me. You're on some peon level that I have no time for you and your stupid questions. And Gerard is already sitting there at that point going like, I know you're full of shit. Like, I get what you're saying right now. I see through you completely. And he's going, you are so beyond below me. I have no time for you. Get away from me. I'm telling you, I've never seen this man in my life.
And that was his fatal mistake, is that, see, his lies, his deceit is actually his own undoing.
Deceit and his pompousness of thinking that Gerard is not smart.
Right. So he essentially gives himself up, that he weaves such a web of lies that he tangles his own self in it, and he can't escape. And so he destroys himself.
And Gerard, when he knows he has somebody in the corner, it is that, you had a break-in, Mr. Sykes. Or when somebody pushes him and he knows he's running, okay. Like, he doesn't give big pushback there. He's just going, I see you. You gave up your cards. I know where it's at. Okay. This is rotten. This is we're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, I like that. I like he's sitting and he's kind of playing this manipulative game with the marshals, and he's playing with his glasses. So it's like, and then later you said, and then when he sees Kimble, he takes off the glasses.
Oh, it's a big move right there. And I started reading into it even more with halfway through that sequence, he's wearing the glasses low in his eyes. So he's seeing half of the audience, and he's looking half out there at things. But then when he really takes it off, it's the quickest motion that he does throughout the entire film, is quickly rip these things off his face. And he goes, it's done. The game is over.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, do you want to say something? I feel like you said you wanted to say something about Nichols.
I do have more to talk about Dr. Charles Nichols, because you do a great Dr. Charles Nichols impression, number one. That's fantastic.
I'm in the middle of this speech.
I don't know what accent he has or what's going on, but it's brilliant. It's because it brings it to like a highfalutin type, like something to it. But
yeah,
his character,
he's got that classic 1990s like Eastern European villain thing going on.
Yeah, he's got the Hans Gruber, but not Hans Gruber. There's an aspect to that.
Yeah.
And what's great about it is the whole first half of the movie, you fall for him. I mean, 3/4 of the film, you go, that's a really good guy that's standing by Richard. And he's going, fuck you, cops. I'm not telling you. And they go, when did you see him? He said, you want the truth? Yeah. I saw him this morning. What? Oh my God. I gave him a couple bucks, whatever I had. And he goes, this guy's fucking innocent. He tells them all the truth. He tells them the truth about everything within that.
I did also notice how all those threads at the end that tie together, they were all shown to you at the beginning. That montage, they set up everything. I didn't notice it until the end of the movie, and it's all revealed. And then you realize they laid it out for you right in front of your face. It was all there. Like, they had the cutaway to the surgery. They talk about how the patient is bleeding too much, and they mention the Provasic. Like, it's all at the beginning, and you don't even realize it. At the beginning, it's essentially character setup But then at the end, you realize those character setup moments were more than that. They were actually the revealing of...
It's the magic trick, and it was done really well.
Yeah.
And I didn't get... The first time watching it in the theater, I didn't get the details. I watched it, a billion times after, so I got it. But I didn't get the first time watching in the theater that Provasic was mentioned during the heart surgery at the beginning, and that means this and that means... All I got was the dumbness of, your friend betrayed you, E2 Brute. Like, I got that. Hey, this guy set it up, and this guy had something to do with killing the wife, must have been blah, 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 whatever. You just watch it. I mean, it was 1993, I was 11, you know what I mean? Like, Harrison Ford, good. You guy took glasses off, bad. Oh, you try hurt Harrison Ford, you bad. Oh, Harrison Ford win at end. Oh, Harrison Ford friends with Tommy Lee Jones, good. Like, you know what I mean? It's that. I felt the emotion, and I didn't understand all of the perfect beats put into it. But when I rewatch it, it's all there, and it's done really, really, really well.
Yeah. Okay, what about Dr. Nichols?
I didn't know this until I looked into it, but Richard Jordan, the actor who played Francis in Logan's Run, a movie that I can't wait to talk about as well, one of my favorite films.
Wow, I've never seen it.
Can't wait for that one. I love Logan's Run. I have so much to say about it. You might hate it. I think you're going to find it charming, and I think you're going to go, it's very problematic, and I'm not going to be like, it's the 1960s, let it go.
Yeah, 1976. I love 70s sci-fi. Superman.
Oh, yeah. 76. Oh, my God. I always think of it as late 60s. You're right.
Yeah.
It is
70s.
Actually, now that's weirder, because it should be like a 1969 movie, but it is 76. It's got a lot of miniatures. It's a little too late in the game to be doing what it's doing. It's got Peter Ustinov in there in that film. It's got Jenny Agutter in that movie. I love that movie. I find that movie so charming. And I find the idea of that movie, I'll just mention to you, every human being, we now don't live outside. We live in, like a giant mall, basically a huge city mall that's gigantic. And we all die at the age of 30.
Okay.
And we all have a little thing in our palm that turns different colors that tells you when you're going to die. And that's your new religion. You understand that you need to expire at the age of 30. But prior to that, you can just fucking do whatever the fuck you want. You can, and they've got little devices and this and that and all it's predicting a lot of interesting things. But basically they're going, after 30, you need to expire.
Okay.
And everyone buys into that religion aspect of it, which is what it kind of is. They call it renew in the movie. They go, we renew at 30. So they all think that they have a big thing that they call carousel, which is when you're about to, when your 30th birthday comes around, everyone comes around as if it's in the Coliseum, and they all cheer and they go, renew, renew, and everyone goes in there and they all die and they expire.
Crud.
And that's the society that they live in. And Richard Jordan in Logan's Run plays a character named Francis. Now, he's a police officer in that movie. He's a cop within that film.
Okay.
Now, within this movie, he was cast to play Dr. Charles Nichols.
Oh.
He was going to be Dr. Charles Nichols.
Okay.
And in 1993, he died.
Oh.
So he was cast to play this role and then had to pull out of the role in order to die. So at the 12th hour, the 9th hour, whatever the expression is, they found the replacement. I forget what this guy's name is, but I just know him as Dr. Charles Nichols. I don't know any other movie he's in, but I find him every time I look at him, I just go, "You're from The Fugitive." So, can you find the background of this man and where he's from?
Okay, his name is actually very complicated. Here we go. Hang on, let me.
Okay, now you got to go to how to pronounce this.
Yeah, his name is Yaron Krabbe. Yeah,
I think your mom would be proud of that pronunciation. I think she would go, Andrew. I've taught him well.
I had to look it up because it looks quite complicated. But yeah,
I would probably say you're on Chrome. Like I would be, very dumb with it.
It looks like in like American English, it looks like Jerome. It's like Jerome Crabbe, but it's
I probably would have
Yaron.
said Jaron Cramb or
Right,
something
yeah.
horrible.
Yaron Crabbe. And you're asking me where is he actually from, like the real actor?
Yeah, where does that accent come from?
Right. Okay. So he's Dutch.
Ah, okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have to say, he was a fantastic actor within this film.
Yeah, I mean, it works great in the movie, and I agree with you actually that the movie does a very good job of making you think that he is Kimble's friend. You know, he acts very cool.
He's the only guy who has that turning point where he's a good guy in the audience's mind, and then you go, "Oh, you're the devil." Like nobody else has that throughout this film. Richard Kimble, we know from the beginning, you're good. We know Gerard, your thought process is good. You're a good human.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah.
This is the only character that is the Judas. That we go, like the one-armed man is bad throughout it. Like we got introduced, you killed a woman. There's no good side to you. Even in his fucking thing when we didn't even talk about that scene when he meets Gerard for the first time. That's kind of an oversight. It's a great sequence where he's like an ex-cop, ex-whatever, and he's sitting there walking in with his little hand, and he plays that scene so well. When he comes in, what is this, a fucking trench coat convention or whatever? And he sits in there, "You had a break-in, Mr. Sykes." And he sits down, and he's annoyed at them. Like, he knows their game, and he knows how to play them, because he's like, "I've been you. I know how to do this." So he's like, "I told you, I don't know him." Like, he's doing everything he can to do all of the tricks that would make you, even as an audience member, if you're just watching that scene, you're going, like, yeah, this is not a guilty man. He's got one arm. He's like, "Why are you here?" There's no defensiveness. There's no running away. He faces everything, and he goes, "Why are you all in my house?"
He does start to lose his cool a little bit. He does start to get a little frustrated.
Right, but wouldn't you, if you were an innocent person, you would lose your cool as well, which is the opposite of what Richard Kimble does. And I think that's why in that courtroom whole aspect, people are looking at him going, he might be guilty. Because you see him in those courtroom scenes, and you see him when the gavel comes down. It doesn't look like he's arguing. It looks like he's emotionally crying with, my wife. And what they're trying to do is, okay, this cop didn't believe him. They're leaving a blank, empty space there for him to go, he probably didn't take the stand, because somebody who's innocent, whatever, you don't take the stand. He probably just sat there with his big white beard, and they go, "Look at this rich white bearded man, you killed your wife, you doctor fucking whatever the fuck," because that's the way that they're portraying it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the voicemail. The wife says Richard on the 911
Richard,
call.
He's trying to kill me.
She's calling out, right? That's the way you interpret it?
Of course. No, she's going, "Richard, please save me." But what she's trying to say, "Richard, somebody's trying to kill me," and the blood's running out. Yeah.
Right, but she says Richard, and then everybody thinks, "Oh, that's it. Like, he did it." Yeah.
But Francis from Logan's Run, big shout out.
Yeah.
1993. I'm very sad that Richard Jordan expired and passed away.
You would have liked to see him in the role.
No, I wouldn't.
You're just sad that he passed away in general. But...
I'm sad he passed away. I'm glad that the role went to blah, 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 from Dutchland or whatever the fuck. Dr. Charles Nichols will always be known to me as Andrew. How do you pronounce his name again?
Yaron Crabbe.
Jerome Crabbe, you for me will always and forever be Dr. Charles Nichols, and I think you did that role amazingly. I know that Richard Jordan would have done it amazingly in his own way, but what is tattooed on my brain is that you are Dr. Charles Nichols forever.
Yeah, and in that scene after, because you had texted me during the week, we had been talking about the scene where Gerard says, "You had a break-in, Mr. Sykes," right? And he's like assessing. And you said to me something that was very smart. So I'll repeat it so that it sounds like I thought of it.
Wait, I said something smart? I said something smart? Hold on. I'm going to listen. I'm going to listen to this one. Hold on.
You said, "I think that Gerard is being very soft and more passive."
Yes,
because
he
we've seen Gerard be the bulldog for the whole movie, right?
He's starting to question.
But now he gets very soft and almost quiet, and it's like he's assessing this one-armed man. And
I'm glad you reminded me of that. It is a big point. Yes.
Yeah, and I thought you were exactly right, because it's like he's trying to figure out, is this guy guilty or not?
Well, now he cares. I thought he didn't care. He's starting to care. Yeah.
And the very next thing that happens is he walks out and he says to one of his partners, "That guy's dirty." He's like, "That."
Yeah. I want you to put everybody right here, right now. Like, this is campsite. This is happening.
Yeah.
Like, no, this is big red flag. We know what's going on. I know, dirty as fuck. Put everybody right here.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's interesting knowing that guy knows the whole police, whatever the fuck. He goes and sneaks out the back door, to get out of his own place.
Yeah. Then Hazel said to me later in the movie, when the one-armed man is off, like trying to kill Kimble at the end, and they call the cops and they're like, "What happened to the one-armed man?" And they're like, "Oh, I don't know. He's nowhere in sight." And Hazel was like, "Those cops, they had one job." It's like
you had one job to do.
The cops in this movie are terrible.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very, at the end of the movie, it is a Hollywood shot of them cutting to the one-armed man and putting in the back of the cop car, because within the montage of that outdoor sequence that is right in front of the hotel that they were in at the thing, and they're just intercutting, and then they just cut to a shot of him being put in the back of the car. Now, there's no way he would be at that hotel. But you just watch that scene.
Oh, that's right. He was on the train. He got handcuffed on the train car.
Yes.
That's right.
So they just cut an ambiguous shot of him being put into the back of a car into a scene that the audience just goes, "Good, he's getting his comeuppance," but it makes no sense cutting to that right then. Because you think it's part of that scene. You're just like, "Oh, they're taking everyone out, and this is what's happening. Oh, and he's getting put in." You just go, "Oh, thumbs up, good. He's getting put in." But if you think about it, it makes absolutely no sense.
That's a way better criticism than what I said about them not arresting Nichols, because that means they took the one-armed man from the train, they drove him to the hotel, and then paraded him in front of everyone, and then put him in a second cop car.
Right, and they put him in another cop car to make the audience happy.
Yeah.
But I think that's what I love about movies and just tying it up in the end. We don't need to conflate this with another scene where we cut to an exterior shot of a train, and now there's an ambulance, and then the cops go, wait a minute, this man is guilty. It's just like, don't hit your head, get in the car. And we're just like, okay, audience, good, thumbs up, tie it up, make it go. I'm happy.
But you know what I love about movie magic? I've never thought about that until you said it.
No, I haven't thought about it till right now either. It came to me in this moment of talking about it. I go, that's not, he was never at the Pervasic fucking event. Like, there's no reason for him to be there.
That's great. Usually I like to kind of read in and sort of, dissect and find metaphors and whatever. This one I feel like is just an amazing movie, just structure. It's like beautifully structured. It has that turn in the middle where it's like the fugitive becomes the detective. He's going to solve his own case and he's going to get himself, free.
I 100% agree. It's a perfect Hollywood movie. That is absolutely perfect, and you don't have to read in metaphors of fucking World War II or anything like that. It's just a perfect, I don't want to say surface level, because it is deeper than that, but it's not, we don't have to read in, crazy metaphors for things. Yes, there's the metaphors of the medical companies or this and that, but I'm not, I'm saying like on the deeper level of like how you can go a deep on Jaws.
I do think there is a kind of subtle element of like the prison of the mind, of like setting your soul free. There is that kind of idea, like going back to Shawshank Redemption. Shawshank Redemption, when we finally do that movie's more overt with that, where it's like the breaking free of the prison. The prison is the metaphor. It's like the prison of the mind. And so he's escaping to some higher sort of level of consciousness. But this movie, and that movie, I think, does it in a much more metaphorical way.
Right.
This movie, I think, because it has the element of the pharmaceutical company, and like his wife does get killed, and there's no magic way to bring her back. So this movie has a very tragic element to it. So it feels more real. You know, it has this like street level Chicago, like gritty, you know, feel. And it feels like this is really happening to this guy. It doesn't feel like a fairy tale, you know, it doesn't feel like a metaphor.
Wow.
It feels like it's just, this is actually just happening to him. And, you know, he's got to get himself out of this really terrible situation. And so that's really cool. My dad loves movies like that. I think that's why my dad loves this movie so much, is because my dad loves
very
movies.
Practical.
Yeah, he's like a practical guy. He likes movies that are very realistic, believable. It's like they weave a portrait that feels like it could be happening in the real world. Like it makes you believe. The suspension of disbelief is like just zero. You know, it's like you don't have to suspend disbelief at all. It feels like it's as real as possible.
It does. There's no giant gaps in it where you go, oh, what? They didn't tie that up, or this didn't happen. And it doesn't feel at the end that they're tying anything up. Like, it's, yes, they have the shot of the fucking one arm man going, whatever. It's like, nothing feels like it's forced. It feels like by the end, you're just sitting there. You've rooted for both sides. There's two sides of the film. There's Richard Kimble, and then there's fucking the U.S. Marshals. And you're rooting for both of them to succeed. And when they do at the end, and then they become friends, enemies becoming friends. Like, it has every trope that, like, people just love to stand up and applaud and go, warm, fuzzy feelings makes me feel good. And did Hazel respond to that ending as well? Because that is such a guy ending. That's what we kind of didn't mention there.
You know what's interesting is I do think that you touched on something there, that by the very, very end, when they're in that laundry room and they're just punching each other, she started to, I think, phase out of it a little bit.
Became a little action movie.
A little bit,
became a little something to her.
It's kind of like once the case is solved, because she loves the murder mystery aspect. So for her, once the case is solved, once she has those answers, now she doesn't need to see two guys punching each other.
She didn't care about the reconciliation of the two guys who were enemies, because that is the thing that I'm noticing there within that is that becomes a very bromance ending.
Yeah.
And that, I think guys respond to that really well.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. It's a very like manly movie in that way, where it's like about these two men, these two like bulldogs, you know,
larger than life figures who are very both intellectually smart, and they both are on different tracks, but on this one thing, they're on the same track. Like, these guys are not going to become best friends that fucking go solve murder mysteries together. This was the one thing that brought them together. And maybe every 10 years they'd have a coffee sit down or something for 5 seconds. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to become best friends. But for this one moment, they had this thing where they go, okay. At the end, like, they gave that nod to each other. And I thought you didn't care. I don't. And at that point, they've said everything that they need to say to each other to go, we just lived a fantastic experience. And we both have our conclusion. And we both now feel good. And Gerard will be the type who's going to sit there. He's taking the cuffs off him, which is the metaphorical, like, I will make sure that you are okay. Because that will be the end of that journey. Like, from now on, you are protected. The U.S. Marshals, this and that, will ensure the fact that whatever you're going back and do, even though probably Richard Kimble, in that moment, he's not innocent, they're going to bring him back through the procedural thing of going, you now go back to jail, you go in here. And Gerard will be by his side going, no, law, this, that, whatever. Here's the reason. Okay, make sure he gets out. But as soon as he gets out, he's going to go, my job is done. I'm on to the next case, which we didn't bring up, but there is a sequel to this movie.
It's about the mutual respect. It's like, it's a movie about two men gaining a mutual respect for each other.
And both growing within that.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is what this podcast is. Oh, Daddy!
That's why I'm so glad they didn't do this romance subplot that you're talking about. I didn't even know that, by the way. I'm so glad that they took that out, because it's like, that's not what the movie is.
Yeah, and it's not a romance, it's a bromance.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by Chair Pants, the revolutionary pants that are also a chair. Tired of standing? but also tired of sitting in regular pants? Chair Pants has you covered. Using patented Sit Anywhere technology, Chair Pants deploys in under 2 seconds so you can sit whenever and wherever. Meetings? Sit. Elevators? Sit. Waiting in line for coffee while rethinking all your life choices? Sit. How does it work? Hidden inside each leg are lightweight telescoping carbon fiber supports. Add in NASA-grade gyroscopes for perfect balance, and you've got instant mobile sitting power. No chair required, no dignity lost. Chair Pants, because chairs are just pants that gave up. Use code SITDOWN for 15% off your first pair. Your quads will thank you.
I love the fact, the greatest part of the movie to me is before Gerard shoots him, it's the one time Richard Kimble uses officers against him when he goes, there's a man back there raising a gun with a woman,
Right.
and he points and he has this whole thing, and then that's his way of like, I'm running through here, I need to get by you, but I'm also going to use you for what I need to use, and it shows how intellectually smart he is. And I think that's one of the things that Hazel was responding to, is that this guy only does smart things. He doesn't do dumb shit throughout this movie. Yes, I said in the past he stole the ambulance, whatever. That could be considered smart if it's done the right way, but it was already, whatever. Everything that he's doing, you're watching him going like, this is Jason Bourne before Jason Bourne, but it's Jason Bourne not trained to do this. He's using his expertise that he has accrued throughout his life to become smart, and or he was always smart, and he's using now all of his expertise to go, okay, now how do I use my expertise to evade the law and prove that I'm innocent? And he does many deceptive things because he has to, in the betterment of getting to the end goal, which is showing that I didn't kill my wife. And society is saying to him, I don't care. Well, he does care. And he's going to prove himself that he did not do that.
Yeah.
I think that's more important to him than anything. It's more important to him than his freedom, is proving to anyone around, because they don't go into like his wife's mother, his wife's father, his sister, anything. We know nothing about that. But all of those people must just consider him guilty. Yeah. And his thing is, I need to show everyone I did not do this. I didn't kill I love my wife. The worst thing that could happen to you is the most treasured thing on planet Earth to him was his wife. And now everyone goes, you killed her. You did the worst thing to her. And he has to climb out of that.
That's a great point. I didn't even see it like that. That it's like the horror of people think that I would kill my own wife who I loved. I'm not the type of man who would do that. So it's like he's fighting for his own, moral reputation. It's just like, I don't want people to think that I would ever do that, because I would never do that. I'm the type of man who has love in my heart. I don't have hate in my heart.
And if you want to bring it to a religious level, what does he say at the table? Oh God, Jesus! Like he's at that level of there's nothing left here. No one gets me. No one is seeing this right now. You think I killed my wife? I have no one left to listen to. No one is listening to me right now.
Right.
Do you not get what I'm going through? Somebody killed my wife. I'm telling you who it is. And his moment of shock of, you think I killed my wife? Like he's sitting there at that table. Then he's like,
yeah, how dare you?
Oh my God. Like it's such a betrayal at that point at all. Like, I'm opening my heart to you. It's the only time we ever see him emotional in that type of way. Every other thing, with his wife and around other people, he's totally in control. When he's a surgeon, I think it's a fantastic voice that he has in that scene. When you don't see his face, they never cut to him. And you just go like, oh, this guy's just some fucking, doctor dude who's, I do my job perfectly. And we get to see him a little bit more vulnerable in front of the wife. And we get that aspect. But that moment is probably the most insecure, open moment that he has had in his entire life, when he's sitting there and he's just staring off and he has his hand in his head and he's just looking out. And then he's just answering questions in a robotic way with them. They're going, what about this? What about that? She probably had a lot of money and this and that and whatever. So you're not going to be hurting after this. And he's going like half paying attention to that and half going, my wife is out here. And he's piecing it together going, wait a minute. What is this conversation? What? You think I killed my wife? You think I stabbed her and I shot her? And then it immediately goes to the anger, denial, bargaining, depression, acceptance. He goes immediately, how dare you? And then he starts explaining, when I came home, there was a man in my house. I fought with this man. He had a mechanical arm. Like, you find this guy. I'm putting this on you. You find this man. You find this man.
Yeah.
He took everything from me. And then he gives up. He stops talking to them. He just starts talking to the universe. He took everything from me. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Like, he's done at that point communicating with other people because he goes, they don't get it. You think I did this. That is the worst betrayal that could ever happen. And that's where we see this character from in the first fucking 6 minutes of this movie. That's where we start the movie from. Like, talk about the fucking... It is Dante's Inferno. It's crawl yourself out of this with me, audience. Let's see what happens. And he puts the backpack on, and fate is a big part of the opening of that. Without that crash, without the mutiny that happens on that bus, that is the one thing that happens that allows him his second chance. If that didn't happen, he's just going to prison, and he wasn't going to fight. He was going to go, I'm going there for the rest of my life. That's it. But when he sees that little chance, and now I'm out here, and Copeland's out here, and I've got a second chance. I can save people. I can help people. I can go out here. I can help myself, and I can prove that I didn't do this to the fucking world.
Yeah. That's really interesting because, like I said, when he has that kind of vision of the one-armed man of like, oh, I see, I should go find the one-armed man. It's like his subconscious or like use of the universe, like kind of speaking to him. I did almost see it like he's a good person. He does have this kind of aura of like, he's going to get out of this. Like you could see it in a religious way of like, God is looking after him. Yes, his wife was murdered. Yes, he's had this tragedy. And so it's hard to kind of reconcile that. But then he is able to find his way through it and make it out the other end, at least with something. At least he does have his freedom, you know, and he has cleared his name.
He's cleared his name. That's big. That's big for him.
Yeah. And so it's like the whole movie is like, I guess you could see it like the love is stronger than the hate. You know, like he's a man who he always keeps the goodness inside of himself. He never lets the desperation of the situation overcome him. He stays good the whole way through, and he's constantly rewarded for it. You know, he's constantly being given signs from the universe. Like he has the first one when he jumps off the dam, but then there's actually another one later. There are more visions that kind of keep dropping in of like telling him, now do this, now do this. You know, and it's like you could see it as like his instinct or his subconscious, or you could see it in a religious aspect, but he's constantly being pushed almost like from this outside force. It's like the universe is helping him through the situation.
I'm glad we recorded that long to get that. That's I think that's a very important part. And I was doing the Rakim, the love and hate. So I wasn't punching randomly because you said love and hate. I was like, I'm Radio Rakim right now. I'm showing you the that's there. That's there right in the movie.
Yeah. I did notice that. It's subtle. It's like kind of under
It's subtle.
surface.
It's not a
Yes,
Deus Ex Machina that starts doing certain things.
Not at all.
It feels very natural, and it feels the fact of the bus is one thing. But you're right. When he turns his head and he does take that leap of faith, that is a bigger moment to explore than just, he just jumped off the thing and then God did a Peter Pan right here, right now, right here.
Yeah,
like,
it's so good.
It really was his fucking moment of going, this is the only way. Because I go back to prison, I don't get the chance to prove that I didn't do this. It's not even about freedom anymore. Because at the end of the movie, when he drives away and does whatever, There's no freedom for him. What, I go live in an apartment now and not be a doctor or try to be a doctor or do whatever. My life is over. My wife is gone. I will never have that again. But he at least has the name back. And hey, everybody who thought I didn't kill my wife. That's all he cares about. I didn't kill my wife, and I want people to know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now that they do, then he can finally mourn. Because when he was sitting on that bus and he was driving on his way to whatever, he's just sitting there going, I'm accepting the fate that's been given to me from when that gavel came down, and I can't fucking believe what I'm dealing with right now, and this is the life that I'm living, and it's all over. That gavel coming down might be Ford's best performance.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
That moment of shock.
Yeah, the jump. Yeah.
If I saw that through a lens, and I was telling an actor like, hey, listen, this is it. This is over. This is because he's not giving emotion. Like, it's a great part about the opening of that film. He's a bearded guy in the 90s, which is a thing. I can get why the studios would say something like that. Like, there was never actors there prior to the 70s with Jeremiah Johnson who were fucking wearing a giant beard being a main star.
There is something actually a little deeper here that I could mention to you.
Do it.
Hazel said something interesting during the viewing, okay? And you talking about the gavel made me think of this. That gavel coming down, that's the sound of human beings. That's the judgment of your fellow human being, right? And there is this almost like divine intervention, like he's being rescued out of this situation by God. You could see it that way, or some kind of higher force. You know, when the bus is derailed, right, with the train, and he's set free, you know, you're right, he's set free by chance. You know, something just happens. He doesn't free himself. There are outside forces that intervene. Where did those forces come from?
He accepted his fate when he was on that bus, and he said, that's it.
Yeah.
And something intervened.
But Hazel said something to me very interesting during the movie. She said his wife was killed because he's a good man. He's such a good man.
Oh, that's horrible.
Right?
That's true, but that's horrible. Yes.
He's such a good man that's why his wife was killed, because he wouldn't sign the Provasic.
Oh, no,
right?
That's terrible. I never thought of that. That's horrible. Oh, no. Oh.
And so it does sort of actually, very, very subtly, but it does sort of start to get to that religious allegory aspect where it's like he's a Jesus figure. He's pure. He has the beard at the beginning, you know. He's pure, and his pureness leads to this sacrifice that's like the world of humankind cannot accept how good he is, and he's punished for his goodness, you know. And through that, his goodness remains. He's never corrupted. This is a man who is incorruptible.
It's true. Yes.
Right? And so he's almost existing on this kind of higher level.
He is a Jesus character.
A little bit, right?
You're right. He's never corrupted. You're 100% right. There's not one thing he does in the entire movie besides he reaches into the car to steal the clothing that he wears from the truck, and then you eat up your food. You need your strength. He stole food from an old man, and the old man will get the nutrients again. My, we are thirsty this morning, aren't we? Like he did that. First of all, there's no way the old man in the coma was ever going to reach out and take that giant bottle and feed himself. Like, that was never going to happen. Guy couldn't lift that if he tried. So yes, he took some eggs, and first of all, whenever I watch that scene, I want to eat some eggs. He makes it look so succulent. Like he eats it with his hands. He licks his fingers and he's staring at the man, going like, "Is he gonna wake?" Like, and he's What's really funny about that is like, yes, he's been in jail a really long period of time. He's probably been eating really bad slop, and then he hasn't probably eaten in the past like 18 hours, and he was in running through the woods and water and this and that and the whole thing. But the funny part about it is he's eating hospital food as if it is from like, he's succulent to it as if it's from like a 5-star restaurant. You know what I mean? Like even hospital food now to you is the highest echelon of, oh my God, I'm licking my fingers to get this in here. This is so good. I haven't had this succulence before. So those are the only two things where he steals an old man's food, but the old man will get more food. And the old man will get more water. And he stole the workers' thing. Sure. White collar crimes. Yeah. White collar crimes. Nothing bad. He's not an impure person, but he's also doing it in the service of, I now need to take on little bits of aspects of becoming a small criminal here, doing minor things in the bigger service to showcase my number one goal, which is my number one motivation. I didn't kill my wife, and I want other people to know it. Everyone needs to know it. I want to shout it from the rooftops, and I want to prove to everyone. Like, he has a singular goal that never changes throughout that film. And that's a great thing about why we really don't have ambiguity to his character.
And like Jesus, he was wrongfully sentenced to death, right? So he was arrested and sentenced to death wrongfully.
It's interesting. It's interesting to point out that point. Mm-hmm. And Jesus accepted that. Now, Harrison Ford's character accepted it. We didn't see him in the courtroom talking to his lawyer going, no, but I didn't, blah, blah, blah. He gave them there's a guy who did this. And he immediately just goes, he doesn't argue against it. He goes, you think I killed my wife? There's confusion. And then he immediately goes, how dare you? And then it goes into, I've given up on you. I can't explain to these people anymore. And then, oh God, oh Jesus. And then all we see is him in the courtroom just accepting fate from that point. We don't get to see any more arguments or anything else or any other turmoil. And then we see him sitting on that bus just going, this is my fate. This is, I'm going to die for the sins of somebody else. Whatever the fuck, this is what's happening. Right. And then the divine intervention of, something crazy's happening. Oh my God, I'm not a part of this. Oh my God, the bus is tumbling. And then, first of all, that to me in the 90s was, I didn't get to talk about that turning point, was one of the greatest things. The fact that you see a bus going and then the bus tumbles and you go, oh my God, well, that's the end of that. And then you realize the bus landed on train tracks and there's a fucking, that turning point is so good. And it just, everything, like we said before, heightens the stakes. And it does it so well. It's not like, oh no, this is unbelievable. You just go, oh my God, this guy's already been through so much. I can't believe, yes, it only makes sense that of course there would be a fucking train. Of course there would be a fucking train coming after you right now. And now everyone else abandons me. They all flee like little rats on a ship. And I'm here, and I need to be the one to save this person right now. I need to get them out of here. I need to do this. I'm going to get them out of here. And then again, on top of that, just harping on this aspect of what you said that your dad's favorite line is, be good. When he gets to Copeland right there.
Right.
Copeland goes, here are the rules. This is what I'm laying out to you. Mm-hmm. And then he just goes, hey, Copeland, I'll give you one bit of advice. Be good.
Right. That's like the best life advice you could ever give anybody. Just that that's simple. Good. It's just that simple.
It ripples right? through everything. If you have to narrow it down to 2 words, that's it.
Yeah, it's true. My dad used to always say to me, Andrew, the golden rule, you treat people the way you want to be treated. That's the secret to life. And I think you could even distill that down if you wanted to simplify that even further down to those 2 words, be good.
Yeah,
that's true. That's pretty cool.
It's 100%. It's 100% true. And the secondary level to that is treat yourself well. Have good thoughts about yourself. because that can't be understated. You can't go out there and just treat other people well without having a good, without treating yourself well. It should start with that.
You know what's interesting about that? I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree. Do you know what I think is kind of magical about that though? Is it's actually like this.
They're together. They're symbiotic. Yeah.
It's an endless loop. You could start with either one.
You could start with either one, and the other one needs to be a part of it eventually. Yes, whichever one you start with, it will eventually come together, because you can't be somebody who just treats other people well and treats yourself like shit, and you can't be somebody who does the exact opposite of that. They end up being copacetic, but you can start with just treating other people well, or start by treating yourself well. Either way, in the end, it will become that symbiotic relationship.
I would argue that if you're somebody, well, I mean, I agree with you, but I would kind of add to that and say, if you're somebody who has trouble treating yourself well, if you think that you struggle with that,
start with treating other people well.
Yes, exactly. And it'll ripple effect back to yourself. That will happen.
Yes, 100%. 100%.
That will happen. There was one moment in my life I remember that I was feeling quite frustrated and kind of desperate, like I just didn't know what to do in my life. And I remember I was in the shower, and sometimes you have like ideas in the shower, right? And I remember thinking,
all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I remember thinking, gosh, what should I do? What should I do? I just don't know what to do. And all of a sudden, I had this idea. Just help Hazel. Hazel was working on some project at the time. And I thought, you know what? I know what to do. Don't think about myself right now. Just help her. Yep. And then through that, the clarity starts to come. And now you're not all tangled up in your mind, and that helped me. And all of a sudden the answers started to come.
Yes.
And it was like, once I just kind of let go of like, let me help other people actually. And then you end up helping yourself. So it's very, very powerful.
It is so true. That's one of the biggest keys to life. It's kind of getting that and staying at that level. If you can get into there and you feel the satisfaction of that, all the other problems that you think you have kind of start to melt away.
The reason I think is because the moment you put your brain onto the task of how do I help other people, you're training yourself. You're thinking positively. Now you're just thinking about how to be helpful, right? What kind of actions will have a positive ripple effect through the universe? And the moment you start to reframe your brain to think in those terms, you can now easily apply that to your own self.
Very true.
So it's like mental training.
And it's cool that it showcases, just to bring it back to the film, that Dr. Richard Kimble, while he's trying to help himself to clear his name throughout the entire film, he can't help but help other people along the way. He's constantly doing it.
That's actually part of the story of this movie. He's trying to help himself, but he's also helping other people at the same time.
Joel would be dead without Dr. Richard Kimble. They would have brought him to the wrong floor, and they wouldn't have looked at the x-rays right, and they wouldn't have done his thing right, and he would have been a young kid who my chest hurts. First of all, his acting is fantastic. We have to call it whoever that young kid is, and whoever he murders the fact. We never get to see him normal. We just get to my chest hurts, and he's like, yeah, pal. Yeah, but he's just talking to him, and he's just fucking, dude. That is like such an emotional sequence of. It doesn't help the plot of the movie of Dr. Richard Kimble, solving the problem of who killed his wife, but it exactly shows who Dr. Richard Kimble is, and it's reminding you again, and he feels human again within that. He goes, "This is my home. I'm in hospital." He goes from one hospital at the beginning. He finds sanctuary there, stitches himself up, gets food, gets hydrated, everything. He gets all bread. He's holding bread when the cop is talking to him. He goes outside into an ambulance to escape. Now I'm liking the ambulance thing, because an ambulance is also, if he just stole a random car, it doesn't make sense. It's not a metaphor anymore. Now he stole an ambulance to get away. This is an emergency that is happening.
He's saving himself.
He's saving himself. Yes, yes. And from that same ambulance who just came out of it, the guy with the upper gastric area thing. So he's saving that guy in there. Then he's saving himself in this ambulance. Then he's going. Then where does he go when he has to find out who the one-armed man is? I have to steal somebody else's security badge to get into another hospital. Another thing that I understand. Another place that's a saving place. Now this place is going to save me. Cook County Hospital. And he goes to Cook County Hospital to then do research to find out and narrow down who is this one-armed man. And then he goes, at the end of the thing, he goes to the top of the pyramid, and he has to go to the top of the Devil and McGregor, where they're having their little their little conference or whatever the fuck. It has to be in a big, tall hotel. And his fight actually happens. It goes out into the rooftop. We're going to the top of the rooftop in this thing. And then he falls down an elevator shaft into the basement. They go down to the bottom floor in the basement where the laundry is. Like, dude, there's so many fucking metaphors here that they're writing into this that I'm thinking about now. That it's just, I'm glad this is going on for 4 hours, because now I'm hitting this.
I thought about the laundry as like, the dirty laundry.
We're getting to the bottom of the truth here.
Yeah. Oh, and the name Devlin, it's like devil.
Devil.
Right.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. That's good.
I love what you said about the word sanctuary. You said the hospital is like his sanctuary.
And that ties back into Logan's Run. That ties into Logan's Run. I'm not saying that's saying that that's just a random coincidence. Nobody planned that, but that sanctuary is the entire thing of Logan's Run. Everyone kills themselves at 30 to get to sanctuary. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, it's like the hospital is like his safe space. It's almost like his church. It's like he sees it as this is a place where lives are saved. This is a life-saving place.
And he's part of that.
Yes, and he's part of that. He's part of the good side of that. He's a good doctor. And so he saves lives. And yes, there's other doctors who are bad doctors, who are corrupt, who lie, and like of course, there's also death in a hospital. So it's not just saving lives, but it does have to him this element of the sanctuary, of like the place where he goes. It's the place he knows. He goes back to a place where he's comfortable there. He has the knowledge. He has an advantage in this place. Even though there's cops around, it's like he has the knowledge of how does the hospital work. And he can go and he can hack into the computer and get the information. And he can, save this kid in his spare time. And it's like, this is his familiar space.
It's making me think deeper into the sequence with his wife when she's at that conference where
and he says, I hate these things. And so that's a place where he's not comfortable.
Yes, he hates these things. And then he saves her and he sees the two people surrounding her and he goes, come here. And she goes, thank you for saving me. Thank you. I was down to my last job. Thank you for this. It's almost that whole aspect of that thing. He didn't want to go out that night. He doesn't want to be in that part of the situation. He doesn't care about any of that. He cares about little Joel saving little people, doing other little things. He poo-poos the whole fucking Provasic, this and that. Oh, they want to do their thing, whatever the fuck. Like, I have no time for that. I only care about doing what I know how to do as a surgeon and saving and helping people. Everything else is noise.
That's why I said that I think that Gerard is like the point of view of humanity. You could see him as like the audience, but he's also like, he's the flawed human being where he doesn't care. He's got a job to do. He calls himself the big dog.
I don't care.
Right. He calls himself the big dog in the movie, right?
Oh, the big dog is always right. Oof, oof, oof.
Yeah. So he's like an animal. There's a part of him that's not human. He doesn't care if you're guilty or not guilty. That's beside the point. So he doesn't have like a moral sort of judgment on
compass, yeah.
Right? He's just there to hunt.
He has a job to do, and it is just I don't bargain. I've been given a job. My job is to get Dr. Richard Kimble. That's it. Blinders onto the world.
Right. I don't care and I don't bargain. And that, so he is a dog. He's a bloodhound. He's on a mission, and it's like nothing will deter him from his, even if you're innocent. Even if you're innocent, he doesn't care. He'll bring in an innocent man. He doesn't care about that.
It's not my problem. My job was to get you. The courts will sort that out.
That's right. Aha. But over the course of the film, he goes from being an animal to being more human.
Yes.
Kimble's goodness brings humanity to Gerard. By the end of the film, Kimble is so good and so pure and so innocent, Gerard can't help but see it.
Yep.
And he can't help but care. And it brings the goodness out of Gerard.
Yeah.
Kimble makes Gerard a better man.
That's you just nailed that right there. You just nailed it right there. And it made Gerard actually forget the sequel, but within the context of the film, it made Gerard question his job. My job is now, after this point, not so simple. It's not just get the person, just be the bloodhound, just do this. It's now also, okay, this is the task that I've been given, but let me go a bit further.
There's a higher task.
There's a higher task here, because my task was to get this guy. And when he turns that gun around at the end and he has that whole, Richard, I know what happened. I know that the fucking, the key and this and that and the whole thing. And he's going, I get it. He's going, I give up. My position in my job is false. I'm a false prophet. I'm somebody doing someone else's bidding. And I realize this right now. And I'm begging with you, give up, come to me. I will help you in this situation. We need to stop this. We're both on the same side. You've changed me, is what he's saying.
Yeah, wow. I'm getting goosebumps, actually, because I realized,
I think we finally got to the fucking bottom of the truth here.
We did. I think we needed all this time to get to that point, because I kind of lightly touched on it earlier, but the idea that these are two good men. And I think the reason why this movie has always resonated with me ever since I was a kid, and I think the reason why it's my dad's favorite movie, if I could take a guess for him, this is a movie about good surviving. This is a movie about goodness triumphing. And it's a movie that says there is evil in the world, but there's also good, and good is stronger. Love is stronger than hate. And it's in there. It's like there's a lot of other stuff going on, but that core feeling of like the two good men are the two that are left standing at the end. And they're the two that are going to go off and hopefully have a better life. I mean, Kimble, like I said, there is this tragic element of the film.
He's going to have the best life he can have.
The best life.
And he's going to... he's going to feel relieved that he's no longer considered the guy who killed his wife. That's the biggest thing that he could hope for.
I mean, he's alive. He's not sentenced to death. Like, he lived. He survived. He made it through.
And hopefully he can get his doctor's license back or whatever, and continue helping people, because that's the only thing that would be his motivation after that.
That's a great point. I mean, it's of course tragic that his wife was killed, but you're right. He was going to be sentenced to death. He wasn't going to be able to save people anymore.
Right.
And now you can think, okay, yes, he's going to get his medical license back, and he's going to continue to save people.
He'll get redemption. And then be able to do what he gets satisfaction of doing, which we got to see at his lowest level of anything.
Yeah.
I helped Joel. I went out of my way to help. That helping Joel doesn't help him in any way to prove that he didn't kill his wife. For him in that moment, that's not the goal. The goal was, I want to feel human again, because I only feel human when I'm doing what I love, which is helping other people.
He does what Jesus does. He comes back from death.
It's good.
Right?
Good. It's becoming a very religious episode. But it's good. It's good.
Because he does. Because he goes through this death process. You know, he's sentenced to death, he's marked for death, and you said resurrected. You said that. That's what made me think of that. And it's like, that's what happens by the end of the film. It's like he went from being sentenced to death and he comes back to life. And now he gets to live his life again.
That's true. That's really true.
What's the other prisoner's name who's next to Jesus? Is it Barbaros? Is it Barbaros?
The guy.
Yeah, Barabbas.
Wait, the black guy that he shoots?
No, I'm talking about in the actual story of Jesus. There's
I would
another
have
prisoner.
No clue. I'm sorry, I would have absolutely no clue.
There's another prisoner where
you could tell me his name is Tiki Torch, and I'd be like, okay.
The public is given a choice. Which one do you want to condemn? And it's a guilty man who we know is guilty of a crime, and then it's Jesus, who's been accused of, blasphemy, but he's essentially innocent. And the public are given a choice. Which one do you want to condemn to death? And they choose to kill Jesus and set Barabbas free. And I kind of feel like
proves that the public is dum-dums.
Well, and that's kind of again, like the connection to Gerard and this idea of like humankind. We need to be able to see the goodness. That's our journey of like, we need to find that purity inside of ourselves. And I just made the connection to that other prisoner, that other prisoner is like the Barabbas figure, And so
Copeland.
he's the kind
You're talking about Copeland.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, I'm finding be good. I'm finding more connections. Okay. I happened to look up when I looked up this actor. What was his name again? This guy's name.
Oh, the original?
Yeah, Yaron Krabbe. Okay, when I looked up this actor's filmography, I just so happened to notice he was in a movie about Jesus. The movie's called Jesus.
Here we go.
And he plays Satan.
Oh my God.
So just an interesting connection there as well.
That's brilliant. And this is the part that we were watching with Copeland here. And the first time we hear Copeland, he goes, "What?" And then we just both notice the fact that the guard says, "Copeland, you be nice now." So he was told that twice. He was told once by a guard, and then he was told by Richard Kimble, "Be good."
Yeah. One thing I've noticed that's interesting about the podcast is that a lot of times when we get to the end of a film,
we're just getting to the beginning.
Well, we end up talking about the beginning again. We kind of come full circle and we get to the end. And when we're talking about the end of the movie, we really frequently start referencing what happened at the beginning of the movie.
Yes.
And I think that that's obviously because the beginning and the end of a movie are linked, that you essentially have the setup and then you have the resolution.
And we also don't want it to end. We want to take that thread and then we want to rewatch and you want to rewatch it through my eyes of what I've given you, and I want to watch it through your eyes of what you've given me, and then we want to watch it. We want to wipe the slate clean one last time, going, okay, now that we've explored all that and I see it through, I want to watch it one more time. Now knowing that we've had that conversation, we want to get back through with that lens and that perspective, and then go, okay. Because it's a way of being able to watch the movie again for the first time. Because now you're looking at it at a new perspective. We're taking things that, we've seen many times over and over, dissecting them, looking at them, and then going, oh, you've now given me an excuse to watch it again through a different lens.
Yes. And so oftentimes that's what we do is we'll get to the end of the movie and then we'll start referencing all the things at the beginning of the movie.
Then it's become clear at that point. Now,
exactly.
Now we know what we're talking about.
That's right.
And we get it. And then we go, okay, yeah, now we see all the connections that got us there. I get what you're saying, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And I think that's what's happening here, is that we talked about the movie like once through. And it's interesting, I'm not saying it's your fault necessarily, okay, but
I'll take the blame.
The fact it's actually kind of created a great conversation, but the fact that you didn't rewatch the movie is interesting because we kind of talked about the movie once through, and then we kind of talked about it again. And I think that that was like the familiarity of, yeah, like figuring out the movie, what's the story, how does it operate? And then that second pass through, you go deeper,
Yeah.
you know?
I think I've
Yeah.
watched this one like Jaws too many times that if I just watched it one more time, in the past week, I wouldn't have gained anything from it. It's just there, and I'm just watching what I already know. It's like staring at a great painting that you already have
Yeah.
at every frame from. So I needed to have the conversation that we had to then go, okay, now I have different. And what did I say to you at the end? I go, now I actually want to go rewatch it. And I wanted to go watch it because now I have the conversation. I have the perspective that we've had. And I go, I can see it through different, glasses now.
I just thought of this actually, that at the beginning of the movie, he's separated from his wife, the woman who loves him. It's like a separation from the mother figure. This movie is kind of like a metaphor for life. It's a metaphor for like the life of a man, that you're separated from the mother and you're thrust into the cold, harsh reality. The chains are put on you, and now you have to get yourself free. Yeah, that's it, just that. But I think his wife represents like that motherly love. It's the connection to the female, and the to a man, the female represents like the softness. It's like the safe space. It's the feminine love that a man doesn't really have unless he has that love of a woman. And I think for us as men, you have to go and like forge your own life separate from that.
Right.
I think that that's truly like when you become a man. And I think that that's at least partially the metaphor of the movie.
I'm agreeing with that. And what it made me think of, going back to the religious aspect, is when she says her most memorable, notable line of this, and they repeat it twice: I'll wait up for you. I'll wait up for you. Is she saying, I'll wait up there for you? Like, I will wait in the afterlife.
Oh, wow. I'll wait up
Yes.
for you. Wow. Well, that's interesting. Yeah. I'll be waiting. It's like, I'll be waiting in heaven.
Right.
I'll be waiting when you get there.
And it cuts to him. The next shot of him is sitting there with these men accusing him of murdering his wife.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. Because I just thought of that because you're playing the film, and I'm watching him get put in the chains of the handcuffs.
And that's when he's submitting, which
right.
And when he pulls
it's like,
this and all of that. And we were basically saying he's now switched roles of like a doctor strapping somebody in to a medical procedure. He's submitted to his own medical procedure that he's going into, and he's given over.
It's like a birth. Is when you're born, you're separated from your mother. That's when the separation occurs. You're thrust into the cold, harsh world of three-dimensional reality. You're now a living being, alive on planet Earth. You breathe air, you feel the air on your skin. And, there's a kind of metaphorical element of like, now you're chained, inside of your body. Now you're chained to the laws of nature, the scientific laws of planet Earth, and then there's also a societal element of like, now you're, put into the society, and the society operates according to restrictions, and the society kind of imprisons you. And I think like you essentially have to find your way out of that. So that's another element of the movie, is the whole movie is actually kind of this metaphor for life itself. It's like a metaphor for birth and then freedom, like freeing yourself.
Birth, maturation, decline, and death.
Yeah. Yeah. This movie and Shawshank Redemption really, I think, are actually very, very similar. They're very linked. They're only a year apart, and they have really similar stories.
Yeah.
This one is more of like action thriller style. You know,
Right.
Shawshank Redemption is more drama. It's like more poetic.
Yeah.
But this one is like the Hollywood fun. This is like the blockbuster version. You know, this is the fun version. It's like he's gonna go on the run and he's gonna, you know, prove his innocence. And he is almost like this action hero.
Yeah.
But the themes of the film, those two films, are strikingly similar.
Yeah.
Really interesting. So I think this movie does have that poetry of Shawshank Redemption just a little bit. You know, this movie's almost like Hemingway. You know, it's like the poetry is in there, but it's done in this kind of simple style, you know? And I think though it's still very profound.
Shawshank is basically what would have happened to Dr. Richard Kimble if the bus didn't happen. He would be the guy,
Oh,
his head
yeah.
screaming, going, "I'm not supposed to be here!" And then they'd take him out and they'd beat the fuck out of him. Or he'd be the Andy Dufresne, which is more like the character that they're setting up, which is he would just sit there for 20 fucking years and slowly find a little way out to get out to the fucking thing. But he wouldn't be able to solve the problem of who killed my wife while he was in there.
That's a great point. That's the difference. That scene, that bus train crash scene, that's the turning point that turns it into a different movie.
God interference into that. That's the Deus Ex Machina of that.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Dr. Richard Kimble could have just been transported to prison and it could have been a prison movie.
He gave up. Like this, they're strapping him in, they're this and that. He's sitting in the bus. He's just, I'm yours. I'm a body. I'm a vessel. I'm nothing else at this point. It's over.
Yeah, but it has a genre turn where there's this action sequence. He escapes, and now he's
taking a twist, and now
he's a fugitive, and he's on the run. Right, that's really cool.
He's allowed to be himself again. He's allowed to go Copeland, be good. He's allowed to go out there and do good things and try to clear that name.
It's interesting, you know, you have those female characters that are in the hospital. You have Julianne Moore and you have Jane Lynch, but women are not really a big part of the movie. You know, it's a movie that's very populated by male characters. And I do think that a lot of the feeling of the film is like the feeling, like I said, the feeling of like the separation from that female energy. And then you're thrust into the world of men. You're thrust into the harsh, brutal world, you know, where men will try to kill you. And you have to keep that feminine part of yourself alive. You have to keep the love, you know, because I think that love is very much associated with women in that way.
Yeah, there's not much nurturing within this. You have Copeland who you know, shacks up with the woman. You do have the one scene with Harrison Ford where for some reason, you know, obviously because he's Harrison Ford, some hitchhiking woman or whatever decides to pull over and kind of pick him up. We didn't talk about that one scene.
That's right.
Julianne Moore is much more the, you know, there's not much nurturing there. That's, hey, what's going on with you? Who are you? What is happening here? So really the only nurturing that we see is the Jane Lynch character who remembers him and sees him for what he was from a female perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, there's really no female character even in the movie. I mean, you have the female cop, like the U.S. Marshal sidekick.
Right,
woman,
she's great.
She's great.
Every
She's
cutaway
great.
of her is fantastic.
100% agree. She's a great character, great actress. She plays it great.
But she never interacts with Dr. Richard Kimble in any
Right,
way.
right. She's not really like a character in the movie. She doesn't have a big part in the story or whatever. And then yeah, these doctors, these female doctors at the hospital, they're kind of in there, very briefly.
Wow.
But it's really his wife. His wife is the main female character in the film, but she gets killed right away. So, you have to keep, I often think about life as like a balance between the masculine and feminine energies. And it's like somebody becomes whole when they can embrace both sides of themselves that have those two energies. You can't be all masculine and you can't be all feminine. It's like, because then it's like you're lopsided. You have to find the balance of both of those inside of yourself. And both men and women have masculine energy and female energy inside of themselves. And so for a man like Dr. Kimble to be
Dr. Richard Kimble.
Yeah, right. To be thrown into this situation, it's like he has to keep that feminine part of himself alive, and he has to stay balanced, and he has to continue to treat people with love. He has a lot of feminine energy when you think about it. He's a doctor. He cares for people. He's nurturing. So he has this kind of macho sort of bravado. He has this, like I said earlier, he's a man of few words. He's a doer. He speaks through his action. So he has a lot of masculine energy, but you also realize he has a lot of feminine energy too. He's nurturing and he's loving and he's caring. He takes care of people. And so he keeps both of those parts of himself alive throughout the course of the whole film. And it's like he stays whole. Even if something, he says at the beginning of the movie, "You've taken everything from me."
Right.
And that's that's kind of interesting because
And then right after that, "Oh God, oh Jesus." That's the next two lines, next two things that are said right after that.
Yeah.
"You took everything from me. Oh God, oh Jesus."
Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, now we're kind of getting like really, really deep, but like,
well, I have something to say when you're done. I think it might.
I mean, I think he feels that way. I think he feels like you've taken everything from me, but it's more of like an expression because the truth is that they really haven't taken anything away from him because he still has himself. He still has his own, like I said, the internal balance, the goodness that's in his heart, the love that's inside of himself. That's what Andy Dufresne says in Shawshank is you can never take that away from me. Right? They can never take away what's in here. And I think he points to his heart.
I think one difference within this movie is he does give up. And he goes, "You did take everything from me. It is over." That's why we don't see a courtroom scene of him arguing. That's why we just see judgment placed upon him. We see the gavel. We see him shake. And that's the moment where he goes, "It's over." Then it cuts to this scene where they're shackling you up. There's no defense of that. It's just, I'm a body in service of punishment, and that's all I'm doing right now. And you see him on the bus and he's done and everything is over. That is him being dead. He's given up. I'm telling you, this is a guy who's given up. Look at him. This is not Dr. Richard Kimble. This is an important point. I really do think he's given up on life. Watch the shot.
He just looks up.
There's nothing there. He
just looks up. Yeah. He's just like,
"What do you want from me?"
It's like he's dying. That inner light, that goodness inside of him it's in jeopardy. It's dying.
Yep.
He's in danger there. Yeah, it's starting to fade. And he needed that gift from the universe. He needed that train to crash into that bus. He needed those prisoners to try to escape.
Yep. When the bus has its accident, that's his chance and that's his redeemness. He died and he was dead for 3 days. And then this is his moment where what gets him out of that bus? He saves someone else. He starts redeeming himself right away. And then his second redemption is going, "Hey, Copeland, be good." And now he's passing that on to someone else. And he goes, "In order to keep being myself on my second chance in this life, where I now see it again." Because when he looks at Copeland and goes, "Hey, Copeland, be good," he's actually smiling. It's the first time he's alive
And it's the first time he ever even gives that type of alignment. When you see him before, you see him bearded and this and that, and you see him with his wife, hey, come here. And they've got their own inside joke and this and that. This is the first time he's finding himself again because he completely gave up. He goes, I was nothing. Life was nothing. This was nothing. That was nothing. Crash happens. I'm awakened. And now I'm saving a person. And now I'm doing this. And then he tries to save Copeland by going, be good. And then he goes, now it's time for me to go save myself. And the metaphor of him running through the woods and running for that redemption.
Right. That's true. The train crash is like the first gift from the universe. Like you've been set free. You've been given a second chance. Aha. Yes, it's your first wake up moment, but you're not truly free because while you can run through the woods, people are chasing you. They're hunting you. So you're not truly free.
You're running from something, not towards something at that point.
Right. And then it's the dive off of the dam that's like the second moment. That's the next step where now it's a voluntary instead of it just happening from, the
It's
universe.
not from the outside. It's you are going to face this. I'm giving you a choice. You have two choices here. You give up and you go back to where you came from, or you take that leap of faith.
Yes. And that's when he chooses. And he says, I'm going to take the leap. I'm going to dive, head first and risk everything and risk death, right?
This is death. This is death right now. That's what Gerard goes, the guy just did a Peter Pan right off this bridge right here. And then everyone else is looking at him going, the guy's fucking fish food. He's fucking dead. Like nobody could fucking survive this fucking shit.
Yes. And that's when the answers start to come.
But who can survive? The penitent man will pass.
That's right. That's right. And that's when the answers start to come. And that's when the path becomes clear. That's when he realizes I have to find the one-armed man and I have to clear my name.
You're right. And the boring scene to Greg as a child is the scene of he finally gets to sleep. And that's a deep, he's run as far as I can. Now I'm collapsing.
And you know what? I just realized the movie is like a metaphor for life because then he essentially starts over. What does he do then? He starts as a wanderer. He wanders on the street. He's homeless, right? And then what does he do next? He gets a shitty apartment, And then what does he do next? He gets a crappy job working as the janitor in a hospital. And then he has to now go to the hospital every day and work his crappy job. And the while...
He steals that job.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a metaphor for starting at the bottom. He was at the top and he gets booted down to the bottom and it's like a restart.
And that happens with the elevator at the end. He has to go back. He has to go all the way to the top to fight the people at the top. He's fighting the top boss and then they come all the way down to the doldrums again.
Yeah, and so the whole movie becomes this journey of you have to stay true to yourself. You have to stay on the path. You have to be good. You have to stay good. And you have to keep doing good. And you'll earn your way out. You will earn your freedom. You will improve your life. Your life will be able to be improved as long as you stay on the right track. But you have to be brave. You have to risk, everything. You have to risk being caught. You have to risk all the danger. And, there was a lot of close calls in the movie, right? But he goes in, he tries to find Sykes, the one-armed man, and he has to go to the prison, to talk to the guy because he thinks maybe this is the guy. And he goes to the prison and there's cops everywhere. Everybody's looking at him, so he puts himself in the places of most extreme jeopardy.
We didn't talk about that scene too. I love that scene because that guy seems so fucking real.
I love that guy.
When he goes, yeah, I mean, they don't got no cable in this place.
Right. He's like, might as well talk to me.
Yeah, you might as well. This is the most entertaining part of my day. And he's like, I'm sorry, pal. I fucking can't. And he's actually giving a sincere apology because he's on a mission and I've got my mission and you're not my guy. And he's going, listen, I'm sorry. I gotta get, this is not, the thing. And the guy just has that look as he gets up going like, fuck, man, you got me out here. What the fuck?
I was curious. Okay, so there's a key scene in the middle of the movie where he escapes because of the St. Patrick's Day parade.
Oh, we didn't get to talk about that. So that was a blessing in disguise for the movie because what the director needed after he shot the glass, he goes, I need like a chase scene. I can't just have him go out the door, which is in the script, and he goes out the door and then just boom, he's gone. He needed to have Gerard is not going to accept that. Gerard is open these doors. Get me. This chase needs to continue because he's not going to be, oh, Richard ran away and we're going to go there. 1 week after that shoot, they knew that the St. Patrick's Day parade was happening there, and they do dye the thing green, and they have the whole fucking thing. So they'd written that whole aspect into it, knowing that they were going to be able to put that into the script that wasn't originally there. So that was the another ad-libbed line that they put in the whole thing because it wasn't in the script, was them going like, well, if they can dye the thing green every day, why can't they dye blue every other day of the year or whatever.
Right.
And he's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? And then he's talking about the word hinky, and they have all that being ad-libbed as well. But they got permission from the city to say, hey, listen, we'd like to do some shots. And Harrison Ford referred to them as stealing. He just walked into the crowd, and they went out with a Steadicam, and they just said, here's Harrison Ford. And he goes, my hair was dyed black at that point. And he goes, it actually took a little bit for people to kind of start noticing me. They didn't notice me for a while there because they were doing the wide shots of it and this and that. And then Tommy Lee Jones comes out and jumps around and does whatever the fuck. But they literally just stole that while the parade was happening. This wasn't a staged parade for the movie scene. This was a parade that was happening, and they went out there again. Why fucking, the cinematographer was probably like, fucking kill me. This is not how Scorsese does fucking things when I do things with him. So that was a great elevation of an opportunity that they saw. Something's coming up. We can write this into the script because there needs to be Gerard just shooting and him running away wasn't enough. We need to have it go further.
Yeah, it's a great sequence, and just on a hunch, I wondered, based on everything we're talking about.
That line right there, just saying it. You saying just on a hunch is from the end of My Cousin Vinny.
Right.
On a hunch, I took it upon myself.
On a hunch, I took it upon myself to look into what is the significance of St. Patrick's Day. Okay, so let me read this to you. So Patrick was a 5th century Christian missionary credited with bringing Christianity to Ireland. Patrick...
So he's the one to blame.
Ready for this? Patrick was kidnapped from Britain as a teenager by Irish raiders and enslaved in Ireland. After years in captivity, he escaped, returned home, and later felt called by God to return to Ireland, not for revenge, but to spread Christianity. Patrick preached the Christian faith to a largely pagan society, adapting his approach to local culture. He used familiar symbols like the shamrock to explain the Christian Trinity, which is the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Patrick endured slavery, isolation, and opposition, but stayed committed to his calling. He returned to the land of his captors to bring them hope, not vengeance. His mission united diverse Irish tribes under the Christian faith, showing the possibility of harmony without erasing cultural identity. In the church calendar, March 17th is a feast day, meaning it's a day of joy and celebration of God's work through one of his saints. So this is somebody who was captured, enslaved, and had to escape and returned home to do good.
And look at the shot that I'm showcasing you right now. This is, again, when it comes to the director saying it was a blessing in disguise. First of all, the director was the one who said, we're going to pick Chicago. We're going to do this. He knew that parade happened every year. He might have known that this was lining up for this. This is, where screenshot Dr. Richard Kimble went. This is all green. The thing that I'm showing right now.
Right.
Were all of these things aligned, or is this the one film in all of movie history that God came down and directed? Did God push these aspects of going,
you know what? I'm going to bless this one movie with not curses, but I'm going to push this movie in the right way to tell this thing. Is this where we're getting to the bottom of the truth here?
Well, I mean, I just think that's like a fascinating connection, but it's after he escapes from the St. Patrick's Day parade that he is then very soon after that led to the big piece of the puzzle, right? He
Yes,
then
I just
finds
found a big piece.
Yes, he then finds Sykes' apartment and he calls Gerard from Sykes's apartment and I just found a big piece. So again, it's like the escape from the parade and this kind of passing through of sainthood. It's almost like Kimble's been elevated to this like untouchable level where it's like he's almost like become a saint and now he's given that big piece and that's when the case is like cracked open.
It's hard to argue against.
Right? That's when the kid,
and also just pointing out he's also wearing green in this shot as well.
Yeah, St. Patrick's Day becomes a big part of the movie. And yeah, he's got the green jacket that he wears. And yeah, and that's when it leads
he's the lucky charm.
Lucky. And I was thinking of that he's very lucky. The luck of being on the prison bus that the prisoners are planning an escape. That had nothing to do with him. He was just lucky.
Lucky when he gets inside of the luck plays the whole part. Lucky when he gets in the ambulance and then he goes into the tunnel. Lucky enough and smart enough, but lucky enough to there's a grate that I can get into and go further and be able to run away. We got a gopher. Like all of those things line up with smarts and the right position being there because that scene is also fantastic that we didn't talk about. He's cornered on both ends. So the helicopter lands on one side and the other, and the look, and you go, there's
the tunnel.
Yeah, you give up. You go, there's no way to escape. It's covered on both sides. He's gone. Like we've been in this chase scene for 20 something minutes at this point in this movie, and you go, oh well, they're gonna get him. I mean, there's no way out. They wrote that into a corner, hey, the tunnel is covered on both ends and agents are coming from both sides. There's no escape. And then you go, oh, wait a minute. But Dr. Kimble found a way. There was a way out of here.
Right. Because he's smart.
and then if you want to talk about the religious aspects of water, the water is where he went, and he went down in the tunnel, and they hear the water, and that's the thing where they go. Then he goes down into the tunnel, runs through the water, gets to the end, and then he dives into the water. He has that's the rebirth of him yet again through
That's right.
water.
I'm glad you said it this time and not me. The rebirth. Yeah, water is like purification. Water, you get baptized in water, right? And then you're reborn. And then of course water in birth, the breaking of the water. Is that what it's called? Your water breaks. Yeah.
Water breaks. Yeah.
And again, then that's the voluntary. So it's like that is like a rebirth. It's one of the many steps, but that's one of the steps along the way. And then I think that parade is actually a significant, transition as well. Because then from that point on, it's like there's enough of a turn where he's got the advantage. It's like he finds that big piece of information and, he's earned his way through, right? He's worked the crappy job. I said it was like a metaphor for life where he's got to get the shitty apartment and he's got to kind of stay good and he has to earn his way up, and it's like this ascent. It's like he's trying to climb his way up out of the underbelly, out of the pits of hell, and he's trying to get out.
That's something I almost want to say about this sequence now, because now we're just going crazy. So we just go crazy. So we're going as deep as we can go. There's the thing about him living in the basement of these people's house here, and now he's down. And what's up above him? Because what happens up later, Lentz and all that type of shit is up above him, and not Lentz, Doctor whatever the fuck,
Yeah, Nichols.
Dr. Nichols up above at the in the tower at the end. Now, when he lives in this place, he's living down in the basement, and who's living above him is a child rapist, a rape type person. So there's always this up and down
with evil being above and him being below. And then he ascends up to the top level in in like a Super Mario game, kills the boss, brings the boss down to the basement, and then back up, rises to the regular level there again with Gerard, and then they become friends and move on. So there is this up down evil good bad type thing going on here, whether they meant it or not.
I agree.
We could be psychos and we can look into it to that degree.
Yeah. I agree. I love that metaphor of like there's a criminal living upstairs. He's even below the criminal.
Right.
You know, that's how low he is. He's living underneath a guy who's committing a very terrible crime.
Pederast.
Right. Yeah, quite a barbaric crime. And he's even below that, you know, because at least that guy still has regular freedom. He can still go to the grocery store and the cops aren't hunting. Yes, he gets arrested, but he doesn't have to worry, you know, every day like I'm a fugitive and they're hunting me right this second.
And even when they're questioning him, think about the questioning of him versus he's eating a hamburger and he's sitting back and he's going, "That's what I'm telling you."
Right. That's right. And you know, that's what I said earlier about the movie's populated by like bad people, you know, people who are willing to turn on their fellow human and, you know, or lie or, you know, whatever, cheat, steal, other murderers. You know, the movie's like filled with those characters. And so Kimble is constantly contrasted against those people. And it just further illuminates his goodness, you know?
Yeah.
I did think this is okay. Now we're really getting into it, but I did think there was something interesting where I love what you said before too about he goes up to the top of the building and, you know, Jesus was crucified on a hill. You know, they say that important things happen up high, right, on hills. Well, this is Chicago, so they don't have a hill, but they do have a skyscraper, and he goes to the very top of that building. So it's like he has to go to the very top to earn his freedom. And I noticed that there was this like just very vaguely kind of jumped out at me, and I didn't say it, but let me say it to you and see what you think. In his house, when he fights with the one-armed man, there's a stairwell. There's stairs.
Yes.
And they fall down the stairs. And then at the end, on top of that building, when he's fighting with Nichols, they fall down a set of stairs.
Down a flight of stairs too, yes.
So I thought there was like a parallel there where it's like the same
That's good.
action is being repeated just on like this higher level. You know, he had the fight at the beginning, now he's having the same fight, but instead of the guy who was hired to kill, you know, instead of just the grunt,
lackey,
right? The lackey, now he's got the guy who hired the guy or the guy who signed off on it or whatever, right? He's hopefully has the man responsible. And so he's having the same fight, but just at a higher level.
That is good. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I agree with you. The idea of then the crashing down. It's like they go up, but then they crash down.
Yeah, and they make a big thing about that when they hit the elevator and then it goes all the way down there, both blacked out, and then it goes boom, and it hits the bottom. And Nick you know, gets up and he's, oh, let me get out, and then that's the big moment of making a big unmotivated dolly into the door, closing it. The hand is out. No, I'm back. I'm here.
Right, yeah.
Don't count me out.
Yeah. So the movie is almost like this guide of like just how to get through life. You know? It's like, yeah, you work this crappy job, you're in this crappy apartment in someone's basement, but it's like, hey, you know what? Just keep that goodness in yourself. Just like keep taking that
your
step
dad
forward.
knew him. Be good.
Be good.
It's that simple.
It's great. Wow.
I hope your dad enjoyed our episode of The Fugitive.
I think so.
I really do.
I hope he did. Yeah. I mean, this was an interesting one because I had the film. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. On Letterboxd,
you had 3 stars.
I marked it as 4 out of 5. 4 stars.
Okay, you get 4.
Okay, I gave it 4. I thought
can you give half stars on there or
you
no?
You can.
So are you going to put this to 4.5 or are you going to put this to 5? What are you doing?
Full 5.
Full 5.
Okay.
This
This conversation what we just had there. I
People
think
will wake up tomorrow, look at your letterbox, and be in awe. What do they get to see on Letterboxd? Like, Andrew just updated his stars on this. Like, is it a social media thing on there?
Yeah, it gives your most recent rating. It puts at like the top of your profile.
So people are gonna wake up tomorrow and go, "What happened with The Fugitive from 1993? Why did this go from 3 to 5?"
But really,
this is gonna be good.
I mean, it took us quite a while, but I think we kind of got to an element of this movie that it is there, and this really has given me a new appreciation for the film.
Yeah.
I never really saw it that deeply.
Yeah, I agree.
And not even when I watched it. This is actually, I think, maybe the only time that I watched the film, and I mean, I really enjoyed the film, but I didn't see what you and I are saying now. I didn't see it there.
You didn't see it. Yeah, we neither one of us saw it, and I've watched it 800 times. We all saw it surface level, and we both said to each other, kind of like as going into this, like, well, this is not one of those. This is gonna be this type of thing. And oh my God, it's a great Hollywood movie, and the acting, and we talked about the acting, and we talked about the aspects of the turning points and this and that, but we didn't go into the themes of the movies that deep. And now we're kind of digging at that, going, oh shit, okay, wait, it's there.
Yeah. And I think that line, "be good," that there's a...
Your dad knew it. Your dad knew it before all of us. That's really funny. That's I didn't know that aspect in any way whatsoever, that he said that to you every morning before going out. That's really... Yeah. And have you been good?
I try, Greg. I think I've been good.
I think you have. I honestly think you have, and I think, like I said, from the first time we re-met, a year ago or whatnot, you were like, I used to be different, and I've changed. There's been a very big thing. Your dad said be good a lot when you were a kid, and I think you were being good in this and that, but I think you've elevated yourself as a human being even better, and you've taken that to heart. And what you have to thank for that is the movie The Fugitive in 1993, because now we're understanding where the original message came from. Your father was just reminding you every day that The Fugitive...
Of what Dr. Richard Kimble says.
Dr. Richard Kimble.
That's great.
Who's the metaphor for Jesus. So that's what we've gotten to the bottom of here.
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. And you know what? My dad was an altar boy in the Catholic Church when he was a kid.
Yeah, I think mine was too, yeah.
Yeah, he grew up in a religious Italian family. And over the course of his life, that aspect faded away, and it's not really an important part of his life anymore. But I've always felt like that upbringing created a foundation of like a moral foundation for him that lasted for his entire life. And like I said, that he used to say to me all the time, the golden rule, do unto others as you would, have them do to you. That's from the Bible.
You're right. Yeah.
So he used to say that to me all the time. Like that's probably the number one thing I've heard from him is that the golden rule.
No, it's very good. My mom used to tell me that too, and not specifically from religion, because they didn't relate to me with that, but it relates to me with, I mean, whether you're religious or not, they're all of the aspects that most of religions give is really just good advice. Basically saying, if you had to put them all down in 2 words, it's be good. They're basically just saying the whole do unto others as they would do unto you. It's a longer way of saying, like, just be good. And which is the opposite way of saying, just don't be evil. Don't be bad. Bad, right. No good. Good. Like, it's just like, it's trying to be like, hey, just don't be a dick. If you treat other people well, it'll come back to you, and it'll come back to society. Like, and if everyone really listens to that fucking rule, it'll work out.
One thing I love so much about stories.
Problem with humans is they all won't listen to that. Sorry, just I had to throw in that aspect.
Well, that's perfect that you said that, actually, because jumping off of that, what I was going to say is that one thing I love so much about stories is that they take universal truths and just repackage it, different coat of paint on the outside, but it's the same core truth.
Right.
And so depending on what resonates with you, that's why people have different favorite stories. Some people are devoutly religious. Some people say Jesus, is my life, and I'm guided by Jesus, the religious figure. That's one way to go. I love Superman, and we talked about in our Superman episode how Superman really is just a modern allegory for Jesus. So it's essentially the same idea. It's just that I resonate with a, modern day guy who lives in a big metropolitan city, who wears a red cape. That's the version of that idea that resonates with me. My dad resonates with Dr. Richard Kimble. But this is all the same idea, I think, actually.
It is the same thing.
That's kind of awesome. I love that. I love that.
And to bring one more aspect into this film of a shot that we didn't talk about, that when they get to the bottom of the elevator, and what's his name again? The evil guy.
Oh yeah, Dr. Charles Nichols.
Dr. Charles Nichols. He's the one who's Harrison Ford is on top. I mean, he's just Harrison Ford. I'm not going to Richard Campbell. It's Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford is on the top of the elevator, which is a very speed, next year anyway. He's on the top, and he didn't fall through to the bottom. He hit like a piece of wood, and he's just there, knocked out. But Dr. Nichols gets up and gets out of that elevator. And he's just, he's blood, and he's thinking, and he's going, and he's fleeing. He's now the fugitive. They've switched the roles between the two of them. Now we cut to an exterior shot of the elevator. It's a wide open elevator, and we start dollying in to an empty, unmotivated shot of the elevator. And then the doors start to close, and right before they close at the end, the bloody hand of Richard Kimble comes out and holds the door and then pushes it open and goes, "No, I'm not done yet. I will get my revenge." And that's a very horror movie type Frankenstein, hand rising up coming. And that is a very religious aspect, in that type of thing. It's the moment of the hands rising from the grave. He's back. You all thought he was dead, but he's here, and he's here for revenge now. He's after that man who wronged him. He's after that Judas.
Well, that shot is essentially a metaphor for the entire movie, because it's the doors are closing on you, and you reach in, that bloody hand, you're bloodied, you're battered, but you reach in and you pry those doors open. You will
not given up.
That's right. It's a story of survival. That's what it is. It's like the good survives. And, in a lot of stories, by the way, elevators are equated with hell.
You mean lifts?
For my mom.
That's for mom.
In
That's
England.
for mom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In a lot of stories, elevators are like a symbol for hell.
He's going into the depths of hell because they go to the bottom floor. They go to the basement floor where there's this fucking... wait, I pressed play on it. Joey Pants just got hit in the head. I'm sorry. I pressed play on the scene when I wanted to talk about it. Joey Pants just got hit in the head.
It's actually amazing. It's my dad's favorite movie because I think it has like this moral center to it. That's like my dad's advice. And this is like a movie, it's like a piece of my childhood. It's like my dad's voice through the movie. I do feel that. That's fascinating.
What's really important about it, to bring back to that, is your dad was going into the heart scare that we kind of already talked about, but at that specific moment, he kind of requested,
right?
I like The Fugitive. That's my movie, and I think you got you went deeper on this and we went deeper on this than anybody who's ever talked about The Fugitive. So if this becomes a 4-hour podcast about The Fugitive, I think it's well worth it. And I think we'll have one listener who will appreciate that.
Yeah. Yeah, at least one listener who makes it to the end, hopefully, is my dad. So, wow. I mean, yeah, I'm really kind of like speechless. I'm blown away that we it's like we circled it, we flew around. It's like we
found it.
We found it.
We found it.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
It was a big, big, big movie. Harrison Ford was as out there as possible. But to talk about a movie that is that big, and then us to get to this level of going, all of those other aspects were within this, and it still stands the test of time. That's a real big achievement.
Yeah. Boy, this is a phenomenal episode.
It turned out really good.
We got way deeper with The Fugitive than I ever thought we would.
Whoever thought we'd go that deep on The fucking Fugitive.
Really just gave me a newfound appreciation for the movie. I never respected the movie that much. I never loved the movie that much. I've always really liked it. I've always been entertained by it. But now, I mean, and connecting it to my dad and realizing that the themes of the film are themes that I think he has lived his life by. And he then taught that to me, and he instilled that into me. And I think now I will forever connect this movie to him, for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I feel like I want to say thank you to my dad. If he gets to this point, if he actually makes it, however many hours this ends up being, I want to say thank you for raising me right. Thank you for being a good man who taught me good values. And I feel like I was raised right. I've always felt that about him, and I've always appreciated that. But I think in a weird way, I can't believe I'm saying this, but in a weird way, through us talking about this movie, I've even gained a greater appreciation for my dad as a father, of just how great of a father he was and is and still is.
That's beautiful.
Because he's still alive. And, the heart trouble that he had, the surgery went great and he's doing great. And I hope he has decades more.
The reason the surgery went great is because Dr. Richard Kimble was reinstated.
Yeah. And Dad, I love you. And hopefully you enjoyed this episode of The Fugitive.
That's beautiful. And I second everything that you're saying there. You have a great, well-adjusted, beautifully put together son who is a great human being. And tell him you love him more than me.
I love that.
And I'll say this to you. We should end it with this. I thought you didn't care.
I don't.
Goodbye, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm the break in the flicker, the cut in the edit, the blade through the credits, a frame they embedded. Light in the distance, persistence poetic. The dark is a prison, I brighten with aesthetic. No stunt doubles, I tumble through trap fights. The scripts in my soul, I control when my track spikes. Whisper in a reel, I reveal with the black light. The dark is a canvas that I carve with the flashlight. Call it a war cry, a cinematic spark. A puzzle in the shadows, a code of the art. It's Andrew and Greg and the legacy embarks. Our voices ignite and we light up the dark.
Okay, we should stop it.
We should stop it. We're stopping this. We're stopping the recording. This is for future Andrew.
Seriously.
I'm going to tell you right now. Count to 5 in your head, because if you beg me to record more after this, I'm not doing it. I don't care if you say, I forgot. We've done 4 hours and 14 minutes right now on The Fugitive, and we did 2 hours before this. We have 6 hours and 14 minutes, and you're not
We're not Richard Kimble
wow.
level enough to become Jesus to just allow it to go. You are gonna listen to every fucking minute. So I'm stopping this for you. I should have stopped this hours ago. But we never would have gotten where we got. We never would have gotten where we got.
I feel like there's actually a reason. It's like I have a poll. I'm like, we need to keep talking about it. It's like we haven't actually got to
we
the
didn't get
center
to
of
it. We didn't get to it.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. And then
All right.
and now I feel we have. All right, this was for Dad.
All right,
This
let
is
me
for
quickly, let me, yeah, exactly.
Oh,
let me
dear
quickly,
God.
let me quickly just say one thing and then you cut it.